Good morning.
Ms. Mays, the audio will start when at 8:30 when the commission starts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Presenters will make their way into the room. We will begin our presentations for today. Thank all of you for joining us this morning on December the 8th, 2023. We will convene this meeting at 8:39 a.m. I'm going to ask Mr. Daniel Autry to have the roll call of our commission members. Daniel?
Chairman Vaughn,
Here.
Dr. Soliski, Dr. Blakemore,
Present.
Mr. Gamble,
Here.
Dr. Martin, Dr. Jensen,
Here.
Ms. Skelton, Judge Price, Ms. Hatchett, Mr. Harwell,
Here.
Dr. Saflarski, Dr. Harvey.
Here.
Mr. Robinson.
Present.
Have a quorum, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Daniel. As I've done in the past, I'll go ahead and make a few comments before our meeting starts with our presentations. I'd like to cover just a couple of them. Y'all heard this before, but the last day I think is relevant again. We'll keep time and display on the timer up here on the counter. Ms. Peters will have that in front of you, so you know the time remaining as you progress through your presentation. Presenters who provided a PowerPoint presentation, please use the clicker on the little table there beside the podium to advance your slides as necessary. Commission members will have an opportunity to ask questions at the end, and as needed, maybe they may interrupt if they see something that they want to talk about, but we'll allow for additional time for questions and answers after your presentation. This is for our commission members. The materials for each applicant, including their full application, written briefs, videos, and presentations, have been provided to each commissioner in advance of today's meeting. As a reminder, you have received all materials for applicants, regardless of whether an applicant requested to make a presentation or not. And all applicants are subject to be considered for an award of a license. Also included in your materials today is a summary sheet for each applicant, which includes information regarding proposed facilities, ownership, and the pass-fail notations. These summary sheets also include the requirements of applicants as provided for in the statute and the Alabama Medical Cannabis Commission rules. Commission members, are y'all prepared and ready for our first presenter? Okay, we'll have Flowerwood Medical Cannabis and Mr. Ollinger. Ms. Peters will have the computer up on the counter right here to show you the time of your 45 minutes. So just be mindful of that as you progress through your presentation. And so the floor is yours. Thank you.
Chairman.
I'm sorry, Ellis. Let Mr. Justin Aday make a few comments pertaining to your application, please, sir. Justin.
Thank you. This is applicant number 1679, Flowerwood Medical Cannabis LLC. You have the complete application in your record. You have the applicant summary. There were no pass-fail items noted with this application. You also have the printed presentation materials in your materials today.
Thank you, Justin. Okay, Mr. Ollinger.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
can
sir.
I ask that maybe I'll slide that? I can't see the video screen, or I'll be glad to move, but.
We moved it over there. Excuse me, Dwight. We moved it over there so we could see it from the middle.
Hey,
Somebody's going to.
y'all go right ahead. I'll watch it on my iPad. So how about that?
Somebody's got to suffer, Dwight. If it gets too bad,
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Gamble,
Chairman.
let us
Thank you.
know.
Appreciate that.
Okay. All right, Ellis. Thank you.
Okay,
bud.
thank you. And good morning, members of the commission. I extend my sincere gratitude for your time and dedication throughout this arduous process. Undoubtedly, the journey has been challenging for all of us involved, and no one has worked harder than this commission. So thank you for your service. I'm Ellis Ollinger, and I'm the CEO of Flowerwood Medical Cannabis. I've been in the nursery business with Flowerwood since 1991. and I've been the CEO of Flowerwood Nursery since 2007. I stand before you today alongside our dedicated team of ownership group, along with our local mayor and police chief, who are all behind me. And they will introduce themselves as they come up and give their part of the presentation. Our commitment to this program is evident in our presence at every commission meeting and numerous legislative sessions. Notably, unlike many others, we were represented by ourselves and not lobbyists. The owners of Flowerwood Medical Cannabis personally invested our time in attending every single commission meeting in person. Present before you today are the ownership of Flowerwood Medical Cannabis, with an impressive 82% being longtime Alabama residents and farmers. Correct me, 92% being longtime Alabama residents and farmers. We pride ourselves on transparency, evident in our application being one of the least redacted, with every detail, including our home addresses, unredacted. We want this commission and the people of Alabama to know who we are and what we plan to do. We represent the agribusiness farmers whom this bill intended to empower, and we have a profound understanding of big agriculture. Cultivation within 60 days, absolutely achievable at our present facility, as it aligns with our daily routine of showing up to our farm and tending to our crops. We are not the type of company that intends on divesting ownership in our license once it is awarded, or bringing in an MSO to operate our business. Absolutely not. Our reputation of starting and running businesses and employing fellow Alabamians stands on its own. Now, I would like to show you a quick video that will show you who we are, our facilities, our readiness, and our expertise. Reputation, readiness, and expertise are what the Flowerwood Medical Cannabis team brings to the table. Our team has a long track record of success in the horticulture industry. The majority ownership group are key managers of Flowerwood Nursery, as well as agribusiness innovators. Flowerwood, headquartered in Loxley, Alabama, is the largest woody ornamental nursery in the Southeast. Founded in 1938, Flowerwood Nursery is a third-generation family-owned nursery. Flowerwood employs over 600 people and utilizes over 2 million square feet of greenhouses and 1,000+ acres of field production areas spread across its 4 Alabama locations located in Mobile, Baldwin, and Cleburne counties. We grow, transport, and merchandise over 14 million plants a year, the likes of Home Depot, Lowe's, and Walmart. With our sister companies, Plant Development Services, Flowerwood Trucking, and Retail Garden Management, we completely control the supply chain from seed to sale. This is what makes us a natural fit for Alabama's medical cannabis program.
Because much of our cultivation infrastructure is already in place, our startup costs will be relatively low, allowing us to roll out medical cannabis to patients in Alabama at affordable cost.
Our team has become proven cannabis growers, cultivating 3 successful crops through Alabama's hemp program. After harvest, we partnered with local cannabis processors to develop safe and effective CBD products under our brand Flower Medic. Our team not only has commercial scale horticulture experience, but also extensive experience in starting and scaling an integrated medical cannabis facility. We have recruited individual experts across every aspect of the supply chain to ensure there's no learning curve, building successful cannabis facilities such as these.
We are not a group of unrelated parties coming together to win the medical cannabis lottery. We are Baldwin County farmers and horticulturists that want to serve the patients of Alabama. Our company brings over 156 years of agriculture experience in the state of Alabama, along with a small group of medical cannabis professionals to provide relief to the qualified patients of Alabama.
Thank you. Reputation, readiness, and expertise is what you get with Flowerwood Medical Cannabis. Our mission is to provide high-quality, safe, and effective medical cannabis products to registered, qualified patients in Alabama at an affordable cost. Our company is 92% owned and 100% controlled by Alabama residents, most being lifelong residents and all having continuously lived in the state for over 15 years. Collectively, our Alabama owners have 156 years of horticulture experience. Our affiliate companies, Flowerwood Nursery, Flowerwood Trucking, and Plant Development Services, collectively employ over 600 Alabamians. Flowerwood's nursery premises houses over 2 million square feet of environmentally controlled greenhouse space. Our Alabama owners, together with our team of cannabis experts, bring expertise in all facets of agriculture production, scientific research, management and operations, transportation, business development, and retail sales, including medical cannabis cultivation, processing, transporting, and dispensing. We are experts from seed to shelf. We are ready to cultivate. Our company will grow cannabis in an existing 30,000 square foot environmentally controlled greenhouse facility in Loxley, Alabama. In these same greenhouses, members of our Alabama team produce multiple successful hemp crops. As a licensed hemp grower under the Alabama Department of Agriculture and Industries Industrial Hemp Program. If granted an integrated facility license, our company stands ready and able to commence cultivation within 60 days. At this time, I'd like to introduce our Director of Cultivation that will talk more about our timeline, Mr. John Curtis.
Thanks, Ellis. Good morning. It's nice to see everyone. Although 60 days are required to be operational, my experience suggests that the Flowerwood team should commence cultivation operations sooner than that window allows. If awarded an integrated facilities license, the Flowerwood group will embark the following day on parallel paths that will simultaneously be pursued to achieve operational cultivation status. These parallel paths can be thought of as cultivation immediacy and cultivation construction. By cultivation immediacy, what we mean is that the Flowerwood Medical Cannabis team will, the day following, if awarded an integrated facilities license, place an order for 2 Thrive Grow Pods. The first being a vegetative pod that can house up to 1,000 clones, 1,000 seedlings, and 1,000 small vegetative plants. The second would be a flowering pod capable of holding 216 full-size flowering plants. These pods will be delivered 30 days from the date of order. This timeline has been confirmed with our representative from Thrive, the manufacturer of these pods. These pods will be kept under security protocols consistent with both our application and the AMCC's requirements. The use of these pods will allow Flowerwood to germinate medical cannabis seeds and enter the vegetative stage of growth well before the end of the 60 days that you all have set as a requirement. Simultaneous to cultivation immediacy, Flowerwood Medical Cannabis will pursue its cultivation construction plan. In anticipation of likely construction, the Flowerwood team has our internal construction group and our external subcontractors educated about our needs informed about the timeline, and they stand ready to retrofit our greenhouse space to the new elevated requirements of a medical cannabis program. This greenhouse has, as shown in the preceding slides, previously been used to cultivate hemp in compliance with the Alabama Industrial Hemp Program. As this commission has likely heard before, retrofitting a pre-existing greenhouse that has already successfully been used to cultivate hemp is a viable plan for medical cannabis cultivation. To be clear, Flowerwood has communicated with and retained the services of electrical contractors and commercial greenhouse builders to assist us. Irrigation and flat work will be handled by our internal team. Our team is exceptionally well positioned to build and operate a medical cannabis cultivation greenhouse on a compressed timeline. I would be happy to answer any questions you all might have now or at the end of this presentation. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. My name's Kevin Northrop. I will serve as Chief Operating Officer for Flowerwood Medical Cannabis. Been an Alabama resident, proud Alabama resident for more than 25 years. And so what I'd like to do is tell you a little bit more about John and some of our cannabis experts that we proudly partnered with. And the key element here is these were handpicked, recruited experts in the field. These are not MSO operators. These are not major company operators. These are owner operators that have a track record of successfully launching and scaling medical cannabis businesses in some of the most competitive states. Members of our cannabis team have obtained licenses in regulated medical cannabis states, including Colorado, Illinois, Minnesota, Missouri, and Nevada. They've successfully launched integrated facilities under new implemented state medical cannabis laws in Colorado and Missouri. They've operated hundreds of thousands of square feet of medical cannabis cultivation and processing space and over a dozen dispensaries. They were the first Missouri licensee to become fully operational and building out a 30,000 square foot cultivation facility and processing facility as well as 5 dispensaries. Next slide, please. Quick. So John Curtis, who you just met, is our Director of Cultivation, has 13 plus years of experience in the medical cannabis industry, primarily in Colorado and Missouri. He has built and operated 3 cultivation facilities, 1 processing facility, and 3 dispensaries in Colorado's medical cannabis market. John is also the co-founder and CEO of B-Leaf Company, a vertically integrated medical cannabis facility based in St. Louis, Missouri, that operates over 90,000 square feet of cultivation and processing space and 5 medical dispensaries. And he distinguished himself by being the first operational licensee there. Mark Hardwig is our Director of Processor. He has over 10 years of experience in the medical industry and was founder of Infused Cannabis, a manufacturing company licensed in Colorado and California, as well as he was founder of Can America, a cultivation and infused product manufacturing facility in Colorado. And he was handpicked because his specialty is in designing and operating low-cost facilities and designing processes to keep patient retail costs low without sacrificing quality and safety. Rounding out our team is our Director of Retail Dispensary Operations, Greg Golston. Greg is a cannabis industry veteran for over 14 years. During this time, he has operationalized over 22 medical cannabis licenses across 4 states, including nearly a dozen dispensaries in Colorado and Missouri. Next slide, please. Not only do we have a veteran supply chain side of the team, we have veteran security team. Our facility's comprehensive security system is designed to achieve 3 main goals: keeping our employees, visitors, and patients safe, and 2, preventing theft and diversion, and 3, tracking and tracing all persons at each cannabis facility. We've engaged Hunter Security, a well-known security provider with over 40 years of experience serving such clients as the state of Alabama, the FBI, the University of South Alabama, and Providence Hospitals, among others. Our Director of Security, Joe Delia, brings over 30 plus years of law enforcement and security experience to our team. Notably, Joe spent over 25 years as Major and then Chief of Police for the Maryland Heights Police Department in St. Louis. along with 10+ years as a DEA task force agent. Before joining the cannabis industry, our director of security also served as senior director for Garda World Security, leading a risk management and security division. Today, Joe is the CEO of US Canna Missouri and the chief security officer, where he directed the construction and implementation of the company's multi-layered security design. Joe knows security. And finally, one of our centerpieces of our security plan is our relationship with the local police. We're very fortunate, who you met earlier, to have the Loxley Police Chief Kaysen here with us today, where not only is he joined our team in support, but he's also offered to consult and recommend off-duty and retired police officers as candidates for our security team at our Loxley cultivation and dispensary facilities.
Good morning. My name is Leah Ladd, and I'm in-house counsel for Flowerwood Nursery. I was born and raised in Mobile, and I attended Vanderbilt University and received a bachelor's degree in economics. And then I went to law school at University of Alabama School of Law and received my law degree. I've practiced law in Mobile and Baldwin County since 1996, and I've worked in-house for Flowerwood since 2017. As part of my job responsibilities at Flowerwood, when we were participating in the hemp program, I managed compliance with the Alabama Department of Agriculture and Industries. And as general counsel of Flowerwood Medical Cannabis, I will be responsible for managing all of our medical cannabis compliance matters. So our facilities are strategically located to accomplish two objectives. One is expediting commencement and cultivation of our cultivation and processing operations, and two, maximizing patient access to our dispensaries. Our cultivation, processing, and transportation operations will be located in Loxley in Baldwin County on the same premises where our affiliates, Flowerwood Nursery and Flowerwood Trucking, operate. Utilizing and expanding existing facilities at this location will enable our company to swiftly commence cultivation and processing of medical cannabis. Our Loxley facilities are located at the intersection of Highway 59 and Interstate 10. And driving to the beach, some of y'all may have noticed our nursery at the Highway 59 exit. And we are just a few miles from the I-10, I-65 interchange. So our proximity to these major transportation corridors will expedite distribution of our products to dispensaries throughout the state. We positioned our dispensaries in regional medical hubs that are adjacent to rural counties, many of which have not authorized and don't have any city or town in the county that has authorized the operation of dispensing sites within their boundaries. Our dispensing sites will be located in the following cities: Mobile, Loxley, Monroeville, Montgomery, and Gadsden. Members of our management team possess extensive knowledge and experience in the transportation sector through our operation of Flowerwood Trucking, which is an affiliate and an owner of Flowerwood Medical Cannabis. Flowerwood Trucking is a federally licensed over-the-road motor carrier and owns and operates over 45 commercial semi-trucks, together with over 100 trailers. Flowerwood Trucking's drivers transport Flowerwood Nursery's plants to its retail customers throughout the Southern, Midwest, and East Coast U.S. And you may have seen some of our trucks driving down the road displaying our brands, Encore Azalea and Southern Living Plant Collection. We recognize that properly equipped and outfitted secure transport vehicles are an important part of ensuring the quality and safety of our products, as well as for protecting our secure transport drivers and for preventing theft and diversion. Our company will employ a fleet of 3 Ford Transit cargo vans that are presently owned by our affiliate, Flowerwood Nursery, for the secure transportation of medical cannabis. Each secure transport van will be equipped with the following security and storage features. The vans will be inconspicuous and free of identifying markings of any kind. We will have upgraded locks and alarms, secure cargo area, tamper-evident containers, a GPS system, audio and video surveillance cameras, communication access, panic alarms, including portable panic alarms for our drivers, temperature control, including separate temperature controls for the secure cargo area, and remote control. Flowerwood Medical Cannabis has identified and engaged 5 individuals to serve as our secure transport drivers. These individuals are currently employed by Flowerwood Trucking. They have at least 3 years of driving experience and no traffic citations or moving violations within the last 5 years. In addition to a clean driving record, each of our drivers holds a current Class A commercial driver's license, although this is not required as our secure transport vans are below the gross vehicle weight rating requirement for a CDL. Our brand name, Flower Medic, our logo, and our tagline were created through collaboration with our marketing team at Plant Development Services. The design was inspired by our branded plant collections and reflects our company's roots in horticulture. Using the highest standards of quality control and cleanliness, we will process medical cannabis grown at our facility into our initial line of Flower Medic products, which will include tablets and capsules, tinctures, transdermal patches, topicals, peach gelatinous cubes, and suppositories. Our retail price point ranges from 20 cents to 32 cents per milligram, which translates into $20 to $32 for a 100 milligram package of product and $40 to $64 for a 200 milligram package of product. Our marketing team has also developed prototypes for our Flower Medic brand product packaging. Flowerwood Medical Cannabis is committed to recruiting and hiring a diverse workforce and to participation by a diverse group of employees in all employment classifications throughout the company. We are further committed to establishing diverse business relationships with third-party vendors, suppliers, and contractors. Our culture of diversity carries over from our affiliate Flowerwood Nursery. Flowerwood has a long-standing history of and commitment to diversity in employment and to filling open job positions by promoting from within the company across all demographics. Flowerwood has worked with Catholic Social Services Migrant and Refugee Placement Program for decades to hire migrants and refugees that have come to our area. In the 1970s, Flowerwood hired a group of Cambodian refugees at its Mobile nursery, and their children still work at the nursery today. At our Loxley nursery, we have a group of about 35 Swahili-speaking employees who came over as refugees from the Democratic Republic of Congo and surrounding countries. Flowerwood's current workforce is approximately 36% Hispanic, 19% African American, and 2% Asian. Women comprise almost 39% of Flowerwood's employees. Flowerwood's employee handbook, I just completed a full rewrite and implementation of our handbook, and all other company policies and procedures are published in English, Spanish, and Swahili. Bilingual employees serve as interpreters around our nursery. We believe that diversity drives strength and innovation and creates a positive impact on our local communities. We are devoted to building and nurturing a diverse organization in each community that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Flowerwoods, our company brings access to substantial financial and operational resources, enabling us to construct, operate, and maintain a successful, sustainable, and reliable integrated medical cannabis facility. Our conservative financial approach at Flowerwood Medical Cannabis, we will adhere to the same conservative financial approach to spending espoused by Flowerwood Nursery so that we may provide a high-quality medical cannabis product to registered qualified patients in Alabama at an affordable cost. We plan to scale up our facilities in phases at a pace that matches the growth of registered qualified patient population in order to avoid the need to build in the price of overproduction, unnecessary costs of overbuilding and overproduction. Our company's affiliates, Flowerwood Nursery, Plant Development Services, and Flowerwood Trucking, have committed significant financial resources to ensure our ability to build and operate our facilities and maintain operations for at least 2 years. Plant Development Services and Flowerwood Trucking both having ownership interest in our company, have pledged to make an immediate capital contribution totaling over 1.5 million, and Flowerwood Nursery has committed to lend up to $11 million to plant development services for the purposes of making additional capital contributions to fund working capital requirements and business expenses. Great Midwest Insurance Company has committed to insure an integrated facility performance bond in the amount of $2 million to Flowerwood Medical Cannabis if awarded an integrated facility. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Ms. Christina Werner McGinnis.
Thank you, Ellis. Hey, y'all, now I can say years that I've been attending meetings, and it's very exciting to say that I get a microphone to tell you who I am, why I'm here, and what we're going to do. My name is Christina Werner McInnes. I'm a 5th generation farmer of Baldwin County. We're actually going through all of the generations, and since 1906, we came to Baldwin County and we began farming. I have 4 children. They're the 6th generation right now in Baldwin County. We all should be very concerned. But for the 5th generation, I'm doing the best we can. I'm with the Warner family. I'm an owner in the Warner Companies who's known for farming turf grass across the nation. I'm also with the McInnes family, who, if you've been up I-65 or I-85, you see the cranes, infrastructure, they're all over the interstate right now. We are long-standing, deep-rooted Alabama companies and families that have been here a long time, and we're not going anywhere. We're very much committed to moving Alabama in the direction it needs to go. This project with Alabama Medical Cannabis is especially important to me, and I'm excited to talk to you about one of the most passionate things of this project is the medical advisory panel. I think it's because a mother of 4 that I consider that at the end of the day, my grandma Lily taught me something. You can farm and do great things, but you have to reach the end user. You have, in this case, we have to reach it safe and economically. So I was challenged to help with the medical advisory panel, and we did just that. We chose 6 to help be the voice of the patient that is with the patient every day and can provide feedback to us in different arenas of the medical industry. The first, many of you may be very familiar with Dr. Barnes. He is a true friend of mine. Honestly, he was the first person in Montgomery that welcomed me when I came to the McInnes family, from an Alberta girl in Baldwin County, marrying a Montgomery boy. Their family was very open-armed. He is a very wonderful doctor also, great family. He is board certified in both internal medicine and medical oncology, has practiced oncology and hematology here in Montgomery since 1981. Dr. Barnes is the founding partner of Montgomery Cancer Center and is one of the first freestanding cancer centers in the country. Someone told me that they believe he's touched up to 800,000 patients. He is remarkable in what he does. He cares, and he's providing service to patients. He's a strong voice for us on our medical advisory. The second is probably one of my favorite medical advisory, simply because he's the feistiest, Dr. Citron. He takes care of my parents as a cardiologist. He's from Mobile, board certified clinical cardiology, interventional cardiology, nuclear cardiology, and internal medicine. He has practiced cardiology in Mobile for over 20 years. His one stipulation when I called him to talk to him about medical cannabis is he said, under one condition, I can tell you the truth and be brutally honest with you, because you need to hear it, and you need to hear it from the doctors in Alabama about the patients. Gina Bullman, this woman is so strong. Our children go to school together. She's a pharmacist in Orange Beach. She does dynamic things. Alabama Board of Pharmacy, practicing retail pharmacy, and has been a pharmacist for over 27 years. She wants to make sure that the voice of what's going on in the pharmacy is heard by our group. Dr. Hapworth, board certified in anesthesiology, pain medicine, and specializes in minimally invasive interventional pain procedures. Dr. Aslava practiced family medicine in Fairhope. He focuses on keeping his patients healthy through preventative care, early identification of health issues, and managing chronic conditions. specializes in sports medicine and medical education. And Dr. Hilton, physical therapist who has treated and cared for patients in Mobile and Baldwin County for over 18 years. A proud veteran of the U.S. Navy, Dr. Hilton served in the Gulf War. This panel of 6 is very important to our group. They're the voice of what's going on with the patient, and they're there to tell us exactly the feedback that we need to hear. Thanks. Another fun thing was getting state and local authorization and support. When this began, we began sitting down with different communities to ask for the ordinances if they didn't have one. A lot of the places we went to see City of Foley, they didn't have an ordinance. We asked them to start one. It was really important that we had the state and local ordinances, that we were working with the communities that we were going to do business with. You can see here, we got the zoning letters, support letters, Jonathan Smith, City of Loxley, Senator Albritton, and Councilmember Pruitt. And also on top of it, we have so much support. Our kickoff dispensary is in Loxley. Of course, that's where we're kicking off. That's where our heartbeat is. We have the mayor of Loxley here and the chief of police. And I have to say, he is nicknamed the All-American Mayor. We are excited to have him on our team. We're excited to see his enthusiasm for what it will do for Loxley and the patients in Baldwin County. The local support and being in the community is incredibly important to us. Lastly, also it's community engagement. I can tell you this, when the application came out and posted, it was quite intensive. There was a lot to do. And one thing our group committed to do was, as we chose dispensaries, as we chose locations, that we went to sit with the mayors, community leaders, and make sure that we had their support and feedback. And we did that. We traveled to different cities, called different cities, and I can honestly tell you, I had cities and communities that really didn't give us much attention, not much time. But I can tell you this, City of Gadsden, City of Monroeville, Mobile, Loxley, Baldwin County, they were raising their hands, waving, please come work with us. And that's what we did. We went to sit with them. We drove up to Gadsden, our group drove up to Gadsden to sit with them, to go over what is best for your city and how can we work together. Sat with the mayor of Monroeville. What is best for you? What is best for your city? How can we get this project done? That was incredibly important for us. Not only that, but our organizations. As we are all well known, Flowerwood is a member and an active state participant with ALFA, the Alabama Farmers Federation. As you know, that's incredibly important as this is focused on agriculture. The Alabama Nursery and Landscape Association. We have so many associations that we can go into, and it's important that not only that we belong to the community engagement, but also the associations engagement. And lastly, our local engagement. This is a small, very small list of the many associations and philanthropy projects we do. If I told you all the T-ball teams we do, Children's of Alabama, Strawberry Festival, it's important to us that not only are we a business, but we're in business that invests back in the communities that we work in. I appreciate all your time today. And like Ella said, this has been a very arduous journey. And it's exciting to be here, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'll leave it there for you, Ellis.
Thank you, Christina. Reputation, readiness, and expertise is what you're going to get with Flowerwood Medical Cannabis. Our 85-year successful track record in the nursery and greenhouse agribusiness stands as a testament to our unwavering commitment to excellence. With a team of dedicated professionals and a workforce of over 600 Alabamians, we have not only cultivated a thriving businesses, but also contributed significantly to the local economy. Equally important is our status as good corporate citizens, as Christina just went through. With full community support and engagement, we recognize the importance of responsible business practices and poised to be a positive workforce in the community. We are not a collection of individuals who have come together to try to win a medical cannabis license. We are a going concern. We are a business with a track record of success. Readiness. Our existing facilities, robust infrastructure, and skilled workforce position us to commence cultivation within 60 days of licensing. This seamless transition is further facilitated by our expert team in both large-scale agribusiness and medical cannabis, who are ready to take immediate action upon securing an integrated facility license. Backed by strong financial support, we assure sustained operations during the critical ramp-up period. Our proposal is not just a business venture. It's a accumulation of expertise, experience, and a genuine commitment to contributing positively to both the industry and the community. We have strategically assembled some of the most successful cannabis experts in the industry, individuals who have proven their proficiency by being the first to market with safe and affordable medical cannabis. Their presence on our team, to our commitment to innovation, safety, and affordability. During this almost 3-year process, most of the individuals, all the individuals on our team have gotten to know most of you on this commission, and we hope that you recognize us. Our Alabama roots run deep and wide. As a 2-time awardee of an integrated license, we are confident that our superior application and the presentation today will lead this commission to the same conclusion it reached in the previous 2 rounds. The re-awarding of Flowerwood Medical Cannabis an integrated license. I want to thank you for your time. And again, thank you for your service of up to 3+ years. We're here today to answer any questions that you have. So thank you again.
Thank you, Ellis. I know we've got questions from commission members. So who wants to go first? Mr. James?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ellis, thank you. Great presentation. What is your greatest challenge from growing Encore azaleas to growing medical cannabis?
Sir,
Yeah. What is your greatest challenge?
what is our greatest challenge?
Yes, and growing Encores versus medical cannabis. Y'all do a great job with Encore azaleas.
You know, it's very similar. You know, it's a crop you get up every day and you tend to that crop. I would say there's a little bit different technique in watering, pest management. We've had to learn that. So when I go back to my experience with the hemp crops, it was, I would say irrigation and pest management were the 2 biggest learning curves. How to do that. We've been doing the azaleas for 85 years, but I would say irrigation and pest management.
Okay, thank you.
I apologize. I didn't realize that was a question. So
On the subject of hemp, Ellis, did y'all develop your the processing aspect using your hemp crop to make the hemp oils and cream? Did y'all do that at your facility or did y'all have it?
we did not. We contracted that out.
Okay.
And but we did have a successful, our hemp crop met all the ADA standards. We worked with them very, very closely. Miss Leah Ladd, I think, was on a first name basis with the Alabama Department of Agriculture. So they not only know us from our experience, our years in the nursery industry, but they know us from our years in the hemp production as well.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Dr. Blakemore.
Chairman, 2 questions. First off, great presentation. I really enjoy your guys' background of Alabama history. First question I have for you, who are you going to get to operate these facilities day in, day out? Are you just going to flip your current staff and transition them over to the cannabis cultivation side, dispensaries?
Well, I'll answer the ag side. Yes, we have a team in place on the ag side. Now, we will have Mr. John Curtis, who will be in our staff to help ramp that up. But we have personnel that grew the hemp crop, that they're out there propagating encore azaleas right now, but they also did the hemp crop. But as far as getting it ready for medical cannabis, Mr. John Curtis will do that. I'm going to let Mr. Kevin Northrup answer the question on the dispensaries.
So throughout the supply chain, yeah, the initial ramp will utilize a lot of in-house resources on the growing side led by John, but our other team experts will be down here. John will run point on our cultivation for medical cannabis, utilizing a lot of our internal staff and bringing in new hires, because thankfully our opportunity on our current day jobs is not slowing down. So we'll have to staff up for that. On the dispensary side, Greg Golston, one of our equity owners, will establish and train all our staffing there. We have Mr. Gregory Jones, who's a licensed pharmacist. He'll come in and train all our certified dispensers. And, but our intent is to train and hire as local as much as possible.
And then with the hemp, what have you guys used for a processor? And could you tell us about?
Well, we contracted with someone who was a hemp processor in the state and project managed it from there. Leah and myself personally developed the formulations for the roll-on, for the creams, and then instructed the processing company that we contracted with to, develop those products at our direction. Yeah, Green Acres Organic Farms.
Okay.
But as we noted in the presentation, Mark Hartwig will come in and just much like John, he'll set up our facilities. We'll train and hire staff to do that.
And then last question, we're getting so close to awarding these licenses. And like you say, it's been 3 years. And I can say personally, I'm tired.
Well,
we're all tired. But this has been a heck of a process, and we look forward to that day next Tuesday. But one of our concerns as a commission, once we award these licenses, we want folks that got the license to go out there and do the work. So could you address any perceived rumors about folks potentially flipping the license and wanting to sell that license?
Sure. I mean, well, first of all, the law dictates that you can't do that. So we're certainly not going to break the law. If you look at our team that we've assembled, we've well established our Alabama roots and history. None of us are going anywhere. As I noted in the presentation, handpicked these individual experts, not because most of these are owner operators that established their own companies and believed in what we were doing here in Alabama and have joined our team because they saw the commitment that we put into this process. One of the things we didn't talk about is we actually were a part of this process before the commission existed. We were at the study commission. So those are unfortunate rumors, but they're very unfounded. So.
Thank you.
Mr. Gamble, I know you had a question.
I do. Comment first. Great presentation. Thank y'all. Is Flowerwood presently involved in any cannabis facilities in the United States, or will this be your first startup?
As we were, I mentioned that we were part of the study commission. As we started to learn about this process, we did through some friends and family of mine in Mississippi. We do have a very, very tiny, small stake and some dispensaries in Mississippi.
Thank you.
Dr. Harvey.
Really have two questions, mostly for Mr. Curtis. And I will say a great presentation, but in terms of the last 2 weeks, I've heard how great pods are and how bad they are, how great greenhouses are and how bad they are, and how enclosed housing is the only way to go. I believe I'm comfortable now that pods make sense, especially for getting started quickly. Have y'all got pods secured that can be delivered?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So we
Already there.
have a relationship with a pod manufacturer, Thrive. We have been in communication with them, and we have delivery timelines that they have committed to. We're just waiting, hopefully, to get good news from you all and we will make the next step after that immediately. At that point, I will be a temporary resident of the state of Alabama, at which point my goal will be to make myself obsolete. We will hire Alabamans and I will train them to replace me.
And in terms of the processing, I would think most of the equipment for the processing is not available on Amazon's. Have you got contracts ready for?
That is true. Yes. So we certainly do. We're going to use a closed loop ethanol extraction system. And those, the equipment necessary for that type of extraction is more available on a fast order basis than is, for example, supercritical CO2 or butane style extraction. But there are some, to your point, components of that system that we needed to have commitments to deliver in a timely fashion. We have 60 days to commence cultivation, but not much longer than that, 90 days to have a operational processing facility. So we intend to meet both of those timelines.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harvey. Dr. Jensen, know you got a question?
You're right. A few. Oh, so you said you were going to start off in pods and then you'll move to the greenhouse situation, and that you were going to do some modification to the greenhouse. What type of modification you need?
Sure. So the requirements for medical cannabis have in every state I've been a part of been more stringent than for industrial hemp, which themselves are sometimes stringent. So in order to ensure that we don't have contamination from things that would make our crop unsuitable for use, we have to retrofit these greenhouses. The greenhouses are suitable for industrial hemp, as you all saw from the preceding slides. This very facility was used for this purpose. But in order to ensure that the crop is to our standards and to the requirements that you all have set, we have to do certain things that include an integrated pest management system and environmental controls that allow us to grow this crop in a quality way. It's going to be consumed by human beings. So that means that we have to move enough air through this greenhouse. We have to be able to have some degree of control of temperature and humidity to allow for us to remain in an optimal cultivation zone. The retrofitting that we focus on will be for that purpose. And those equipment items are typically available on short order, but those that are not, we have already placed aside and have said to the manufacturers, we intend to make this order. We've been awarded twice. We were almost ready to pull the trigger on some of these things previous to now, but they're aware that these orders will be incoming should you all see fit to award us a license again.
Yeah, from what I've learned through this process, the ventilation's almost key.
Crucial.
And
I'm from St.
controlling
Louis.
humidity and temperature.
It is. Yeah, I'm from St. Louis, Missouri, and we have in the months of July and August a humidity level that is 1% below what they have in Loxley, Alabama. So I'm very familiar with the intense humidity and what that means for cultivation. There are a couple of different ways to address that, and some of them I'm sure you've heard from other applicants are easier in an indoor setting. Some of them are easier in a greenhouse setting. I can move a lot more air through a wind tunnel or a greenhouse or a hoop house than I can through an enclosed building. And that will be, sort of our first line of defense against some of these things. Depending on where we're falling in that danger zone of humidity, we will have to move more air.
Okay, thank you. Just a question on the transport. What does the remote control mean? When you said they will have remote controls, that mean you can shut them off remotely?
Right, lock remotely, turn on the van, turn off the van remotely, contact.
Sorry.
So our
People on Zoom.
reporter can keep track of what you're saying.
Yes, remote control features would include locking and unlocking remotely, starting the vans remotely, and also contacting and communicating with our security officers if needed remotely.
Okay, thank you.
Remote panic alarms as well.
Okay, and then is for the people who have their businesses in other states, have you had any regulatory or compliance issues in these states?
I think that's just me. No, have not. So we've never had a license revocation in any state I've operated in. As a matter of fact, in Missouri, we created the Missouri Cannabis Trade Association and worked very closely with state regulators there. My facility in St. Louis, Missouri was the very first one commenced to operate by the Department of Revenue in the state of Missouri, and we had them out. And I don't think I would go so far as to say that it was not, I don't want to convey that it was a mutual educational relationship, but no doubt they were learning. This was their first time doing this. And when anyone does anything for the first time, it is a learning experience. So we were doing that together. And our facilities were the first in the state to be commenced and operational.
And along that line, regarding adult use, has your company lobbied for that?
So I sold 2 years ago prior to the implementation of adult use in Missouri, and currently have no ownership position in any cannabis company outside of Flowerwood, should it receive a license from you all.
Okay, and then will you have some type of discount programs for people
No,
of lower
the other-
means, elderly, veterans,
Sure.
those type things?
We will. If you look at our financials, we have about 10% set aside for sales and discounts.
Okay. And so each pharmacy location will basically have a certified dispenser, but no pharmacist on hand. How are you going to have this educational component to the
In terms of training certified dispensers,
that? And well, a lot of companies have committed to having pharmacists on staff.
well, that's certainly ideal and certainly the goal. On day one, is that, just to be completely transparent, is that realistic? No, but we have a team, that is in multiple states, trained and operated certified dispensers. Our partnership in Mississippi that I referenced before, the dispensary's name is Canna and You, and Greg Golston, who's on our team, came to Mississippi, trained that the manager and the certified dispenser personally. So we'll replicate that type of environment where we're bringing in our expertise to train these certified dispensers, and we'll certainly be looking for opportunities to bring in pharmacists at our high volume dispensaries, those being the priority first.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ellis. Appreciate your team coming today. Y'all gave a great presentation. We appreciate your time coming before the commission and sharing with us your thoughts.
Thank you again for all of your hard work over the years, and we look forward to working together in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank y'all for coming. We'll go ahead and prepare for our next presenter, AM Sky. Y'all make your way to the front, and we'll take your presentation up momentarily. Now. Members, I'll go ahead and ask Mr. Justin Aday to make appropriate comments related to the AM Sky application. Justin?
All right, this is, excuse me, this is applicant number 1684 AM Sky LLC. You have the complete application along with the applicant summary report, and there were no pass-fail items noted in the application.
Thank you, Justin. Who's at the podium? Who's at the podium? Go ahead and state your name.
Alfonso Menifee.
Menifee. Okay, Mr. Menifee. Ms. Peters will put the laptop in front of you, and you'll see the time allotment as you go through your presentation. So be mindful of that and keep your presenters on time.
Thank
you so much. The podium and the floor is yours. Thank all of you for coming to present for AM Sky and LLC.
Thank you, and good morning to the commissioners and anyone that's observing us online. My name is Alfonso Menifee. I am the CEO of AmSky, and we have applied for a integrated facility license, minority type. At this time, we will start off by offering a short video.
Welcome to Morning Sky Farms, located in Pickens County, Alabama. We have built a safe, secure, comfortable facility in rural Alabama. And have a pipeline of high qualified candidates. We will offer above market wages, healthcare benefits, and employee education programs. You may ask the question, how will you have products in 10 days? At our integrated facility, we process hemp into full spectrum hemp extract through the Alabama hemp program that is ready to be purified into THC and other cannabinoids using our state-of-the-art equipment. Once we purified the extract and mixed it with the pharmaceutical grade excipients, our ingredients will be ready for testing and distribution. We will receive our certified seeds and clones in our secure shipping and receiving area in less than 3 days post-license award. Once received in this area, the clones and seeds will be inspected and brought into our prep room. From there, clones and seeds will stay in our clone room until they are ready for distribution for further cultivation. At Morning Sky Farms, our goal is to make the patients of Alabama and the Commission 3 promises upon being awarded a license. We will plant 100 clones or seeds in 10 days. We'll produce 1,000 ready for testing products in 10 days. We will hire 10 employees in the first 10 days. Here at Morning Sky Farms, we are committed and ready to serve our community and our patients. With respect to the Commission and the Alabama Medical Cannabis Program, thank you for the opportunity and for considering us. We are ready to serve.
Go. Thank you. Our team's mission is to impact beyond relief. My team and I will show you how we are going beyond simply helping patients by positively impacting communities and businesses across Alabama. We will also highlight our strengths and address our perceived weaknesses. As I said, we are AM Sky, and we are a majority owned integrated facility license applicant. We believe medical cannabis can be a positive force for change in Alabama, helping Alabama manage serious medical conditions under their doctor's supervision, create jobs in rural Alabama, and supporting rural communities through taxes and purchasing of local goods and services. Yeah. I believe we have the ability to positively lead some of the potentials that we have in medical cannabis in this state. I am proud of this team we have built so far, and I'd like to share a few words about AmSky's ownership team. James Daniels and Joe Whitt are partners in Sandy Springs LLC, where they both was born in Alabama. In addition, they are my personal friends. They bring a wealth of leadership and professional experience to our team. Another member is Mr. Chase Atcott, who was born and raised in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Chase has real estate development that he has developed in Tuscaloosa, started off with a single family dwelling, and he now has built his business to so he builds multi units for students all over Tuscaloosa. He has been controlling as much as $500 million worth of real estate transactions. Another gentleman that we have as part of our team is Mr. Jason Green, who has previously been involved in hemp. He lives in Tuscaloosa also. He's a graduate in civil engineering degree from Auburn, and he designs multi-size steel buildings all over the country. Another member we have here is William McCartney. He was born in Athens. He spent the major part of his life in Alabama. He lives in Birmingham. He's an attorney that oversees the legality and aid in the regular compliance practice of Reynolds and Little LLC. His firm represents community banks throughout Alabama, and it has served as outside counsel for Alabama Credit Union Administration. Another member we have in our team is Foster Boone. He is a cannabis expert with 10 years of industry experience with significant experience in 5 different states. He launched and scaled and optimized medical cannabis license across the supply chain, and is currently operating one of 2 cultivation and multi-licensing in Louisiana. We have another team member and chief industry expert, Glenn McElfresh. Glenn brings 10 years of cannabis industry experience working directly with the regulators to ensure operational experience of cannabis license in 6 states. Now, let me tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Alfonso Menifee. I've been a judge in Tuskegee, Alabama, as probate judge for 30 years. I was born and raised in Tuskegee. I participated in many civil rights movements during the time. I have 2 degrees from Tuskegee University. I am served in the military. I'm a totally disabled veteran. I was at one time one of the largest Black row croppers in the state of Alabama, as much as 3,500 acres. Globally, I've been traveled all over, and I served as the Alabama Probate Judges President in the state of Alabama, one of the first the first Black one to do that. I am CEO and major owner at this particular operation that we're applying for. I'm also a proud husband and 4 children. My wife has full-scale Alzheimer's at this time. That make one of the main reasons I'm so interested in seeing what we can do to try to help change some of those things. I'm hereby today as CEO of AM Sky. With that, I'm going to turn this over to the members of the team who will share how we will get all these things accomplished. Okay. William?
Morning. My name is William McCartney. First, let me thank you again for allowing us the privilege to present to you today, as well as for your leadership in getting us to this point. It's been a long road. A lot of time spent on your behalf, so we appreciate that. We also appreciate the commission's decision to allow us to submit unmodified exhibits. I think for us and other applicants that have worked so hard on this, we're excited about you seeing, our full application. We're particularly proud of our flagship facility that we plan in Macon County, and for you to be able to see it in its full glory is an exciting privilege for us. You have an extremely difficult job, and we sincerely appreciate you. Before we tell you where we're going, let me tell you where we've been as a group. At the very beginning of this medical cannabis journey this state's been on, Chase Adcox, his wife, and I were at dinner, and I just happened to see on AL.com that Senator Melson was planning to present a medical cannabis bill. It was exciting for us in the state, and we immediately got to work, curious as much as anything, to see what the possibilities were and what if it had viability. Chase contacted a friend and was put in touch with Foster, an expert in emerging medical cannabis markets, to engage his interest and expertise in what the bill looked like and what it might become. I contacted a high school classmate of mine and a friend. His parents actually taught me in Sunday school to determine if the bill had a chance and what, if anything, we might be able to do to help. He let us know that it had a chance, but it needed certainly help beyond just Senator Melson championing the bill. He did a great job, but from the beginning, Chase and I were involved in attempting to help in any way we could get us to this point. Now, obviously, part of the reasons we were interested in this bill was to get to this point, to have an opportunity to participate. We'd be lying if we said it was just altruistic, but it is more personal. It's certainly more personal to me. A few years before that fateful dinner, my father was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. And by the time of that dinner, his condition had deteriorated. My mother was the full-time caregiver. He was at home. It became extremely difficult, both for him and for her. He needed relief beyond some of the medications weren't providing. Would this have helped him? I'm hopeful that it might have. Can't know that, but certainly having a full spectrum opportunity and access to medical products that might aid your loved ones is a personal thing, and it's what drove me and my interest in this bill. Through my aforementioned high school classmate, we'd met Judge Menifee. I was instantly enamored with him and knew our purpose aligned. Through Judge Menifee, we met the members of Sandy Springs LLC who own the property where our Macon County flagship will stand. And finally, in late 2022, we were introduced to Jason and his experience in hemp and his Go Ready facility in Pickens County, another rural community like Macon County in need of economic revitalization. He joined our team, giving us the ability to bring relief to Alabama as quickly as possible. Now, where are we going? We knew we had to set out big, achievable goals to present to this commission. We're not an MSO. We're individuals here applying for a license because we love Alabama and we want to help people of Alabama. So in addition to completing a state-of-the-art facility in Macon County within 270 days, we are here to prepare to do the following to bring relief to Alabama. As the video mentioned, we'll plant 10 clones or seeds in 10 days. We'll produce 1,000 tinctures in 10 days. And we'll hire 10 employees in 10 days. Through our Pickens County Nursery and our Macon County flagship, we will employ more than 200 people in rural communities, work with local businesses and service providers, and contribute directly to our communities through grants, scholarships, and internships. We have some former coaches on our team. It's often said in sports that each player needs a why. Well, this team is made up of individuals with the same why. That why is a true belief that we can make a lasting impact in rural communities through patient relief and economic commitment. There is a unified desire on this team to make an impact that outlives us all. I'll now turn over our presentation to our Chief Compliance Officer, Glenn McElfresh, who will provide you with an overview of our Macon County flagship. After that, Jason Green will detail our Go Ready Pickens County facility, a project that he quite literally built with his own hands. But before I do, let me brag on Glenn just a moment. Glenn came to our team through Foster. They had worked together in the past, and his years of cannabis experience has been invaluable to our team. Originally, Glenn planned on just consulting with our team, but he spent a lot of time in Alabama. And since spending all that time here, he and his wife are excited about the opportunity to make a home here. So without further ado, future Alabama resident, Glenn McElfish.
Commissioners, thank you all. My name is Glenn McElfish, and I'm excited to share a bit more about our Macon County flagship facility. We chose Macon County as the home for our flagship facility for a simple reason. Judge wants to leave a legacy in Macon County and Tuskegee, a legacy that lasts long after he and any of us are gone. With that mission in mind, I spent hours scouting potential sites across Macon County for our flagship facility. When Judge introduced us to James and his property on Highway 29, we finally found a property that checked every single box. Located about halfway between downtown Auburn and downtown Tuskegee, our Macon County flagship is a true integrated facility with ample space for segregated processes completely invisible to the public. Even though our facility is fenced to the exterior, it looks just like a barn house, like a farmhouse, and features native Alabama landscaping to complement the already beautiful parcel of land. I'm incredibly proud of our intense focus on providing affordable cannabis medicine to Alabamians, especially in rural communities. We've designed a truly one-of-a-kind facility to match our one-of-a-kind business. Our finished facility will account for about 15,000 square feet, with plans to expand cultivation space via modular greenhouse grows when the time is right. Like other facilities, we plan on building in phases to minimize cost and decrease time to market, while minimizing interruptions to patient access, which is our most important goal. We'll have automated environmental control and integrated pest management systems to decrease the risk of error and further make sure that the right amount of medicine gets to patients at the lowest cost. We'll cultivate approximately 1,344 plants under LED lighting with a capacity that we believe can support anywhere from 30 to 100% of all of the patients across the state. Obviously, as the market grows, that will change, but we're excited to potentially be a major resource for patients across the state. We can easily double our cultivation capacity without implementing a new construction project by adding a second rack to our PIP system. This flexibility enables us to rapidly flex our output to meet patient demand without any additional capital outlays or lengthy construction projects. At AM Sky, we're shaping our facility around our patients in multiple ways. First, we decided to optimize our production cultivation systems around a small number of cannabis cultivars that produce significantly more amounts of cannabis oil than other cultivars in the market today. These plants are significantly less visually appealing, but more consistent, have higher output, and are more resilient to higher humidity environments such as Alabama. Since these plants will be extracted instead of sold as smokable plant material, it doesn't matter how they look. We're purely extracting them for the ingredients to help patients. This relentless focus on consistency will decrease the need for pesticides and fertilizers, resulting in safer, more cost-effective options for our patients. Second, we're using a freeze dryer instead of a curing room to process 100% of our harvest. We will have a single room with an industrial scale pharmaceutical grade lyophilizer instead of a half dozen temperature controlled cure rooms and all of the associated HVAC equipment. We made this decision for our patients for about 3 reasons. First, it's a safer product. Yeast, mold, and the vast majority of other biological contaminants are introduced in the post-harvest drying process. Because our program does not allow for smokable plant material, we don't need to hang dry the flower in a room where contaminants may be introduced. It's simply an unnecessary risk. The second reason is diversion prevention. By freeze drying and extracting the cannabis oil from our plants immediately post-harvest, instead of letting the plants air dry over the course of weeks, we significantly simplify our material tracking requirements, have clear insight in our inventory, and have less diversion opportunity in our facility. Unfortunately, plant material is often the most diverted product, and employees are the cause of the vast majority of diversion. So minimizing the amount of plant material on hand significantly reduces the risk surface area and makes our facility more safe and secure. The third reason is cost. Our freeze dryer can process an entire room's worth of plant material in 24 to 48 hours. We would need at least 3 employees supervising 2 12-by-12 dry rooms for approximately 6 to 12 weeks in order to properly hang, cure, and dry the same amount of plant material. The HVAC equipment for a single drying room could easily cost as much as our freeze drying system based on my previous experience. We're making decisions to focus on the patients and making it cost accessible to rural communities. From there, our SOPs dictate we immediately process this plant material into oil and then products, further reducing our diversion risk. And we're going to use a carbon dioxide or an ethanol refinement system, but the heart of our processing facility is our high pressure homogenizer. This machine subjects a mixture of cannabis oils, water, and other pharmaceutical grade excipients to pressures exceeding 20,000 PSI. That's like 4 times as much as the bottom of the ocean. This makes particles resulting in 400 to 600 nanometers, and we can control the particle size, the potency, and the composition of this nano emulsion, which gives us a greater degree of control over the desired pharmacokinetics of the products we want to offer to our patients. Using this technology, we can also produce extended release oils, so consumers only need to purchase one 10 milligram extended release product instead of a 20 milligram serving from one of our competitors, for example. Connecting our processing facility and our dispensing site is the logistics hub of our facility. It's fully enclosed in a camera-covered sally port and won't be visible to the public in order to offer safe and secure loading and unloading of medical cannabis products. The capstone of our flagship facility is our dispensing site. I'd just like to call out that it's fully ADA compliant, and we'll have on-site pharmacists to help qualified patients follow their doctor's recommendations and get the relief they need. Now, we have a tremendous amount of community support as demonstrated in our application, and we're incredibly proud of the fact that we will employ 200 people when our facility is fully operational. I've been blessed to call Macon County a home for a significant part of 2022 and 2023, and our commitment to hire locally, train locally, and even move to this community is real. I've been blessed to stay with Judge Menifee during this time, and I'm genuine when I say that. We'll provide ample growth opportunities for our employees and provide them with a career, not just a job. Rural Alabama needs these opportunities. The Macon County facility will be constructed and operational within 270 days. However, we want to provide qualified patients with the relief they need much sooner than that, which is why we partnered with Jason and his operational hemp facility in Pickens County to bring pharmaceutical grade cannabis products to residents of Alabama. Jason.
Thank you, Glenn. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Jason Green. I am lived in Alabama my entire life. I am a business owner in the state of Alabama for over 25 years. In 2019, I applied, and in early 2020, I received a hemp grower and processor's license through ADAI, Alabama Department of Ag. Now, my wife will tell you that I did this because I was bored and burnt out on construction, and there may be some truth to that. But I actually got into hemp because I was interested in, because it was historical. Not in my lifetime had anyone done this in the state of Alabama, so I wanted to be a part of that. Our facility is located in Aliceville. It is located on 50 acres in a certified, registered USDA farm, which has been for over 35 years. Pickens County has approximately 45 minutes west of Tuscaloosa, has just over 19,000 residents, and the city of Aliceville is the largest town in Pickens County, and it has just over 2,100 residents. Aliceville is an underserved community that is well below the poverty level. To date, I have invested over $3.5 million in our facility. And we continue to invest in our facility as well as the community of Aliceville. As a general contractor, I designed and developed our vertically integrated facility. I purchased and installed all the equipment, extraction, processing, and commissioned the facility inside 6 months. Our facility is 9,000 square feet. It is dedicated to cultivation, processing, and transportation areas. Every area in our facility is secured by commercially grade entry doors and locks with cameras, video surveillance, and other access control measures. We have an in-house HPCL, which is an analytical testing capability. It ensures the quality and consistency in our products. We have all the advanced formulation materials to develop products for seed to shelf under one ADAI approved roof. We have all the equipment, raw materials, and supplies needed to produce pharmaceutical grade tinctures in 10 days. The equipment located in our facility consists of a cryoethanol extraction system, short path distillation and isolate production systems. As I mentioned, an HPCL. And we have on hand 300 liters of undiluted full spectrum hemp distillate for use as an active ingredient. We have an additional 7,000 square feet that can be utilized for future expansion. Since the beginning of this journey, we have had the full support of the city of Aliceville and Pickens County for both hemp and medical cannabis operations. This is in turn our commitment to learn from and partner with ADAI over the past 3 years. During that time, I have learned a great deal of implementing standard practices, adhering to strict compliances, protocols, networking and processors and cultivators, and becoming a resource and a mentor for other licensees and interested parties that need our services. We recognize that the hemp program was the perfect opportunity to prepare for the MMJ program. This has always been the goal, is to get to here. We developed a strategy, we created a plan, we made the investment, we executed the plan. We started early, but we put into place the right facility and the processes so that when this time came, we would be ready. I stand before you today to tell you that we are ready. Thank you.
I'm going to try and keep things moving quick here. We've got a lot to keep covering. As Judge Menifee mentioned, over the past 10 years, I have built or managed medical cannabis businesses in 5 different states. I've seen what it takes to build successful cannabis operations.
Sir, can you state your name, please?
Oh, sorry. My name is Foster Boone.
Thank you, so.
Yep. So as Judge Menifee mentioned, over the past 10 years, I've built or managed medical cannabis businesses in 5 different states. I've seen what it takes to build successful cannabis operations, and it starts with keeping the patient and their needs front and center. I want to say that again. It starts with keeping the patient's needs front and center in everything that you do and all the decisions that you make. This is why our focus is on getting to market quickly while maintaining the highest quality product standards. This is why our tinctures and the other products we will produce will follow GMP and Lean Six Sigma manufacturing practices. One of the facilities I operated was in Ohio, and I enjoyed all the state inspections that we got. When they came through, they remarked at how our facility looked like a pharmaceutical company rather than a cannabis company that they were used to kind of wandering through. And I think we'll bring that same level of expectation and standards to this operation. The formulations we will use have been approved in other markets, and our labels meet the requirements, as you can see. I also want to say our facility can produce 5,000 clones per month, which will help us get to market and reach break even quicker, while also potentially providing a much needed service to other license holders. Judge's decades of agricultural experience taught us to think outside the box and offer an agricultural product, young cannabis plants. A dedicated nursery provides us with additional biosecurity measures and self-sufficiency that will be unmatched. To help other license winners coming from out of state adjust to our fine climate, we anticipate selling clones to other cultivator licenses for approximately $10 to $20 a unit within 2 months of commencing operations. With the Commission's blessing, we will be prepared to and can produce 10,000 tinctures in 10 days. The product will be high quality, but provided at a reasonable cost, with a price target of $10 to $50 per week, depending on the patient and their needs. The cannabis biomass we produce will be vacuum frozen at harvest and extracted using ethanol-based distillation. It will then run through a nano-emulsification process that allows for faster acting, better absorption of the medicine's active ingredients. All this means that the product we produce will be more affordable, have less impact on the environment, and be more effective medicine for the patients that need it. After these initial tinctures are produced, we will move on to other product forms, products like tablets, capsules, topicals, and suppositories. Another key component of any successful medical cannabis company is having the right people. We are a true Alabama team at our core, mixed with the right amount of medical cannabis experience. Judge Menifee is our CEO with control over day-to-day operations. If granted a license, our first 4 hires are already identified, and one of them has a CDL. We'll hire locally, especially from in-state tech programs, colleges, and universities. We'll have a paid internship program for the multiple business functions that we have and provide scholarships for highly qualified individuals. With mine and Glenn's network nationally of people with experience in the cannabis industry and Judge Menifee's network locally, we will ensure we have the right mix of talent. We have hundreds of SOPs on the categories listed here from our time running businesses in California, Nevada, Massachusetts, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and now most recently, Louisiana. With too many to talk about, I'd like to call the Commission's attention to a couple of examples. Firstly, being patient education. This means being first in class in the education we provide. Being a new industry, every patient will come in with lots of questions, and our staff will be ready to provide the professional guidance necessary to meet the patient's needs and guide them through difficult times. Inventory tracking. This means not overproducing, meticulously using advanced inventory tracking software such as Metric or LeafLogix. Weekly audits and outside auditors. Well-monitored inventory also eliminates the potential for diversion. Third, transportation. This means GPS monitored vehicles, meticulous route and stop planning, and well-trained drivers. I helped design and build a transportation company for the cannabis industry based out of Nevada, so I'm well-versed in secure transportation inside and out. Fourth, personnel safety. Our employees regularly work in environments with various chemicals inputs that require high levels of care and attention. We'll teach them how to safely don and doff safety gear, read safety data sheets, and how to calmly respond to something if something goes wrong. Lastly, crime prevention. Every employee goes through a crime prevention training class during their onboarding where they learn crime prevention techniques such as safely entering and exiting the building, their vehicle, and the facility parking lot. If, God forbid, a crime did occur in any of our facilities, our staff would be trained in procedures to minimize harm to people and property. This includes immediately reporting criminal activity to local law enforcement and the AMCC. With that, I'll pass it back to Glenn, who's going to further go into our security details.
Thanks. I'm going to briefly touch on our security plan. Our security plan incorporates principles that are tried and true industry standards across the country. I don't want to share too much about these security procedures and policies since secrecy is the first line of defense against any sort of intrusion. Generally, here are some features and principles of our security system. The first is physical security. We have a steel frame building with Kevlar in between the interior and exterior steel walls with keypads, key cards, and other access control measures. Digital security includes redundant IT features, very robust network security management system, and multiple panic, duress, and hold-up alarms throughout the facility. As Foster mentioned, we have significant secure transportation experience in multiple markets that include remote control, secured cargo areas, and secure partitions, as well as reinforced floors and double locks. The most important part, I'd say, is our extensive training. A well-trained staff is a happy staff and less likely to divert products. Our SOPs integrate into digital systems that alert management when protocols aren't followed or values aren't expected. And once a year, we will engage with third-party consultants on a random basis to ensure that our information matches what we believe it says. In our decades of cannabis industry experience in dozens of facilities in multiple markets, we haven't had any security breaches or any diverted products. Security is a core value here at AmSky. William?
I quickly want to talk about our dispensary locations. In our application, you'll only see 2 designated dispensary sites, one at our Macon County flagship, and the second on my family's commercially zoned property in Athens, Alabama. So we stated we want to make an impact on communities, and we wanted to start with those closest to some of the members of our team. But the designation of only 2 is not a mistake or an oversight. As stated in our application, we will in fact open 5 dispensary sites.
With the remaining 3 available, but we want to live up to our promise to bring this medicine to underserved areas and patients. Like some of you, much of our team is from rural Alabama. We know how amazing it can be to live in open spaces and the peace offered by rural Alabama, but we also know that that space and peace can create a void in access to medicine. We want to fill that void. For this reason, we intentionally decided to locate dispensaries and not locate dispensaries in population centers, or even predetermine all 5 dispensary sites. We're here to fill the unintentional but inevitable void in access to medical cannabis by reserving 3 of our 5 dispensaries for rural locations that are not covered by other licensees. We want to live up to our goal, provide relief to rural communities. And by waiting to see where dispensary locations are not chosen by other license winners, we can achieve that goal by placing the remaining 3 dispensing sites where others have not. We've highlighted the map where from prior license awards, where those dispensaries are identified. There's large gaps. Jasper, much of the Black Belt in Northeast Alabama aren't covered. We want to go to those areas that they aren't, that the dispensary sites aren't, because access for patients is our goal. That's the goal of the bill. That's the goal of the commission. And that's the goal of AM Sky. Each dispensary site will be open within 120 to 150 days, and we'll have pharmacists on staff. Chase Adcox will address our financial condition.
Thanks again for having us this morning. Chase Adcox. I've lived in Tuscaloosa, Alabama my whole life and have been in the real estate development business for the past 22 years. As we've learned from Foster and his decades of experience in the industry, we must remain fiscally responsible through this process. That's why our team has come up with a very unique plan to create revenue in the first 30 days. With our 2-pronged plan, we plan to sell clones to other distributors in Alabama. That I believe this will decrease the medical cost to the consumer. We will produce $40,000 in revenue from this process. Also, our dispensaries will generate $100,000 to $300,000 with our anticipated 1,000 to 2,000 patients spending up to $100 to $300 a month. Our team consists of $50 million in overall net worth, with significantly more access to capital. We've spent nearly $4 million so far in this process, and also have lent a $2 million line of credit to the business. As we're not an MSO, we look forward to not only providing medicine to the state of Alabama, but also contributing with judges' leadership to various charities throughout this process. Thank you.
I first of all want to thank the commission for allowing us to come before you again. And it has been an amazing ride to get to this point. But I hope the commission has got a feel of who we are and what we represent. Our motto is to impact beyond relief. And our goals are, as we stated earlier, in 10 days, we will hire 10 employees. We'll plant 100 clones seeds and manufacture 1,000 tinctures. If the commission feels in their heart that they could grant us a license, you will never, ever regret it. And I thank you for considering us, and we look forward to answering any questions that you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Menifee. Any of our commission members have a question for Mr. Menifee? No, you do. Dr. Blakemore.
First off, very, very thoughtful presentation. I enjoyed it. Probably the first presentation I've heard somebody mention an extended release formulation. That perked up my ears as a pharmacist. Right. Do you guys have any formulations that will be specific to pediatric population? I practice pediatric pharmacy, so I'll be interested in that.
Mr. Blakemore, thank you for the question. The question was, will we have pediatric formulations, correct? So we are focusing initially on higher potency formulations to identify the patient, or excuse me, for the patients that come to the market. We don't believe that there will be pediatric right away, but we will absolutely have pediatric formulations with the commission's approval and as we kind of understand those market needs. Again, we can formulate these products quickly based off of our processes. So we pride ourselves in reacting quickly to patient needs. And as part of that, there will be pediatric formulations, yes.
Gotcha. So I've operated a pharmacy for 10 years, done pediatric pharmacy. And I've taken care of a lot of folks that have taken the product Epidiolex, FDA approved. And I get a lot of patients with neurological disorders every day. I have a lot of oncology patients as well. One of the things that I hope a lot of the applicants and people that we award a license to, I hope they consider the pediatric population. A lot of parents come to the pharmacy every day, ask me when we're going to be done. So I hope everybody remembers that section in the legislation that talks about the 3% products for pediatric patients. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Blakemore. Any other commission member have a question or comment?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir, Mr. Harwell.
thank y'all for your presentation. Explain a little bit more about your growing operation. Is it indoors or greenhouse or pods?
Yes, sir. So there's two separate cultivation facilities. In the Pickens County facility, it will be think of it as a nursery. There will be small microclimates where we germinate seeds and turn those into clones. There will be a small young plant cultivation area in that facility as well. And there will be no large plant or adult plant cultivation in that facility. The Macon County flagship facility will be that fully integrated facility. It will be also have a small young plant area in our phase 1. And in phase 2, there will be a fully indoor climate controlled integrated pest management system that's fully automated, more in line with what you may be thinking from an indoor cultivation system. We have the ability, but not the we're not forced to grow pods in that facility, but we can if patient needs dictate that. But we designed our second facility, the flagship facility, to be flexible to respond to the needs of Alabama when we get there.
So mainly indoor.
Yes, sir. And as we scale, we will grow more outdoor via greenhouses. So it will be still covered, still controlled. As someone said previously, the ability to control airflow is incredibly important in humid environments. And greenhouses really allow for that while making sure that we're less prone to any issues with weather or, reliance on power.
Thanks, sir.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Harwell. Anybody else?
What are your anticipated startup cost?
So at our Pickens County facility, we are incredibly close to being operational, less than $50,000 to get that facility to the finish line. And a lot of that is just purchasing the genetic stock to get started. The Macon County facility, we have a $10 million budget, and that is obviously payable over the whole 2.5 phases of this project. That first phase is about $3 million. And as Chase indicated, that line of credit covers all of the initial startup costs that we've discussed with our architects and construction firms. And the remainder is going to really be a lot of the equipment costs that come with building out and fitting all of the expensive stainless steel equipment that goes in our processing facility.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Gamble. Dr. Jensen.
So basically, you said it'd be about $100 to $300 a month. What is that kind of on a milligram basis?
So as someone previously indicated, sir, would you mind if I just grabbed my piece of paper with that
Sure.
information?
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. help yourself.
If anyone can appreciate the amount of information that's contained in these applications, it is all of you. So thank you for this. So our price per milligram is, we believe we'll start at right around that 15 to 25 cents per milligram. And then ideally, we're going to take that down as much as we can, offer obviously veteran and other indigent community discounts, tying that ideally to some sort of proof of income. So we're ensuring that, people aren't trying to take advantage of a system that's designed to help people in need.
Okay. So I guess, and banking resources, have you got relationship with the local banks to manage cash and all that, however you're going to do that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We do. William brings deep expertise in his from his day to day as an attorney at Reynolds and Little, and we have worked with a bank out of Kansas, or excuse me, out of Arkansas, that is run by Applicant, which is part of Safe Harbor Financial, to facilitate cash pickup and secure transport to banks.
Dr. Harvey.
Could you go a little bit more into this tincture in 10 days?
Yes,
sir. It's what excites me the most. When we looked at this, forgive me, sir, if I maybe step back and provide a little additional context there. We believe that providing this medicine to patients is the most important thing. We all have personal experience with individuals in our family who would have benefited from this medicine, or maybe lack of access to this medicine. And that really drives the rush to get a product to market as soon as we can. We knew that Jason's facility, which is currently producing hemp products, and we've kind of iced it right now just to make sure that we're ready to go should we be blessed and fortunate enough to receive a license. But we have all of the equipment that's there. We have all of the raw materials that's there. And we have the packaging and label printers to create labels, should we get the test results. More specifically, what will happen is we will make sure that the hemp distillate from Jason is tested, and I have this written down if you give me a moment. Immediately post inspection, we will obviously want to make sure that we're working with the commission to make sure that our labels and our formulations are approved, and that our input materials are adequately tested to the commission standards, and then input into metric. We will then refine that hemp distillate into the appropriate fractional compound. We believe that it will be a high THC potency product to begin, but again, as patient needs dictate, we may adjust that, and fractional distillation allows for that. We'll compound that oil with pharmaceutical grade excipients that could easily be an ethanol type tincture, or it could be the nanoemulsion that I mentioned previously. And that is made with generally recognized as safe ingredients. And I'd be happy to list those out if you'd like. From there, we will conduct an internal test on the batch using Jason's HPLC system. And then we will label that to be ready to go for testing, and this will be a generic label with a batch label applied on top of it. Once we have that external test conducted by the licensed laboratory, in accordance with all policies and procedures, we will conduct any final packaging, labeling, and prepare for transportation to the appropriate dispensaries or dispensing sites. We're really excited about having an incredibly clear path to offering medicine as soon as we can.
So there aren't any dispensing sites in 10 days,
Well, sir, I would hope that having products ready to go would encourage some of these dispensaries and dispensing sites to move expeditiously. And we believe that having these products ready will give patients across the state of Alabama encouragement to sign up for the program. I have not watched all of the dispensary presentations. From what I caught, they were amazing. I'm sure some applicants will certainly be excited about having some products to sell and accelerate their timeline.
And also, there are lots of tinctures out there from hemp. So and you haven't been able to cultivate high THC cannabis. So how do you make this high THC?
Yes, sir. That's a fantastic question. So Fractional distillation allows us to pull out the compounds such as THC, THCV, CBN, these compounds that have, you know, some research that they can be really efficacious for some of these qualifying conditions. And fractional distillation basically is no different than ethanol distillation, where we're increasing the potency or the proof of the THC quantity in that oil. So we'll take something that starts at, you know, the 0.3% and over multiple refinement processes, get that up to anywhere from 70 to 80%. And the rest will either be discarded or, you know, excuse me, will be discarded or used in other products.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Menifee. Thank you for your team coming today and representing AM Sky. We appreciate your time today.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much. We'll take a quick bathroom break for our commission members as Artemis Agricultural Industries are making their way to the front. We're gonna make it quick. We're already behind. our guests would take a seat or go ahead and move to the back, we'll go ahead and prepare for our next presentation from Artemis Agricultural Industries Incorporated. And before we begin, I'll ask Mr. Justin Ade to make appropriate comments pertaining to this applicant. Justin?
All right, this is applicant number 1686, Artemis Agricultural Industries Incorporated. You have the full application, the applicant summary. There were pass-fail items noted with the application. The applicant responded to the pass-fail show cause notice that it was sent. You also have the printed presentation materials in your packet.
Thank you, Justin. Mr. Matthew Reddick. Okay, I'm gonna, Ms. Peters will have your time allotment showing up here on the countertops. Just be mindful of that as you progress through your presentation, and the floor is yours. Thank you all for coming today.
Dear members of the Alabama Medical Cannabis Commission, my name is Martin Fleming Schreeder, and I'm sorry that Matt Reddick was not able to be present today. I am the president of Artemis Agricultural Industries. I'm a medical doctor. I received my medical doctorate from the University of Alabama School of Medicine in 2011. And I'm born and raised in Alabama, North Alabama, here in Huntsville. While I can't hope to deliver an equal level of expertise to the business operational side of the cannabis industry as that which Mr. Reddick wields, I am the president, and I will represent our company today before you if that's acceptable. I'll try to stick to his talking points to the best of my abilities. Artemis Agricultural Industries is a corporation founded in Alabama with my help by longtime Alabama natives. Gwen and Ira have lived in Alabama for 74 and 77 years respectively, and also have farmed for 57 and 59 years respectively. That's over 150 years of majority ownership and a whopping 114 years of Alabama farming experience just by the primary owners of the company here before you. Gwendolyn and Ira's gun stories were provided to you in the application process, and I'd like to read them to you here today to remind you of who they are and what they represent for the state of Alabama. The law was written so that Alabama farmers and residents would be those chosen to hold the integrated license. Those before you are truly the salt of the earth. They have without question drenched soil with sweat falling from their brows. Gwendolyn Leah Gunn, born Gwendolyn Leah Phillips, was born in DeKalb County on a farm where her dad grew cotton, corn, and soybeans, as well as pimento peppers. She helped with all of it, driving a tractor when she was 12, and ever since driving tractors for harvest. Her father farmed all of his life. When she graduated from high school, she went to college to Sneed State Community College and graduated in a time she says is too far back to remember. She studied bookkeeping and accounting and went on to work for a gastroenterology specialist office for nearly 40 years. During that time, she cultivated all the requisite knowledge to manage a medical practice and a business. In the office, she was the office manager, managed 2 offices, did payroll, bill pay, nursing coverage, learned to even give shots and other technical skills in addition to her office duties. When she and I were married 29 years ago, she began to help with his farming operations, and together they were able to make Gunn Farms a truly successful operation. She and Ira have 4 grandchildren together, and those young men, Tyler and Cole, being 2 of them, are learning the operations and working on the farm with Ira. She does all the bookkeeping, parts ordering and pickup, bill pay and taxes, tractor operation, and even manual duties when required. Ira says she's the brains of the outfit. Ira Gunn was born in 1946, raised on a farm off the river on Hobbs Island Road in Madison County, Alabama. Born and raised. Born on the farm, you could say he has a lifetime of experience on farm work, but that wouldn't exactly describe his journey. His grandpa had him work a sawmill blade as early as 6 years old, twice the height of his whole body. But officially, we'd say his experience starts at 15. He graduated from New Hope High School and went to Auburn, obtaining a degree in agriculture in 1969. The farm started as a cow-calf operation. When he finished with Auburn, he came right back and changed it over from cows to row cropping in 1970. He gradually increased his row cropping operation over the years until he farmed over 3,000 acres in 1979 to 1980. Then he says the hard times really set in during the Carter years. He began cutting back acreage on money-losing situation and pivoted accordingly. This is something to listen to. He used his cultivated grain and stored them in silos rather than selling them. built a hog barn out of discarded barge equipment, bought hogs at rock bottom prices given the times, and fed the hogs on stored grain from the harvest. 2 years later, he was able to sell the hogs all at all-time higher price per weight at the time, which he credits to saving his farm. When the majority of other colleagues in his field failed and had to sell their farm, Ira Gunn used his fox-like acumen and intuition to survive and thrive. He grew corn and soybean ever since the 70s, grew grain sorghum until the sorghum grain market was dilapidated, and then focused solely on corn and soybean after that time. Ira makes it a point to say that during those Carter years, he put a customary down payment on a new piece of farm equipment in February, came back to pay the remainder in November, and owed more than the original price of the equipment. He says that since that time, he has never taken any substantial loan with any significant length of payment period. He admits he takes smaller loans to make ends meet when necessity compels him. He currently farms thousands of acres of alternating corn and soybean fields. He has managed to efficiently operate this acreage with a meager 6 tractors in total. He has one single 50,000 grain silo in current operation. Ira was named Outstanding Young Farmer in the state of Alabama in 1977. Since that time, he has been a member of the Outstanding Young Farmers fraternity and attended every year's conference in the nation. He and Gwen have 3 and 4 grandchildren together. He was in the National Guard from 1970 to 1976 in the Reserve. He began to work with Frederick Martin when they bought a farm in 1975 in Huntsville, whose additional acreage has continued to be leased to Ira to the present for tenant farming, and whose grandson is myself, Martin Schreeder, another trusted owner of the applicant entity for Mr. Reddick. We provided the commission with the 40th anniversary award presented by the Outstanding Young Farmers in the state of Alabama as part of our evidence for their qualifications. To move on to other team members, this Chief Executive Officer, Matt Reddick, he has over 8 years of cannabis business operations experience in several states. But he's the former CEO of Extane Arizona LLC and current CEO of Kush Cups California LLC. He's an active consultant and business entrepreneur who brings operations and speed to market experience to the team. Matt started out at 15 working for an electrical engineering company, then founded his own company at 19. After 4 years in the heavy industrial and large custom home electrical construction sector, he founded and created Universal Avis LLC and still operates today, specializing in low voltage systems design, audio, video integration, and surveillance systems utilized in the various cannabis industries that he is part of. It was through this entity that Matt made his entrance into the medical cannabis industry. In late 2011, when medical marijuana was first introduced to Arizona, Universal Avis was contracted by multiple dispensary locations throughout the state for security design, engineering, and installation services. After completing multiple dispensary security applications with ease, Universal moved on to design, engineer, and install services for much larger cultivations and laboratory properties that are associated with the production of medical cannabis. Inside the cultivation and lab facilities, there were much greater challenges and obstacles to overcome. It was through these larger designs that Matt's skills stood out from the rest. His past experience with elaborate integration for the custom home sector gave him the tools he needed to help integrate all the equipment together for the cultivation facilities that had not been done before, making multiple brands and types of equipment work and communication work seamlessly with each other. Throughout the last 10 years of being heavily dedicated to the marijuana industry, Matt has founded or partnered with Universal Avis LLC, Kojak Industries, Kush Cups, Extane, Artability Engineering. Through these formations, he has implemented all aspects of the marijuana industry from design, build, operation, extraction, compliance across multiple states, including Maryland, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Nevada, California, and Washington. He's also done the policies and procedure implementations, distribution, and customer relations. One could say he's very qualified. I'll move on to our Chief Operating Officer, Paul Short. With 15 years horticultural experience with synthetic and organic nutrient production geared towards cannabis, health, and wellness. He's the current CEO of Microbrewed Fertilizer. Paul brings strong agriculture and delivers production operations strength alongside Gwen and Ira Gunn. And myself, I will just read what Matt had noted out. President Martin Schreeder, MD, a native of Huntsville, Alabama, is board certified emergency medicine of 17 years. He has further continuing education in the fields of medication-assisted therapy, laboratory directorship, and best clinical practices required for medical research. He is grateful to be able to return to North Alabama to serve the community and sees patient care as his duty and great privilege. That is true, I do. I'd also like to add that I do have background in research that extends beyond simply medical school. I do come from a family that is deep in medical research. My father's an oncologist, and he's practiced an entire career in medical oncology. And so even just over dinner, we have lots of discussions over research, and the language of research is very near to me and familiar to me. On to our Chief Transformation Officer, Aubrey Bradley, the former CEO of Grow Light, a leading horticultural lighting manufacturer specializing in products to produce cannabis in indoor controlled environments within 15 years cannabis production experience. Aubrey has a passion for the industry that really burns. He and his team's innovations in the light technology have led to broken boundaries in both yield quality, quantity, and time to final production at lower energy costs. Aubrey has also been crucial to the creation of goal-oriented partnerships with local leaders to create site-optimized operational templates that are designed to meet common community-oriented laws centered around safety and the preservation of the existing communities. I'll add that since the original application, Aubrey has been working with the local community and government in Gadsden, and since that time, the business operations plan has evolved and expanded into a 150-acre grant for a medical research complex that would involve both the grow, the dispensary, with pharmacy resources, as well as spaces for both private and public institutions to conduct very, very serious IRB-approved medical cannabis research in which we can create and establish the data that physicians and other healthcare providers need to effectively deliver cannabis to the state of Alabama. On to our Chief Strategy Officer, Peter DeLeonardis. He's the Vice President and Portfolio Manager in the Top 100 Global Investment Strategies awardee. He provides the financial strategies, market data, and projections required to operate a vertically integrated manufacturing, production, wholesale, and retail structure of the Artemis Corporation. Peter has 8 fingers and 2 thumbs on the pulse of the industry. He is poised to bring anyone he works with success with added interest. Those are the members I wanted to highlight today, as each one provides additional qualifications in their own unique ways to create an ideal candidate company for the licensure in AAI. We already talked about the team there. Gwen and I were gone, as we said, sitting here before you. Myself, Peter DeLeonardis couldn't be here, neither could Paul or Matt, and this is Aubrey Bradley here. We talked about the financial qualifications previously in the application. The financial qualifications that were requested were met according to the rules of this program. Yet the application scoring was somehow graded on a subjective scale that wasn't defined prior to submission. The application called for financial requirements that were met, and anything less than a full score on meeting the requirements is disqualification without merit. Were any further requirements requested, they would have been produced. The documents provided, we also answered the any pass fail, I hope, with the approval of the commission to any question about whether or not Ira and Gwen Gunn are lifetime residents and farmers. Talk about activating the operations for the patients. For guys like Matt and Paul and Aubrey, this is a little bit cookie cutter. They've done this in many states already. We're talking indoor facilities with predetermined designs and stages in the build with known inputs, known security, all established in other states. We're going to bring the expertise of other states, not recreate the wheel, bring it that's how it's already been done with the professionalism that's required by the state. And in that way, we already have the relationships. We already understand the quality that's needed to deliver The reputations precede them in previous states. And we're going to look for the future of Alabama cannabis if that license is awarded. So we could talk about the quality, experience, and execution of Artemis. This really is a hypothetical. I don't think that the execution between a lot of these companies are going to be particularly different because it has been done in other states. There's already been a lot of efforts on this. We're bringing the highest expertise in, and I don't think that's really the question. But I do want to talk a little bit more about the application. The minority section of the application was modified after the original release to not include Native American heritage. A strong minority of Alabama with as little as 33,000 residents of the 5.04 million citizens of Alabama. That's 0.65% of the population. I'm very surprised to know the commission does not count Native Americans as minorities. It is our opinion that excluding those with Native American heritage from consideration in the pool of represented and protected specifically for minorities has led to direct exclusion of our female owner with majority share and is well known to be of Native American heritage. This woman, who meets the Alabama farmer and residence requirements as set forth by the law, has essentially been told that her heritage does not count in the state of Alabama when it comes to medical cannabis. I just can't help but wonder if there are other members of the Cherokee Nation listening today who find that less than acceptable. The application requested important facility details, yet prohibited the provision of complete sets of licensed engineered drawings. As all cities and counties requested these complete sets prior to issuing permits, the prevention of a complete submission resulted in submissions that, instead of being the company's actual plans and capabilities, were simply the plans that could be crammed into the limits provided. The business plan is a document created as a roadmap of operational goals, pro forma, and guidelines of how to respond to the current economic effects. If all sections requested were provided with their limits page allowances have been met, how does one compare to another? Perhaps this should be completed and responded to pass-fail. Or was there biased opinion from an individual that provided the score? What are the qualifications of these graders? Have they done this before? Have they read all the other business plans provided to the commission or only part of the applications? How evenly distributed was the bias in the subjective grading process? Are those biases also written in by the law? Or are they imposed by the commission by nature of the position? And are we as Alabama citizens supposed to accept these closed-door decisions? For what reason were we never invited to introduce ourselves to the commission prior to the public issuance of licenses? If biases were going to be implemented on our parts, we would love for everyone to have met us ahead of time. We know that our expertise and qualifications have met all the requirements, yet the subjective grading of our application does not reflect that. Matt Reddick, for one, believes that the commission would have benefited greatly from an in-person interview with applicant teams prior to the review of applications. I do tend to agree. The applications were geared towards local residents, horticultural experience, business experience, speed to market, minority support, and success of an industry for the state of Alabama. With so many qualified applicants, the commission's job is certainly a difficult one. However, difficult as the job may be, our score neither represents the qualification of our team nor our capabilities. Rather, it reflects a process that badly needs revision to better represent the intentions of the law through a process that removes bias and prejudice from the process. I trust those Alabamians listening today can agree that we can do better in the future to deliver the privilege of a cannabis license to those who truly meet the requirements, rather than those whose qualities best align with the unpublished subjective opinion of unelected consultants from a single geographical location. Respectfully and sincerely, Artemis Agricultural Industries. If anyone has questions, I'm here.
I know we've got several probably have questions. Who wants to begin? Go ahead, Dr. Blakemore.
Who do you guys have operating your dispensaries?
I think actually, Aubrey, this is a good question for you. You said who's
going to operate the dispensaries?
Good afternoon. My name is Aubrey Bradley. Raised in Huntsville, Alabama, and currently live in Gadsden, Alabama. I currently own multiple buildings in Gadsden. The medical doctor's office has been approved on one of our sites, as well as the dispensary location. We'll probably be bringing in, Martin and some of the other professionals that we've had. Paul Short ran a large facility in Arizona for the last 7 or 8 years. And myself was involved in a lot of the original facilities that were manufactured or built in Las Vegas, Arizona, California, Colorado, Michigan, as well as Arkansas. So I think what we'll end up doing is we're going to be evaluating all of the different facilities that we've been involved with either past partners, and we'll bring in a qualified manager to run these dispensaries. We're only doing one to start. We actually would like to have 2 to start, one on our own campus so we can control the products in and out and the testing individually. And we also believe that we should have one on in the city as well. So those are the first 2 locations. We're going to wait for the medical applicants and the patient advocacy to see where else we should be putting some of these other dispensaries. And the reality is that it takes time to build a proper dispensary and to learn what works and what doesn't work. So, you know, we think it's unrealistic for people to have 5 dispensaries out the gate. So we have a plan to start with 1 or 2 and then move into North Alabama. We were unable to receive a letter from Huntsville, where we're all from, at the time of the application. So the application for us was incomplete from the sense that we only had the support of the local community of Gadsden, which is a very green space. They've been very proactive with us. They're giving us the land to build our facility, and they're giving us the green light to do what it takes to move forward with the commission. So to answer your question, we're going to find qualified individuals that we know that already run or manage dispensaries, and we'll bring them into our team.
Thank you, Dr. Blakemore, for the question. Mr. Harwell.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Did I hear you worked for Burlight at one time?
Yes, sir. I started Grow Light back in 2000 and about 2008. And I was very instrumental in the original designs of the lighting technology and the optics that were used prior to LED technology. They used to use metal halide and high pressure sodium type of technology. I developed a optic system that changed the way that the industry air cools reflectors for indoor cultivations. In today's world, greenhouses have become a lot bigger. Excuse me. And I had designed, I think, 7 different reflectors that are currently being used throughout the world. I sold Grow Light to Barron Lighting Group about 6 years ago and have since moved here for this program.
Talk about your greenhouse operation or indoor operation.
So what we found in the industry is that, you know, when we first started the industry, a lot of people were in the indoor facilities. They're, you know, very expensive. They're hard to manage. They're hard to control in some aspects, especially when you're first doing this. You have to understand this was back in 2008, 2009. This wasn't a current day situation. So greenhouses are a more efficient way of growing for the future. The indoors help us control the process and control mitigating issues with pests and other things. But truthfully, greenhouse gives us the ability to do large scale cultivation with a control in the environment, and using the lighting from the sun, and then use supplemental lighting to help depending on the time of year or wherever we are in the hemisphere. So we believe that it's important to have both indoor and greenhouse. and to be honest with you, outdoor at some point as well. If you're extracting the product, the look and feel and the things that could be in the plant get extracted out. So, you know, from a cost perspective, outdoor is probably more efficient than greenhouse and then going into the indoor. But we have, I think our facility has 45,000 square feet of indoor and 90,000 square feet of greenhouse.
So y'all saying 210 days before?
In working with Gadsden, the location of our facility is by what they call the air depot. It actually backs up to an industrial park that has been zoned for cannabis. They've offered us the access to as many of their 40,000 square foot buildings that they have. I think they have like 10 or 12. I believe that the strategy to market will be to modify one of those facilities on site that backs up to our property while we build our integrated facility. So there's ways to get to the market. Everyone has an opinion on how we can get to market, but the truth is we have the buildings already allocated. We have the space allocated. We have the city's desire and approval to help us by helping us get to the finish line. So we will start with an indoor to get our clones, get our genetics, get everything in house, and then we're going to move into a greenhouse as soon as possible.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Harwell. Anyone else have a question? Commission members? Dr. Jensen?
I'm not exactly clear. So, on as far as some of the people you're bringing in that have the cannabis industry experience, are they currently involved in other states in ownership?
Myself, I was involved with Health for Life, which was a large facility in Arizona. My previous business partners own facilities in Arizona as well as Nevada and in New Jersey. Matt Reddick, who is my team, who's the CEO of our company, currently owns Kush Cups, which is like a Keurig brand of cannabis related products. They also have other cannabis related products to bring to market. And then Paul is currently living in Vero Beach, Florida, but ran one of the largest state regulated facilities in Arizona that I helped him actually. I actually designed the facility, and then Paul, who's been a well-known grower for a long time, came and ran that facility. I think they had 70 employees. So we've been around the industry for about 15 to 20 years on the manufacturing side, and at what we call the top of the pyramid. It's very small at the top because we were all there together at the beginning. So we kind of have an understanding, but also a relationship that allows us to, you know, build these facilities, get the equipment, and not pay the premiums that everyone's going to pay. And so, you know, to answer your question, there's a lot of people who are in our bag, I guess you could say, that are here to help us and are very excited to be part of the Alabama program. I personally moved back from Arizona to be part of the hemp program with the Schreeders and the Guns, and wanted to bring my resources and my friends to help increase the knowledge and the advocacy for medical cannabis. I was also part of a company called Physician's Choice CBD, where I was actually the patient. And through that process, we developed with some very large pain clinics in Phoenix, Arizona, products, to your point earlier, with the for children and for elderly adults. We were able to develop products for pain and inflammation where we use full spectrum CBD with other excuse me, some other additives, turmeric, and other beneficial additives into a pill form and introduce them into the pain clinics in Arizona. We were recognized by Pain Week. We gave abstracts at Pain Week where our documentation and our data was actually collected. So what we've learned is that there's true value in cannabis. There's true value in other alternative additives with cannabis. And there's a solution that will help children and help elderly people and help, you know, pretty much anyone who is willing to try it. It's a beneficial product. And I think that the problem that we have is education. And so the advocacy and the education is a big part of this. The truth is that we truly believe in the medical research behind this. I'm affiliated with a facility in Canada, and the reason that the medical research complex has value is because here in the United States, we have a hard time moving cannabis products from state to state. And that limits the desire for a lot of these companies to do real research because they can't sell the products outside of the state. Partnering with the individual applicants at each individual state makes it difficult to run a business. But because of our resources and our business in Canada, we have the ability to recreate the products and ship them all over the world. So we have something different to bring to the market because we actually have an outlet. And most people don't have the outlet outside of their own state. And we believe that there's value to be learned and gained here in the state of Alabama, and we have the resources to do it.
And can you give us an idea of what you think the cost will be per milligram based on your experience?
As we come up with, that's not my wheelhouse, to be very honest with you. I'm more on the, go ahead.
Per our CEO, Matt Reddick. In Arizona, we produce 100 milligrams at our cost of $1.04 to the patient. That would be $2.38 per 100 milligram of THC. In California, we produce 100 milligrams at our cost of 71 cents. We market to patient at $2 even per 100 milligram.
Okay, thank you. I guess lastly, I have a comment about the Native American minority status. Native Americans are a minority, and your application has listed you as a minority.
I'm not aware of any verification or pass or fail on the existence or weighing in.
On our paperwork, you are indeed listed as a minority.
In the review of the scoring, I don't believe that was reflected. Or that it was scored at all.
I don't think the scoring had anything to do with minority status.
Right.
That was for the board, the commission to decide.
Thanks.
I don't know if you provided any documentation for that, but you are listed as a minority, just for clarification.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else have a question or comment before we move on? We'd like to thank the folks from Artemis Agricultural Industries Incorporated.
Can I just say thank you to all of you here? I know this is a very difficult job, and y'all have spent a great deal of time, much more than anyone anticipated, trying to really deal with a lot of issues. This is a startup process, and I just want to express sincere gratitude for each and every one of you. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. As a group from Specialty Medical Products of Alabama is here, you can go ahead and make your way to the front. Do our best to stay on track today so the commission will be able to eat lunch. But we're in pretty good shape. Mr. French, you can let me know when y'all are ready to go.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're in no hurry. Just
You may want to put it over there.
Good to have Specialty Medical Products of Alabama and LLC with us today. And before, Mr. French, before you kick us off, I'm going to ask Ms. Peters to make a few comments about your application, please, sir. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairman. This is applicant 1690, Specialty Medical Products of Alabama LLC. You have their complete application summary that includes facility details, ownership. There were no pass-fail items noted in the application, and also you have a written brief submitted by the applicant.
Thank you so much, Brittany. Mr. French, if you'll notice, the laptop will be up here on the counters. Just make note of your time allowed as you progress through your presentation. Good to have you and your team from Specialty Medical here today.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present here today. The passion, the people, the process, the equipment, the readiness to go to market, the operations already here in Alabama, the things that in the spirit of the law, the spirit of the regulations of what we're trying to do, what we're trying to accomplish to get this much needed medicine in a safe and effective manner to the people of Alabama. It's our passion. It's what we do. We're an Alabama company run by Alabama people. We've already invested over $30 million here in the state of Alabama. We've built out a team. We've brought in the scientists. We've got people, believe it or not, that are some of the top cannabis experts in the world that live in Alabama, that are already operating in Alabama. When I hear people say that, well, nobody in Alabama can understand cannabis, I'm like, well, you need to look around a little further because they're here and they're operating. Okay, so we're here in Alabama, we're operating, and yeah, we know a few things about cannabis. I'm a plant geneticist, plant breeder. Oh my gosh, it just goes on and on and on. If there's any nurserymen in this country that I haven't worked with, I'll be glad to meet you because, after all these years and being in that industry at the largest of scales, and now had the opportunity to focus on hemp and cannabis just in the last few years, it's been such an opportunity. I'm from Alabama. I went to high school in Montgomery. My father had a tractor dealership here in town, French's Tractor Parts. My great uncle was Dean of Agriculture at Auburn and started the Old Rotation Experiment, which still to this day is the most fertile acre in the state of Alabama and the largest ongoing agricultural experiment in the country. Crop rotation, regenerative agriculture. These things are so important. It was always funny all those years in ornamental horticulture. We'd get together for Christmas and my uncles and family were like, man, you're still growing flowers. You're still in the nursery business. When are you going to start growing food? When are you going to start something for the people? Well, I sure showed them. So, we want to bring the safest, most efficient medicine with the fastest path to market for patients in Alabama. You've heard a lot about CGMP certification and people that are going to get CGMP, and we're going to use CGMP practices. One of the things that we're so proud of is we got it. We've been through this process. We know what it takes. Just a couple of weeks after our initial cannabis application was due last year, Chris loved this one. We had 3,000 pages worth of documentation and an audit to get our CGMP license that was just right on the heels of submitting this application. We're so excited that we not only got this, but we got this with flying colors and we're able to have a perfect score in the end. I'll talk about our operations that are already in existence on our farms. You see here the picture in our operating greenhouse in Bruton. We have also in Foley, our operations where we've got a facility that is not only world-class, it's one of the top in the entire cannabis industry. And it's the gold standard. The Department of Agriculture, we work under their license. They use our facility and our processes to learn how and train the rest of their group on how to inspect and how to evaluate these type of facilities. talked a little bit about myself. I'm so happy to have the opportunity to be in Alabama and operating this after so many years commuting around the world, around the United States, running some of the largest programs in the country, in charge of all the plants and product for Home Depot corporate, working with the biggest breeders in the world, designing breeding programs, bringing products to market, working with the retailers, understanding our product placement, creating the retail experience truly from seed to sale, all the products, over $1 billion a year for Home Depot. Now I've been able to focus on hemp and cannabis. I started out my transition about 5 years ago into this industry by being a subject matter expert, working for KPMG and the group there in Florida, helping craft how they're going to regulate Florida. Cleanable walls, cleanable surfaces, the processes and procedures for production. I've brought in plants from and worked with cannabis breeding with the University of Barcelona at the CRAG when I was with Front Range Biosciences. There I had 12 PhD scientists working all over the world, the most renowned people in plant genomics, marker-assisted breeding. We used our university credentials in partnership with the University of Barcelona at the CRAG and used that to collect hemp germplasm from seed libraries all over the world because they were compelled to share these seed libraries. From all these countries, we collected this seed, we grew them out in Barcelona. We had a license from the Spanish government to do this research project, and we identified how to highlight these minor cannabinoids. And you hear about these minor cannabinoids, THCV, CBG. I brought in the picture on the left. It's kind of like working with Auburn in Alabama. I have a partnership with the University of Barcelona, and I had a partnership with the University of Valencia. You just didn't tell one you had visited the other that day. So working with these partnerships, I was able to import through the USDA regulations, through phytosanitary certificates in a legal manner, the first high CBG 0.0 THC varieties in the country named Panacea. I then worked with departments of agriculture and the then nascent hemp program, including Alabama, to help them learn about these different plants and learn what hemp is and learn what cannabis is. I shipped the first legal tractor trailer load of cannabis, that's hemp, into the state of California. And let me tell you, those of you being in the nursery industry, you have to understand the phytosanitary certificates and the paperwork required to do that. Working in a regulated manner, it takes a lot. It takes the connections, it takes the understanding, it takes the partnership with the regulators to be able to accomplish these things. I want to talk about our team and our investors. I've got Mr. Ross Larice here. Ross is our primary investor. He's put $30 million of his own money into the state of Alabama. We talk about out-of-state investors or big MSOs or out-of-state companies. Well, he's already spent the money. He's not saying we're going to spend it. You'll see here in a shot from our factory floor, we'll see more pictures of this later. It's state-of-the-art equipment. It's people that are trained in operations. To get the GMP status, you have to show that you can manage it and show the documentation. We'll talk more about that later, but it's been quite a process. We've been in operation here almost 2 years with this factory, and it's been 4 years in the build-out process. Ross is in the insurance business. He also has owned these hemp licenses in Alabama, so he's got 5 years of ag experience. And his experience and expertise in the insurance industry brings a wealth of knowledge and help to us to understand working in regulated markets. Thank you, Ross. Our next person to talk about is Chris St. Pierre. Oh, wow. I mean, as a mentor of helping me out and giving me advice, Chris has been CEO of bioscience companies. He's been in biomedical research. He's lived for over 20 years in Fairhope, and he and his wife and family there. I think my wife taught one of your children. That's right. Chris, you want to stand up here and introduce yourself just briefly? Chris is, he's got business credentials, an MBA from Tulane. He's started bioscience companies. He's actually just started a biotech research company, and they have funded right at $250,000 into bringing education programs for biotechnology. Some of his work and one of the companies he has is studying the human genome and doing human genomic testing. And that's one of the things that's so key that we're going to be able to have to offer these services in our dispensaries with our pharmacists having the tools and resources of being able to overlay a genetic test and understand, different people have different metabolisms. CBN really helps some people sleep. A few people, it keeps them up. The same thing that should be done in the opioid industry, that if we understood better how people have opioid receptor issues and use these genomic tests, some people can take massive amounts with no effect and small amounts, they're permanently hooked. So having these predictive factors, and as we go down the road of using this medicine and being able to create clinical type data, and we work with the universities, having this genomic profile and understanding of the effects of these products is going to be key. Again, we're happy to have Chris on our team. He's both an Alabama resident, and he does have some farming experience growing up in large-scale agriculture. Mike Dow, 16-year mayor of Mobile. Mike has been so instrumental in shaping the city and in some cases the state to be what it is today. And his experience in building teams and center of excellence and process improvement and what he brought to the city is so amazing. He also, in addition to the business acumen and the experience in the political realm and leadership, Mike is a 3-tour veteran of Vietnam. And that experience of being a Vietnam veteran has driven him throughout his entire career, from starting a company that went public to being mayor for 16 years. And he's focused his efforts not only in helping us, but helping veterans everywhere he can. He's on the board for Veterans Recovery. He played a key role in getting that 33-bed recovery center into Mobile. He's been bringing funding for medical research for helping veterans with opioid addiction and suicide. Again, like all of us here, our families have been touched, and we've been, had this journey through being in the cannabis industry. And, he's passionate about bringing these alternatives to help out the veterans. Thank you for your service, Mike, and thank you for being on our team. We've got Dr. Corey Hebert here. Dr. Hebert, he's a pediatrician. He helps bring understanding of how we're going to provide correct dosing for pediatrics. He's been a national advocate for medical issues and seen all over the country. And Dr. Hebert, thank you for being here. He pre-recorded a little a presentation here for us. Did I hit the right button? Let's see. Okay. I'm sorry.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Corey Hebert. I'm an ER physician, published clinical research scientist, and a medical broadcast journalist with over 30 years of experience. Specialty Medical Products of Alabama, I feel, is by far the best facility that I've ever witnessed in the production of medical grade marijuana in the United States, and I've seen many. I've been the chief medical officer of a medical marijuana manufacturing distribution plant for over 4 years, and I know what it takes. The key to this whole medical delivery system is that we have to put the patients first. We have to make sure that the production of the product is peerless, but we also have to make sure that we have a product that we can get to market soon. The veterans of Alabama are waiting. The people that are suffering in pain that do not want to take opioids are waiting. So we must have a facility that will be able to produce this life-saving medicine in a very short amount of time. The current good manufacturing and practice regulations that are enforced by the FDA are more strictly enforced at the OSSI facility. OSSI makes sure that there's proper design, monitoring, and controls of the manufacturing process at their state-of-the-art facility. As a clinician who actually treats patients, this is the most important thing as we move forward in this medical marijuana paradigm. Prospective patients are always concerned that they may get a product that's going to vary from tincture to tincture, from edible to edible. And that's not going to happen with OSSI because of the very serious monitoring that goes on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There's not one person that comes in contact with any part of the OSSI facility who is not at the top of their game as far as their research and development in the production of medical grade marijuana. And I would go as far to say that they're the most qualified that I've ever seen in the South. The products that are coming out of the OSSI lab right now are pure, and my patients are a testament to that fact. They've been able to get off of their opioids and go back to their lives, and that's what this is all about. Remember, this is medicine. This is about getting people back on their feet, decreasing pain, decreasing seizures, decreasing anxiety. Alabama is ready, and trust me, so is SMPA. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Dr. Abear. We're so proud to have you on the team. Okay, next I want to introduce Dr. Marshall Walker. Dr. Walker, well, I think the best thing to do is just to hear from you directly, if that's okay. And you know, Dr. Walker is dedicated to helping us create the training programs and the quality and the understanding and communicate those. Thank you, Dr. Walker.
Hello. Thank you for letting me speak to you. I'm kind of where the rubber meets the road. I'm a private practice physician in Mobile at the Alabama Orthopedic Clinic. I'm an interventional radiologist by trade. I do both medical and interventional pain management. I'm currently using cannabinoids in my pain patients. It does work. There are various sorts of cannabinoids. We all know that there are more than 100 in the plant. Many of them have various medical applications. The reason why we don't know exactly what to do is because of the federal prohibition on research on these things. These guys are working on it. When I first met them, they asked me not what can I do for them? Hey, will you go to Montgomery and speak for me? They said, what can we do for you? I said, well, what do you want to do? What we discussed further was that they go, well, you're a professor. Yes, I teach residents, I teach medical students. If you would like to eliminate barriers to implementation of using cannabis as medicine, you've got to educate the people that are evaluating the patients. And that's part of my passion and part of what I bring to this team is that I'm actually currently involved in teaching young doctors and, you know, soon to be doctors, what the purposes of medical cannabis are. All right. That's a growing industry, but B, not even a completely mature industry. OSSI Labs and Specialty Medical Products of Alabama are committed to not only patient education, all right, they're committed to physician education and nurse practitioner education. I have to be able to tell my patients with sincerity that this is going to help you, and they're also going to have to take medicine that meets, you know, purity standards. And these guys have blown my mind with their level of professionalism. I mean, purity is a great word, all right? Their intentions are pure. Their facility is above board. If you've ever been to a place where they make Tylenol, this place is like that. It's like a spaceship, all right? Everything is being done to a standard that I am comfortable saying, yes, I want to put this in my patient, and yes, this will make you better. I mean, I don't know how many superlatives to heap upon them, all right? I have no financial interest in this. My interest is in the human beings that I take care of. All right. These are, you know, these are my friends. These are my neighbors. These are total strangers that walk in my door. And I can tell you, my family has lived in Alabama since before we were a state. All right. There are a bunch of us running around, and they all look to me because they hear about these things and they don't know. It's not just my grandmother that doesn't know how to use this. It's everybody that lives on my street. It's every patient I see. It's most of my medical colleagues don't know how to use this. And these guys want to help me teach other doctors how to do this. And that information is exponential. That goes to the neighbors. That goes to my friends. These guys are committed to pushing the football down the field for the patients of Alabama, which is why we're all here, I think. And I would be happy to explain at length whenever you like how committed they are to the patients of Alabama. And I mean, I would encourage you to take a really long, hard look at Specialty Medical Products of Alabama as a guidepost to it's the standard to which other companies should be held. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. We've also got on our advisory board, Dr. Matt Barber. Did his undergraduate, graduate studies and residency, University of South Alabama. He's currently using our topicals very successfully with his patients. He's an orthopedic surgeon, and he's a believer in our products. We brought on Dr. Cassie Clark. She's going to be our pharmacy advisor. She's got experience in clinical pharmacy program development and operations. She's excited to be on the team. She really wanted to be here today, but unfortunately earlier this week, she got diagnosed with COVID. So as we bring her in and she helps us develop our protocols and develop our training programs and helping us make sure that we understand from a pharmacist standpoint how we're going to be operating. Our plan is to have pharmacists in every one of our dispensaries. We want to use people that are educated and understand how to dispense and have actual licensed pharmacists and pharmacy techs. And we'll be actively seeking those employees. And we've already started looking and recruiting and developing a list of people to bring in. And we want to work with these schools that are here in Alabama to hire those students. Okay, I'm moving along. We've got Chris Whaley here. And again, I'll let Chris take the floor from here.
Thank you. My name is Christopher Whaley. I've been in the cannabis sector for the better part of 10 years, 10 years. I'm originally from Daphne, Alabama. I graduated from Daphne High School. I went to Troy and Auburn in pursuit of my higher education studies. I moved out to Colorado in 2014 with my fiance, where I was able to help start a CBD company called Receptor Naturals. That company went on to win multiple product awards. For instance, we have won Best CBD Tincture of 2020, Best CBD Topical of 2020, Men's Health Best Tincture for Inflammation in 2022. And there's a long laundry list of some of the accolades that company has won. I'd also like to mention that when SMPA approached me about coming down to run their facility in Foley, Alabama, my first reaction was, no, I'm very happy here in Colorado. And so I'm from Daphne originally, but I agreed to come down and visit the facility. And I really wish that we could have seen you guys down there, because I walked out of that facility understanding that is the nicest cannabis facility I have ever visited. Being in this operation for nearly 9 years, I understand process controls, I understand equipment, I understand inputs, I understand storage, I understand square footage. The facility that we have put together in Foley is second to none. So I think it's important that we look at not just what the people are making promises in this part of this application, but look at what the physical reality on the ground is. And you will not find a finer facility in the state of Alabama than the one that we have in Foley. I'd also like to talk and introduce a few more people in our team, one of them being Will Pittman. Will Pittman is an Alabama graduate. He started with us as an intern while he was in undergraduate studies and helped us build out part of our facility. Since he has graduated majoring in chemistry, we have hired him to manage our laboratory operations. He is focusing on calibration of our HPLC and GCFID instrumentation methods that help us determine the potency of our products and any residual solvents that may be left over in our products. So Will has been a phenomenal addition to our team, and we're very, very happy to have him on. Joey Cramplet is also a member of our team and has been with us almost since the beginning. Joey was a professional baseball player who actually went to Ole Miss. Joey had a license to practice law in Alabama and Mississippi, and is done a great job guiding us through this application process and helping us understand all the legal things that operators like me don't necessarily understand. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the greenhouse, but I'm going to bring Ray up to talk about the production of this and the build out.
So yes, we've heard a lot of talk about greenhouses. We've heard a lot of talk about indoors. We plan on doing both. But as one of the premier greenhouse experts in the country and one of the premier cannabis experts in the country, I can tell you, we can grow in this greenhouse. We've been growing in this greenhouse. It's a positive pressure, high-tech greenhouse with HVAC. with all the accolades and all the different things that you could possibly put into it. It costs as much to build this greenhouse per square foot as it would cost to build an indoor growing operation. The process to build out something like this, it took us, several months. It has a vegetative side and a flowering side. Here it is with the shade cloth on the top. Initially in the build out, we just had the concrete floors. We put in 100,000 hemp seedlings and grew this hemp seedling crop to produce these in the field with a great deal of success. We actually flowered our first crop before we had our air conditioning system. And then we added the air conditioning system. So at flower, I don't have the botrytis. I don't have all the different pest and insect problems. We can grow high quality greenhouse flower. Now the genetics, and being a geneticist, I can breed genetics that will thrive in this environment. We can control the humidity at the end. We understand how to grow in here. Here's me teaching a class at Alabama State, helping them understand their greenhouse. Here's me finial hunting in the field. And having the seeds and the genetics and the knowing exactly what we're doing and that experience and doing, this is actually a seed that I produced 3 or 4 years ago. And then we, at Front Range Biosciences, we then purchased those seed that were stable. To be able to grow from stable seed is such a big advantage. I use tissue culture, clean stock management. I'm one of the top tissue culture experts in the country as well. And using this as a tool to produce seed this stable is a massive advantage, allowing us to produce a much lower cost than any of our competition. Greenhouse production is a critical part of it. Greenhouse flower in a high-tech greenhouse like we have, we can produce pure flower that's suited for extraction. It's a little bit more open flower. It's also got high terpenes and all of the things that we need for it. And then for extraction purposes, it's very suitable. We also have an indoor facility that we've got designed, and we'll be using our state-of-the-art system with this GeoPure air. So our heating and cooling, both for our greenhouse and our indoor operation, is going to be based on geothermal, saving us massive power bills. And then the constant dehumidification. Normally when the air conditioning unit cuts on and it's running, then the dehu side provides dehumidification. Well, our system is different. We can do constant dehumidification and it's powered by DC power. This greenhouse is set up to be able to run off the grid in solar. So while it still costs us as much as an indoor grow, our power savings are going to be massive and we'll be able to supplement our crops. It's already growing. You see the part of the thing that we wrote into the Florida regs, cleanable walls, cleanable floor, antimicrobial epoxy on the floor. We can make safe, clean, effective flower in there. Now, when somebody says they're going to put a facility together and it's going to be up and operating in 30 days or 60 days or 90 days, let me tell you what, from experience, it takes several crop cycles. You have to grow in that facility. Even with experienced growers, you're going to have things pop up. It's a learning experience and you're training new people. Every facility has its different nuances. This one, we've got automated controls. We'll be able to remotely control it. We'll be able to monitor it. I'd love to spend more time talking about greenhouse production and indoor production. And I'm one of the top experts in the country of that. And I'm from Alabama, which may be surprising to some, but it's how it is. Our processing manufacturing facility. Again, let me take it back to Chris.
Again, one of the things that really attracted me to this position was being able to tour this facility. And I think once you get a chance to see some of this, you'll understand why I was so attracted to this position coming back a couple of years ago. So just forward. This is going to be a quick fly through of our facility, and I'm going to do a voiceover as we go. So this is our biomass storage facility. It currently holds a large amount of hemp that we have been growing in Alabama for the last 4 years. Here you're moving into our decarb and grinding area where we can actually process the flower down to a micron size we can use for extraction. As we go through the facility here, you'll see us going into our extraction room. Here we have wipe film distillation units, supercritical CO2 extractors, a large format chromatography machine, lipid remediation room, and then we move over into our finished goods production facility. Here's where we make our tinctures, our topicals, and all of the products that you'll see some examples of right here. So when we talk about our ability to come to market, it's not about building something new. It's merely about changing the inputs that we're using for products that we're already manufacturing. So we feel like we can immediately bring this positive experience to the people of Alabama and make sure those products are available. I'd also like to talk about some of the machinery that we have access to in the Ossity facility through SMPA. I'm sorry, in the SMPA facility. This is a large format chromatographic separation machine. This is allowing us to do separations of cannabinoids at scale. So we've heard a little bit of talk today about fractional distillation. Well, fractional distillation is very slow and hard to scale. So what we have purchased here at this facility is a large format chromatographic separation that works on standard phase. So this will allow us to separate cannabinoids like CBD, THC, CBG, CBN, so we can really focus in on individual cannabinoids. Now, we've talked to a lot of researchers around the state who are looking at ways to get into cannabinoid research. And part of the problem that we've run into is there's not a lot of access to pure molecule. So what happens is we have these mixes of CBD and CBG and CBN that exist and go to these raw materials. And that's not the type of material we should be using to do medical research. So we actually have the ability to do isolations and be able to take pure product and deliver it to the researchers of the state of Alabama. Here, we're going to take a quick look into our biomass storage room, and Ray's going to talk a little bit about, well, in the video.
Here we are in our biomass storage room in our secure facility. Here in Alabama, we've been farming for over 4 years, and we've refined our processes for how we cure and store our flour. Again, you see our track and trace barcode, and this is exactly the same processes of track and trace, of having our lab test and producing this high quality cannabis flour. We have experience doing this. We are the most qualified cannabis producer in the state, and we can bring it to you and to the market in an efficient and affordable manner.
Thank you. We'd also like to take a quick look into our extraction facility.
Welcome to our world-class extraction room. This is where our scientists and chemists and extractors are working hard to manufacture these products. Just to build out this type of infrastructure has taken quite a bit of time. It was over a year for the build out, and then another year as the permitting process, going through CGMP and understanding how to manufacture and operate in here. It's certainly been something that we're very proud of. The infrastructure includes our 100-ton chiller lines, our CO2 lines, our air lines, even the airflow that's required to have a constant exhaust system for our C1, D1 explosion-proof rooms. These are the type of things that not only set us apart, but have taken us years to get to this place where we're fully operational.
Thank you. Here, I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the equipment that we have in our extraction room, just to give you an idea of the capacity and scale that SMPA has access to.
So this is one of 7 supercritical CO2 extractors we have in our processing facility. With these 7 systems, we are capable of producing enough medical cannabis extract to supply the entire Alabama medical cannabis program for its first year within our first month of operation. We are ready to go.
So Ray is going to talk a little bit about our production facility, and we're trying to go through each part of this facility. And guys, I apologize. We're trying to run through this as fast as possible. What $30 million in investment doesn't produce just a few rooms. We have an unbelievable facility that we really want to make sure we have the opportunity to showcase.
So this is our clean room within the side of the clean room. This is part of the infrastructure that SMPA already has in place here at the Ossity Lab that allows us to segregate our high THC cannabis products that will be made in here with our low THC CBD products manufactured. It's got the double entry doors and positive airflow pressure. Being able to manufacture our high THC products inside of this room, separate and part of our segregation plan, is a big advantage to our manufacturing capability.
We'd also talked a little bit about our on-site quality laboratory. So we actually have, like I said, Mr. Will Pittman, who manages that lab. He's going to talk a little bit about why that is important and why it's important for your vertical operators to have access.
I'm here with one of our chemists, Will Pittman. Will, you want to talk a little bit about our testing and what you're doing here?
Oh, absolutely. So this is a high pressure liquid chromatography machine. It runs with a UV vis detector. So that's a long way of saying I can separate 16 different cannabinoids and quantify each one. So for instance, this is some distillate residue that we had made yesterday. So I'm making sure we got an efficient extraction on the flour. Every single time the sample runs, I get a nice little COA spat out at me. that tells us exactly what percentage of each cannabinoid is in there. And that's crucial in our formulation process for ensuring that we have a quality product that's accurately dosed.
So we take this information here, and for everything in the facility, whether it's in process, in the beginning, when it first comes in, and we read these and we get these separations here, and it can tell us exactly what's in it. And it also helps me as a breeder to understand where the genetics are and how the ratios are. And it helps us, get our formulations correct. We still will need to use a third-party lab, but right now, Will has become one of the leading analytical chemists for cannabinoids in the country.
So this is a GC FID gas chromatography with a flame ionized detector, and it's used to identify any impurities we might have in the sample so that we can make sure we're sending a clean product to the market without anything we don't want in there. This is the chromatogram that spits out from a calibration shot. Ours are luckily very clean and don't have nearly as many peaks as this.
Why is this such an advantage to be able to have our own in-house testing lab?
Okay, well, most people do batch testing where they'll really just test once every 1,000 kilograms or so. But what we know is that almost every single jar of distillate can be slightly different. And it's important to test every single jar for your formulation so you can have the most accurate product possible.
Thank you. We'd also talk to a little bit about GMP. So the Ossity facility and SMPA facility is the second facility that I've taken through CGMP compliance. The first one I took through was Receptor Naturals, and we went through dietary supplement GMP, so CFR 111. We're currently certified through the facility in Foley, Alabama at CFR 117. So it is food and beverage production and quality manufacturing procedures. CGMP is something that I think is absolutely crucial to making sure that we have a quality product available to the patients of Alabama. So we're very, very proud to have the certification, and we hope that we can bring this to the patients as we move forward. Here, we're going to take a little bit into
here in the finished products room, we produce certified tinctures, topicals, and gummies. And why that's important is GMP is good manufacturing practices, which is a code of federal regulations that governs the manufacture, sale, and distribution of dietary supplements to ensure that high quality products are the only thing that hit the market. Being able to control variables like temperature and humidity are critical for producing high quality products. Here we're rolling our gummies into our curing tunnel, which we control temperature and humidity, and allows us to cure up to 750,000 gummies at a time. The main difference between making these gummies and cannabis gummies is nothing.
And I'll caveat that by saying
product development and documented good manufacturing procedures allows us to be to market sooner with better quality products than our competitors.
I'll caveat that by saying there is a small change in input, but all of our material and our SOPs would be exactly the same. We actually have already developed a peach flavored gelatinous cube that is not sugar coated. And we have already made prototypes of this product and are doing shelf stability studies starting back in June. So we know the stability of our product already before we have to go to market and don't have to do continued shelf stability studies as we go forward. Here. Okay, we're going to skip transport in the interest of time.
But we have a secure transport vehicle with the cage, the cameras, all the requirements. If you look at our SOPs, we know how to safely do that. We also want to talk about our security system. Verkada cameras are state of the art. They have facial recognition technology. I can run heat maps and see where the employees inside the facility and inside the dispensaries are operating and working for efficiency standards. I can also track and monitor by color of clothing. So if you're a visitor, you have a blue coat, you're a white coat if you're working in one section. We have controls, where access controls. So only certain employees go through the southern parts of the facility. These will be monitored online. So as the commission and law enforcement, they can log into these cameras and check anything in any part in the facility at any time. And each camera also individually records for 60 days, which is so important because if there was a problem or something, you have to go back and say the power was out or your cameras got somehow disconnected from the internet, you can go back and review each individual camera. Our dispensary locations. We want to serve the community. We want to serve the people. Even though Mayor Mike Dow went and fought so hard to make sure that Mobile had dispensaries and worked and took a lot of heat actually trying to work for Mobile, knowing all along our dispensaries in Bala Battery, and we want to serve that community in Bala Battery. And we have an area for educational seminars, areas for consultation. If you look at the layouts of our facilities, all of them include office space. All of them include that. And our pharmacists will have a way that they can really take some time and help people. We talked about the genomic profiling and all of the other educational programs that we're working with. Our Foley location, we're on the Troy Highway. It's one of our smaller locations, but it can serve that Troy community. Montgomery, an iconic old historical building right here by the fountain and helping out in the central business district in Montgomery. And then in Opelika, we're on the eastern side of Opelika. All of our facilities have plenty of parking, the ability to do security, and several of these could be open in very quick manner. We can talk about this more at length, but to what one of the earlier speakers said, if you'll allow me to use the hemp-derived Delta-9 that we grew here in Alabama under supervision of the Department of Agriculture, we could have these products to market within weeks. We can have these facilities open up within a month. But if we want to grow our flower, we're also the fastest to market that way as well. You'll see here, I mean, these will be opaque windows with bulletproof film on the front of them, but just to show on the left-hand side, this is our Opelika dispensary, where you come in, you have an initial seating area, where you check in, make sure your badge is done. We also will talk about, we use a system called Conha, and Conha will communicate with Metric, and it handles our seed to sale from the greenhouse all the way to our point of sale. It's going to cover any kind of diversion, loss prevention. It actually tracks a lot more information than you'll be getting through Metric, so that we have that accountability. We have that understanding for every molecule of all of this product that we produce. This is an example of what some of our product lines that we've designed to fit the protocols set forth by the Commission of clean and clear packaging, and having not only barcodes, but a QR code. If somebody wants to research more about that exact batch, they can pull those batch records and have a link to those batch records on the program. We can start immediately making gummies and tinctures and suppositories and soft gels, and then continue down expanding that product line into the rest to fill out the entire types of products that need to be available. We do know these will be some of the most popular. So, and again, we talked about being able to formulate for specific needs. We believe in commitment to the community. We believe in the commitment to the universities. We believe in having interns and training programs and all of these things. We've had interns from Morehouse. We had an intern from Auburn. We had an intern that we hired from Alabama here. And we had an intern and a partnership with Alabama State. I believe Ibrahim's here. This guy's a rock star. He's a PhD candidate at Alabama State. He wrote a published paper this summer about how CBD and different cannabinoids are antimicrobial and can help prevent diseases. And then he predicted the modal pathways of how these diseases would change to overcome it. Great to have had you out there, Ibrahim. In closing, you know, we have the passion, we have the people, we have the processes, we have the expertise, we have the equipment. We have spent the money. We've invested $30 million. We show that we have plenty of money in up to $22 million to continue to invest. But we know that our path to market is only going to cost us another $4 or $5 million because we've already built it. It's already here. So, you know, in closing, I just want to say, you know, the responsibility of bringing these products to the market, the responsibility you guys are charged with, I respect that so much. And I really like the opportunity to help you go down this path and work with you as a team and bring these products to market.
Thank you, Mr. French. Appreciate that presentation. I know we're going to have some questions. I think you mentioned earlier, I got one for you on the greenhouse production versus the warehouse production. Have you got two cultivation sites? Will one be for one and the other for the greenhouse, or vice versa?
Well, it's a multitude of things. absolutely, we can produce in the greenhouse efficiently. We can do products for that are going to be lending themselves for biomass and running through the facility to make distillate. But having both an indoor facility and the greenhouse that are 2 hours apart, and having these two types of facilities, whether it be hurricanes or whatever may come up, if there is a contamination issue at the greenhouse, we'll have a wholly separate operation on our indoor. So we like the idea of the balance of it, just to give us the diversity and the protection of being able to supply the market.
Good idea. Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Mr. Gamble, go ahead.
Sir.
Really, I only have a comment. I just want to tell you, excellent presentation, and I know you're proud of what you've been able to build and put in place, and also the team that you've managed to put together. So thank you.
Thank you. That means so much.
Mr. Blake, Dr. Blakemore.
Excellent presentation. You guys have done so much and just being thoughtful with the presentation. Could you discuss how you guys will handle product recalls for any of your products?
Absolutely. Since I've taken multiple companies through GMP certification, I'll say the product recall is a very big part of that certification, where they actually go over your SOPs. I don't think I've ever seen Mr. French's eyes as big as they were when I put the letter on his desk during our GMP certification that said, "I need you to sign this. This is the letter we need to send to the media outlets to let them know that we're having a product recall." So there's a lot of steps that all end up culminating, but the Conha batch tracking system will allow us to see every single input that was ever put into any one of our batches. So for example, if it was sugar that was contaminated with heavy metals, we'd be able to go back and look at what batch of gummies we made with that specific lot number of sugar, trace that all the way back to our products, track that through what dispensaries they went to, and then track them down to what customers specifically they went to. So not only would be able to find out exactly what products we need to recall, we'll be able to find out exactly who they were sold to, both at the wholesale level and at the personal consumption level.
Thank you. I just want to make a note. We do have that relationship with the poison control, Alabama Poison Control. Do you guys feel comfortable making sure that patients understand that relationship and knowing who to contact in case you guys have an adverse event with any of your products?
Yes, absolutely. And that is part of our protocols, but thank you for bringing that up.
All right, thank you.
Any other commission member have a question or comment? Dr. Jensen.
Can you give me an idea what you think the cost per milligram will be?
It's going to depend a little bit on the product that we're making. Obviously, the input costs are going to change a little. Right now, we are estimating that a 30 count gummies, each at 10 milligrams a piece, will be about $29.99 at retail. And we're hoping that we can produce it on wholesale for about 30% off of that cost. So we've already gotten our gummies cost of goods. We've been producing cannabis gummies for almost 2.5 years. We have a very good understanding of what those are costing us right now. And I think that's going to be plenty of margin for us to be able to get these products into the hands of people very cheaply.
So it's $30 and 10 milligrams. How many?
So that would be 300 milligrams for $30. So we'd be looking at, what is that, 10 cents a milligram?
I want to add something here that we didn't cover in our presentation, because I know Mayor Dow we were remiss if we didn't talk about our veterans discounts, our discount to the community, and being able to help get these costs down for people that are having trouble affording it, that still need this medicine so much.
You are probably going to get that question anyway.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for addressing it. Anyone else have a question? Dr. Harvey.
Really more of a comment for the commission is.
I just want to address the fact that I'm a physician and I actually do practice medicine and use products like this. And we start talking about the fact that patients are waiting and the fact that we can deliver these products with the appropriate amount of care, but the appropriate amount of economic impact that we have made here, but they will be able to afford them. I have given patients, babies with infantile spasms, and some of you are physicians and in this, infantile spasms, which is one of the most horrible diseases that you could ever see, where a child cannot stop seizing. And you give them these products and they stop. and you have a veteran who is on opioids and he wants to get off or she wants to get off, right now that's happening. And that's why it's so important that the $30 million that was invested here it has to be noticed because we are ready to do this now. There was only one picture of a rendering. Everything else is built. And that is something I want you guys to take away from this because as physician, we need this medicine.
Thank you, Dr. Airbear. Is that how you say your name?
Amen.
Airbear. Thank you, sir.
Quarterback, but better, hopefully.
I got you. All right. Any other questions or comments? Dr. Harvey?
I was just going to say, for y'all's sake and the commission's sake, first, it was a great presentation. I was not here for the original process, but having read your application this past weekend and then seeing your presentation in person, it's a world of difference, and it makes so much difference. And I think what we're doing this this week is going to be so much better than what's been done before. And I just want to say that was a great presentation, and I understand so much more just by hearing it and seeing it than trying to read it this past weekend.
Thank you.
I have a
Go ahead, Dr. Jensen.
just one. In your laboratory, what type of quality system are you using?
Quality system as far as like data management or?
ISO or,
I'm sorry?
there's all kinds of lab.
Yeah, so the laboratory is really just a research laboratory right now, but we will be pursuing an ISO certification for it. That'll probably coincide as we pursue API certification for our CBD business. We've been currently making CBD isolate that we'll be pursuing an API certification for, which coincides with some of the regulations that you use for ISO. So those two certifications for OSITY, not for SMPA, because we will keep the businesses separate, but those two certifications will allow us to create a quality system.
I just wanted to clarify what API is for people that don't understand.
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. API is active pharmaceutical ingredient. So as an API manufacturer, instead of just selling to other cannabis companies, we may actually be contacted by pharmaceutical companies that are developing certain CBD containing drugs. So we're pursuing that certification starting in January.
So for throwing out some accolades here, I will say something near and dear to my heart as I spent 25 years in a company that specialized in animal genetics, and that you have a genetics focused company and you're using genomics, which is what you got to use these days.
Absolutely.
Very impressed.
Thank you very much, guys. This means the world. And thank you for the opportunity to come and talk about our company in front of this commission. It's been something we wanted to do for a very long time, and we appreciate all your diligence.
Thank all of you. Thank you, Mr. French, for bringing your team.
Thank you.
Specialty Medical Products of Alabama and LLC. Appreciate all of you coming today, taking the time to come before the commission to share your thoughts. We appreciate it. Our commission will now retire for a lunch break and be back about 1 o'clock. All righty, good to have all of our commission members back on the stage. We'll go ahead and prepare for our next presenter, Justice Cannabis of Alabama, an LLC. And before they come forward, I'll ask Mr. Justin A'Day to make a few comments pertaining to their application. Justin?
Yeah, so this is applicant number 1693, Justice Cannabis Alabama LLC. You have the complete application and the applicant summary. You have, there were no pass-fail items noted with this application.
Thank you, Justin. Ms. Alexandra Fields, you'll be taking the lead today, is that right?
Well, I do have some of the owners with me.
Okay, well, I'll let you introduce them as you see fit, or somebody, but as y'all come to the microphone, please introduce yourself so our court reporter who is online can keep track of who's speaking today. So always watch the time frame. Will be up here on the countertop. Keep track of your time allotment as you progress through your presentation.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
You start us. Okay. Good afternoon, members of the commission. Just to introduce, we're gonna do the introductions of all three of us. And then okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, members of the commission. My name is Akili Parnell, one of the owners of Justice Cannabis Alabama.
My name is Alexandra Fields. I started off as a consultant for Justice Cannabis Alabama and now serve as Justice Cannabis Company's president.
And I'm John Lovey, one of the owners of Justice Cannabis Company. And I'm going to give a little bit of an introduction about our application, and then Achilles going to take it from there. You guys have seen a lot of applicants this week. I believe ours is truly unique. You're going to hear from Achilles Parnell, who is born and raised here in Alabama, went to school here. He is an accomplished cannabis entrepreneur. He has partnered with us. My cannabis company, Justice Cannabis Company, is one of, if not the largest private cannabis companies in the United States. We have licenses and operations in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Missouri, Utah, and other states. So what we've done here is we've made a partnership of home-raised cannabis entrepreneurs, family business, the Parnells. It's a majority Black-owned applicant. And to take on the magnitude of this, they've partnered with us, a serious and substantial MSO. Before I tell you about our MSO, Achilles is going to get us started and tell you about himself. And by the way, before I let Achilles tell you about himself, he's a big deal. This is the Chicago Cranes business from 4 days ago, December 4th. That's him right there on the cover. He started a cannabis business, very impressive. He's on the interior photo here too, but I'm not going to embarrass him any further. He's going to tell you about himself.
I appreciate that. Yeah, no, it's exciting moment in my journey. As he said, I was born and raised in Birmingham, Alabama, went to Auburn University, War Eagle. It's been a tough year, but, we're going to bounce back. I have no doubt. But anyway, my journey in the cannabis industry led me to Chicago, Illinois, where I was able to start one of the first social equity companies, one of the first minority-owned companies in Chicago. So I operate a Black-owned, vertically integrated cannabis company up there. We have a cultivation license and a dispensary license, opening a dispensary later next year in Lincoln Park, which is one of the most, well-known neighborhoods in Chicago, but also operating right now our craft cultivation facility where we're doing various kinds of formulation and extraction, many of the products that, someone would sell here in Alabama under the medical program. And prior to that, I've had the experience of working for one of the largest
operators in the country. So I have about 6 years of cannabis experience in the regulated industry. Before that, I was a lawyer. So I understood the importance of not only industry experience. I've worked to also help bring other, women-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses into the industry throughout the country, in New Jersey, in New York, and Colorado. And I've seen how important it is that you have industry experience and know-how when you get into this. It's a very sophisticated business. It's very cost intensive, which is why we made the decision when I decided I wanted to come home and start a business here where I was born and raised, with another company that could, handle the undertaking of starting an integrated facility. And so excited to be here today to present our case to you. And I'll turn it back over to John.
Thanks, Gil. And we are proud and appreciative that he selected us for the partnership. I'll tell you a little bit about our company. We were born in 2013 in Illinois. I was a lawyer in Illinois. I had a law firm that I built from scratch, and we heard about the cannabis program. It was a medical program, and we decided to apply, and we won one of the original 20 licenses. A lot of the national public companies in the United States now were also born in Illinois in 2013. We took a different route. We didn't raise money. We didn't go public. We decided to do it ourselves. My partner and I spent our own money, built a factory in downstate Illinois, and decided to see where this journey took us. We applied next. Well, we went to California, and we bought an outdoor farm in Sonoma and a warehouse in Santa Rosa, and proceeded to make more mistakes than I'm proud to admit, just over and over again. Cannabis is hard, and anybody tells you otherwise is lying. Because, when you think about it, in 2013, 2014, there were no books. There wasn't even YouTube videos about it because it was a brand new business. So we tried to figure it out. And I like to believe that those mistakes that we made taught us a lot. And slowly but surely, we figured out how this is done. We applied in Pennsylvania next, which is actually the fifth, Illinois and Pennsylvania are the fifth and the sixth largest states in the union. We won there too. We won a cultivator, one of about 25 cultivators. And then in the next round, we won 3 dispensaries. Our real big break was in New Jersey. They were giving out 6 integrated licenses, which has a cultivation and 3 dispensaries. And they had 140 applicants, and they chose 6 winners in that round. And we were one of the 6 chosen. And we'd like to believe that you're starting to see a pattern here that states have trusted us for our competency, our technical excellence, and our performance, and also because of our social values. I'm actually a civil rights lawyer in Chicago, and we've infused our cannabis company with civil rights values. And that has translated very well to cannabis, where there's been efforts on all the states to try to get more diversity into the business, more social equity. And because of the work that I do, I have relationships in all these states, and I've been able to make more justice and more equity in cannabis. So that's helped us be selected. Next, we were chosen in Utah. They only gave out 15 dispensaries for the whole state, and we won 2 of them, which was the max. We're in Salt Lake City and St. George's. Alexander will tell you a little bit about some of our specific facilities and experience. But then in Missouri, we won a full complement, an integrated complement of licenses there too, the maximum 5 dispensaries and the manufacturing and the cultivation. We also have a dispensary in Michigan. We have a license that's going to open soon in Massachusetts. And we were awarded a processor license in a social equity round in Maryland. So in the process, we've built a really substantial cannabis company. There are not many cannabis companies like us, because if you wanted to be a cannabis company like this, it would cost you hundreds of millions of dollars to buy all these licenses. We've done it organically by winning them, by having commissions in the various states we operate choose us and trust us, and we take that very seriously. You're going to make a decision here in Alabama, and you're going to consider all kinds of applicants. Our hope and suggestion is that you take seriously the need for experience, because it's not something you want people learning on the fly. It's not something trial and error, because that doesn't work for the patients. We've figured it out. Alexandra now is going to speak next, our CEO. She's going to talk first about our cultivation experience and our cultivation team.
Hello, commissioners. So our cultivation team is truly what I would consider world-class. These are folks that either never had experience in cannabis 10 years ago and had to learn, in the fields in California and have risen through the ranks, or actually came from a science and medical background. Cannabis is one of those really unique spaces where people become passionate about it for the medicinal properties. And our team has upwards of 30 plus years of cultivation and processing experience in medical markets. And I truly do believe it's where we excel as a company because of the patient care. When we are cultivating strains, it's not just about our bottom line. We're looking to produce strains that are sometimes harder to grow, that yield less because they have more benefit to patients. And oftentimes I've found that that's really ignored, that we're rushing to market just to have product on shelves, but having it not be great quality. That's not something Justice Cannabis does. We're highly intentional when it comes to the strains and the cannabinoid profiles that we're putting into the market. And we're going to do that here in Alabama. When speaking with my team just this week, they got so excited. A lot of times we're doing these applications and things have to stay under wraps. And my head of cultivation in Illinois, he had completed 3 tours in the Middle East before returning to the States. He was stationed in Fort Benning and lived in Phoenix City, which happens to be one of the cities that we identified for one of the pharmacies that we plan on building here. And he is so excited to bring his cannabis knowledge and expertise back to Alabama. He looks at it as him coming home. On that same note, he has just a tremendous amount of experience scaling facilities up in what I would say complex medical markets. Utah has a very well-run program, and it's a state where they're not looking to ever be recreational. Medical is their focus. Like Alabama, you do not light up, right? We are creating products that can be used through inhalation, lozenges, lotions, etc. He has the experience there where he built a phased approach facility that went from 2,500 square feet all the way up to nearly 100,000 square feet. And they were the biggest cultivation center in all of Utah.
Talk a little bit about our facility and our flagship facility in New Jersey.
Yes. So in New Jersey, which we have now been part of for the last 4 years, it has gone from a medical market to recreational. And while we do serve both sets of customers on that through not only our cultivation, but through our retail, we've put the emphasis on the medical side, being consistent about providing products to medical dispensaries as the #1 priority. It's no secret that in New Jersey, there's a lot of the multi-state operators that are getting hit with fines and penalties because they are not serving the medical community. That is not us. We are actually used both on the dispensary side and on the cultivation side as a model for the regulators in New Jersey. Being close to Trenton, yes, we are one of the closer facilities to them, but they do have choices in who they bring outside regulators to, as well as new operators coming into the state. And they've identified that we are following the rules, that our SOPs and our processes are top notch. We have never been cited. We don't plan on ever being to, because our team is incredibly dedicated to not only following the rules, but leading by example.
And what does that mean that we're the model?
Yeah. So being the model really means we are the showroom for the state. So for instance, the state of Delaware is considering expanding their program right now. They came down to New Jersey, and the CRC, which is the commission in New Jersey, brought a whole team of folks from Delaware to our facility. This is not the first time. It is not going to be the last. They do not do that with the other operators. They find that our facility is run very tight. And we credit that to the fact that most of our leaders within the company have a former law enforcement or military background.
All right, let's talk a little bit about our dispensary experience as well. If you could walk the commission through where our dispensaries are and their history.
Yes.
And our team.
Yeah, so we're very fortunate to have a very strong retail team. And I say retail with a lot of consideration for the fact that we do operate pharmacies. We operate medical pharmacies in 6 different states right now. Some of them also happen to be known as dispensaries on the rec side. Our head of retail, Teresa Adamson, comes with nearly 30 years in high volume retail, scaling up Victoria's Secrets and Express before entering into the field of cannabis. She's opened 6 dispensaries in the state of New Jersey with us and manages our portfolio in those other states. Again, when I shared that we are the model cultivation center, our Ewing dispensary, which is also near Trenton, is used as the model for the state. So when new operators are coming online, the state either brings them to our dispensary or suggests that they go. And Teresa is actually seen by the CRC as a resource. They are really bogged down with all the new applicants coming online. And I think it says a lot about her experience and how we operate as a company that they would trust an operator to give advice to all the new retailers coming online.
And then if you could walk them through our other pharmacy dispensary locations around the country.
Yes. So one of the pieces that as I came in as president of the company that was incredibly important was understanding what we carried on our shelves. Quite frankly, a lot of companies in this industry, they're integrated and they use that as a pawn in this game for them. And they'll only carry products from themselves, and that isn't serving patient need. So in Utah, which is a very strict medical market, we operate 2 pharmacies, one in a rural location and one in the greater Salt Lake City area. It is one of the highest volume stores in the area. And that's not because it's in the best location. It isn't a great location, but it's because we offer all of the products that patients need. We have the largest menu and we don't play favorites. We're not integrated there. However, we have partnered with processors to bring products on to our shelves like vapes and gelatinous cubes to best serve patient need.
And the dispensaries around the country too.
Yeah. So as far as our dispensaries in other parts of the country, we have 3 operating in the greater Scranton area of Pennsylvania. We have 3 in New Jersey. We have a footprint of 5 in Missouri, a single operation in Michigan, and we have dispensaries coming online in Illinois. And when it comes to Alabama, you could be like, oh, these are coming online. How's Alabama going to get attention? We have a really incredible partnership that we'll speak to in a bit, but we have the ability of opening up quickly, but also doing it in a way that's incredibly intentional.
And let's let Achille jump back in because his newer cannabis company has also navigated some of the manufacturing and dispensary.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've also been through the process of standing up 2 retail facilities. We stood up. I'm part of a company that also stood up the first retail dispensary in West Loop, Chicago. We're in the process of standing up our retail dispensary in Lincoln Park. And so we've been through the zoning process, been through the build out, working with architects, all the regulatory issues, all the foresight that you have to have in planning out layout of a dispensary and ensuring that it complies with all the regulations and then also get adequate customer flow. In addition, I was on the market expansion team for one of the largest operators before I had my own company where we were in the process of standing up about 30 stores or so throughout the country. And so I've seen that process from beginning to end. And so we can, again, going back to that experience, go ahead and get in front of many of the issues that new operators without that experience are going to run into, which ultimately just ends in delays, which we've seen in Illinois, we've seen in New York, we've seen in all these new states where folks that come in and they don't necessarily know what they're doing, don't get open. So we can get ahead of that.
In fact, in the wave where you won that dispensary, you're going to be one of the first ones to open.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we'll be one of the first. We're also I think we issued about 80 or so craft cultivation licenses in Illinois. We were in the first 10 to get open. The others, we don't know when they're going to be able to get open. Same thing with the dispensaries. This is a very difficult business. It's been that way in every state, but we've been able to navigate it successfully.
Very impressive. All right, we're going to talk a little bit also, what Alexander mentioned is how seriously we take medical, because there's a lot of cannabis companies, and frankly, a lot of cannabis companies that are applying for this license. They're trying to sell cannabis, and we're trying to sell cannabis too. But we are a very medical-oriented cannabis company. We understand that this is medicine for patients, and we operate in some of the most regulated medical markets in the country. And Alexander can speak to the emphasis that we put on medical and how we serve our patients best.
Yes. So as I mentioned, with the Pennsylvania and Utah markets that are exclusively medical, and Utah in particular has made it clear that rec is not in their future. Other operators have left that state because they were hoping that it would turn rec. For us, we're all in. And by all in, I truly mean that we are working hand in hand with the commissioners in that state to make sure that patients' needs are met with that diversity of menu. And we want to apply that in Alabama directly by getting the products onto the shelf quickly, as I had mentioned, and having the SKU diversity. So there's products like tablets, for instance, that might not be the biggest mover, but we know that it's important because every patient has a different way that is right for them to consume. And we don't want to restrict their ability to get the medication in the form that they need.
Tell the commission about the patient experience when they come into our pharmacies.
So our head of pharmacy, Kristen Rigby, has been a pharmacist for over 30 years, working in quite a different special areas. But what she found was, even though she had worked with cancer patients and then, more of the mass chain pharmacies, is that they don't teach cannabis in medical school. So she actually went back and got her master's in a cannabis program so that she could best help our patients, and then train and put education materials together so that all of our staff could have up to 40 hours of cannabinoid education specifically for the medical community. So if you were a new patient, kind of your experience when you come into our pharmacies is they're extremely clean. These are designed very thoughtfully. Some folks have actually compared them, to like Apple stores. They're very modern. They're sleek. We put in a heavy investment so that they reflect well on the community. And we're known for going into areas that need a bit of revitalization, and our stores become that for that area. When you come into the pharmacy, there's kind of two paths. One is if you find us online, you can fill out a form and have your appointment as you enter. You're brought into a dedicated room where you receive a one-to-one consultation that can be up to an hour or even longer. We don't rush that process whatsoever, because for many, many people, they have never touched, a cigarette. Some folks have never touched alcohol, and now they've been given, a diagnosis of cancer or something terminal where this is just a shot for them to have some form of normalcy. And our patient care advocates and our pharmacists are trained not only to provide them the recommendations, but also to be incredibly compassionate. And I want to touch on pricing. So cannabis can be expensive. It's not covered by insurance. Not only are we going to be producing products on the market that I can tell you right now will be competitively priced and lower than what other producers have them for, we also at our pharmacies offer discounts, not on a loyalty basis, not trying to, have any sort of adult use element to it. We offer discounts based off of if somebody is a Medicare patient, if they have a terminal diagnosis, if there is a program in that city that's focused on those with lower income or less means. We've been known to actually give discounts that are essentially under what it costs us because of the level of care we have for many patients that walk in our door. And this has been seen in Pennsylvania, it's been seen in Utah, New Jersey, and really every state we operate in.
All right, there's something else that distinguishes Justice Cannabis from every other cannabis company in the United States, and frankly, from a lot of other big companies too. And that is our company, the executive leadership team, is entirely female. It's entirely run by women, and Alexander is going to speak to that in a minute. Now, we didn't intend to do that. That's, I'm the owner. We just kept hiring the best person for the job. And it was only until relatively recently that the dust settled and we looked around and every single leadership person is a woman. And I cannot tell you how uncommon that is in cannabis. Cannabis is really a bunch of guys for the most part, the whole industry. And for whatever reason, our company, maybe because I look at diversity as it expands the pool of people that have talent and such. And there was a lot of underutilized talent. So in addition to Alexander, who, as you can get a sense, is a very talented president, the person who had previously served as our COO, Jackie Abramson, and Alexander is going to now talk about some of the other leadership team and the strengths that they bring.
Yes. I couldn't be more proud of my leadership team at the company. It's been truly amazing to see them, rise to the occasion of this very changing industry. And at my side, I have Gail Brasher-Krug. She is a Harvard graduate, spent, nearly, I think she said 27 years working in complex litigation. She
I
entered.
forgot to say her title.
Oh, Chief Legal Officer, Harvard law, that whole thing. She also graduated magna cum laude. She was the editor of the Harvard Review. I mean, just her list of accolades goes on and on. But what she does at Justice is far more than just being our chief legal counsel. She is heavily involved in making sure that all facets of the operation, go according to plan. And she almost always has face-to-face time with commissioners. She makes sure that we understand what the laws mean and how to implement them, and to make sure that we're, doing what's right, and also making sure that the wishes of the community are honored. It took a long time for you to formulate your rules. We want to make sure that we are, doing right by everyone. She makes sure that happens. On that same side of things, our Chief Compliance Officer is Siobhan Brady. She's actually had 21 plus years in cannabis, starting off in the California market, an extensive background in operations and pretty much every facet of the industry, working in cultivation, also at pharmacies, and now she heads up our compliance division. We also have a CFO that's a woman. It was, as John said, we looked around and all of a sudden, wow, how did this happen? And we all came in at different times. And as people left and roles changed, it did end up being, we are the only privately held multi-state operator that has an entirely woman-run executive leadership team.
All right, and you mentioned Kristen Rigby.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Teresa.
Yeah, so Kristen Rigby, who is our head of pharmacy, Teresa Adamson, who heads up retail. There are incredible women at this company. And I will say, though, too, our men are pretty great, too. And I was cautioned when I first joined the company full time. I was told, hey, I don't think any of these canna guys are going to listen to you. You're a woman, you're kind of young. And I was like, well, give me a shot. And what I have found is I've got, a 6'9" former, military combat professional who not only respects me better than I think really anybody ever has, but there's no gender dynamics that exist in it. It's truly like we are all passionate about the plant and getting medicine into patients' hands. So we work great together. We also have women that are at the cultivation centers too, whether it's in the mom room, trimming clones or processing. And that again is also, pretty rare. And one other area on the employment side, if it's okay, or am I?
Well, we got
I'm
a
so
whole agenda here.
All right, I'm going to let John go.
Because before we leave diversity, I think Achille would like to talk about his company too, and the diversity that he has managed to foster in an industry that needs diversity.
Yeah, definitely. Since I entered the industry, I wanted to continue to open the door for folks like me. I was one of the first, or most senior minority employee at the first company that I joined in the industry. And sort of took that and was like, hey, there's some more folks like me that got some skills. We can come in and make this industry bigger and greater. And so from there, I also set out while building my own company to open the door for other folks. And so was able to open about 5 incubators across the country in Colorado, in New Jersey, in New York, and in Michigan to help train other entrepreneurs like myself, women entrepreneurs, to bring them into the industry, veterans. My company in Chicago is 100% minority owned, but it's also 100% veteran owned and majority woman owned. I'm the CEO, but we take that very seriously. And so that's another aspect that we're going to bring. And then for Justice Cannabis Alabama, it's a family owned business. So, I have my family here, also born and raised in Alabama. And, we like that feel. We're going to continue that in our operations. So
tell me a little bit about your parents too.
Yes. So my parents, John and Claire Purnell, are lifelong entrepreneurs as well in the real estate space, in the retail space, and home health space in Alabama. And so that aspect of healthcare also is a big aspect of how we think about this plan. I also have a master's in public health. And so to understand the benefits and the risks of cannabis. And so, as does my mom. So with a healthcare background. And so we're going to bring that to bear on that. And so we're not first time business operators. We're not first time in the healthcare space, or first time in the cannabis space. And so all of that sort of is going to make up the ethos of our company here in Alabama.
So in cannabis, there is a lot of lip service paid to diversity because oftentimes, on some of the applications and such, people want to check a box, but you can see two companies that are living it, and not just to check a box, but because it's a value that makes a company stronger. When you expand the pool of talent and you let people have a chance that other companies won't have a chance, you get all kinds of different perspectives and you get a much stronger business. And Achilles company proves it, and so does ours. I noticed that Alabama didn't specifically award points for that on the application, although I guess you guys are getting away from the scoring rubric. But when you consider us holistically and consider what we are, this is a Black-owned, female-run cannabis company that would add considerably to the diversity of what really tends to be a very white male industry. I want to talk next about some of the experience that we bring as a multi-state operator. Again, if you're just getting started in Alabama and you're learning on the fly, or if you have small integrated operations maybe in one state, you don't have the same advantages that a multi-state operator has. And Alexander's going to talk a little bit about our team's HR, accounting, sales, transportation, and how being a multi-state operator is a real advantage.
Yeah. So one of the areas that, companies probably in all industry feel is when you're trying to expand and grow rapidly, that can sometimes lead to issues. So we've done it before. We've been able to stand up 3, 4, 5 dispensaries all at the same time while a cultivation is under construction. And as John alluded to, we weren't perfect, but we learned along the way. In our experience, learning how to scale up a cultivation at the same time as bringing a pharmacy online will serve the Alabama patients well. On the administrative side, we have a back office team that can handle the HR, benefits. Benefits is something I definitely want to speak to in a bit, that our employees are going to have in Alabama. From the accounting side, it's not federally legal, so that poses quite a few challenges to companies. We have an established team that understands those laws and rules, so that we are, of course, compliant on it. Outside of that, we plan on hiring some of those roles in Alabama, like to have an HR person on site, and to expect them to have experience in it isn't realistic, right? We would be bringing someone from out of state, which is not good for the state of Alabama. We want to bring jobs here. So our team in other states are then effectively able to train people in Alabama who would be seated in Gadsden to run the operations of the company while leveraging our experience out of state.
Talk about our company's commitment and proven track record on security, which is also an important concern.
Yeah. So as I alluded to, we have and have put a huge emphasis on hiring former law enforcement, many individuals who, unfortunately had been injured in the line of duty, but it gives them a second opportunity for a career that's rewarding and fulfilling. We offer extensive benefits to all of our employees, and that's really appealing to, many folks. On the security side, we not only use security at each facility with a minimum of 1 agent at all times. And obviously in larger facilities, you have far more than one. But we also have them doing the deliveries. Sometimes patient need necessitates a little bit of extra care and attention to be able to help somebody that perhaps is in a wheelchair and they need to be able to come in. Our security are known to be used as escorts in situations like that. Many of our security personnel are also former military. As I shared with Chadwick Love, who had served, 3 tours in the Middle East, he would be heading up the Alabama Grow. So to put that team together. And I will share that, as we know, common interests typically bring in those common personalities. So he's excited to build a team very focused on security.
And partly it's a vestige of, for a while, our former CEO was a military guy, a former Ranger, and he believes in the value of veterans. So he did create a company that's full of veterans, including many that he knew. And they do make excellent security professionals, ex-law enforcement and ex-military. So probably more so than most cannabis companies, if not all. Our former CEO created a situation where we rely on former military and law enforcement. And just to give you some context, I've been in other cannabis companies and sometimes we visit, and some of them really just use more of a sort of a rent-a-cop model just to get the minimum and save the money. At Justice, we've turned this into a career, and Alexandra alluded to it. It's not just sit there and make sure nobody kills anybody. It's get integrated into the facility, learn the skills. A lot of our security guards then transcend that job and move up and maybe become supervisors because they're talented people. They're not just looking for a job, they're looking for a career. And I think that's going to get Alexandra what she was trying to talk about, which was the benefits and the salary. So why don't you mention that a little bit about that value?
Yeah. So across the board, we have some of the highest paying jobs in all of cannabis. For context, in a state where I have another state, not to name that state, where the minimum wage is $8 an hour, our starting hourly is at $15.50. And it's very rare where somebody will stay at that rate for very long. Our average retail worker is making over $18 an hour on an hourly basis. And that is also inclusive of our part-time staff. We offer
In some states where the minimum wage is much less.
Right. Yeah. So we're paying at least double what the minimum wage is. On top of that, we offer comprehensive medical benefits, as well as 401k and retirement planning. We also have things like family counseling as people transition into that next phase of their life where they're welcoming babies. On top of that, John mentioned how, we've seen our security folks rise through the ranks and actually enter into other parts of the business too. We don't just want folks to have to enter in, at, the bottom and not have a way to achieve their goals. So we provide them opportunities where if they want to be in cultivation, but they enter through retail, that they can come into cultivation and they can learn the business, they can pick up shifts, they can understand the product more. And I've been able to see firsthand employees who've entered in as part-time retail associates and have now turned into general managers within the company. Those are opportunities that are not readily available in cannabis, especially given how small this space is. And a lot of folks just hire their friends. So we don't do that at Justice. We truly create an equitable and fair workplace, and our team is happy. And I think that says a lot. We don't have fancy images, but I'd welcome each and every one of you to come out to our facilities to meet our people. It's not all talk. It's not just all photos. Like, we believe that our biggest differentiator is that when you walk into a Justice Cannabis cultivation or a Justice Grown or Block dispensary, that you feel it immediately.
All right. We're going to try to stay on schedule here, but I want to say a little bit about regulatory compliance. Our regulatory guy, Gary Seelhorst, has a pharma background and it is his job to do nothing but keep regulators happy and make sure that we're on the right side of where it's going and to help shape where the regulation should be. He is a resource to regulators in all the states that we operate. And he serves on the Trade Commission, for example, in New Jersey. He's got a policy position. In Utah, he's got a policy position. So in the interplay and the dynamic and the interaction between the state and our company, we take that seriously, and we have a very high paid person to do that. Siobhan Brady, our head of compliance that Alexandra mentioned, she helped Texas literally formulate their rules. We went to Texas a year before they did it. They needed help. They never done this before. And we were the company that helped show them how it's done and helped brainstorm with them and help them create their program. So we prioritize going a step further, and that's not just showing up. That's being a full, well-rounded cannabis company. In Illinois, the Trade Commission, which is the industry, has 5 members. There was a point in time when 2 of the 5 members worked for our company. Georgine Namasovsky and Ashley Peterson, who was our CEO of Illinois at the time. So 40% of the whole Illinois Trade Association was working for our company, and Illinois has got some of the biggest cannabis companies in Illinois. We have several more subjects to cover in our 8 minutes and 45 seconds left. I do want to mention our social equity efforts, and Achille alluded to it. That really is a distinguisher. We have helped quietly and without, self-promoting countless minorities who otherwise wouldn't have had access to the cannabis industry. In Illinois, I personally helped dozens of people apply and win. Same within New Jersey. Alexandra, how many people would you estimate you helped get licenses in New Jersey?
45.
45. And Achille also in New York. Talk about what you did in New York.
Yeah, so in New York, was able to partner with the Bronx Defenders and the Bronx Community Foundation to launch the first and really only major cannabis incubator in New York City. It was covered by New York Times, where we were able to, I don't know, maybe help upwards of 50 to 100 folks get licenses in New York. So that whole first, like about 50 to 70% of that first batch of licensees in New York came through our program, where we trained them on how to operate, legal businesses, just setting that the initial framework, and then trained them on the legal cannabis industry, everything from compliance to finance, all things that I've handled. And so, again, we take that social equity ethos very serious.
So yeah, again, we believe that's a distinguisher. A lot of cannabis companies are out there just trying to sell cannabis, make money. We are doing this for the right reasons in the right way. The firm was founded by civil rights lawyers who have made a career in pursuing justice. And now that we've gotten into cannabis, we have helped expand opportunities, and we are living that value. So hope you consider that. We have 5 sites picked out in Alabama. We're extremely excited about it. We have a partner, the Family Video Empire, that has, I'll tell you a quick aside about them. They started a video chain store where people would go and rent videotapes, and everybody said, boy, you're so smart. And they made a bunch of money. And then everybody started streaming Netflix, and they're like, oh, everybody's like, you're so stupid. That was the dumbest idea ever. But then it turned out they owned all the real estate. And then everybody's like, oh, yeah, maybe you're real smart after all. So they have close to $1 billion. We've partnered with them in New Jersey. We've partnered with them in Illinois, and we've partnered with them in Texas, and we've partnered with them now in Alabama. They have a sophisticated real estate team that knows how to pick the corners. They do traffic studies. They do patient analysis if they're doing drugstores. So they know where to pick them, and they picked us 5 winners. They're going to buy them. They have LOIs. They're going to give them facelifts, so they're going to put up the money. And Alexander's going to talk briefly about the locations, because we don't have that much time left, but tell them about the locations, because we're very excited.
Yes, we're very excited. So the flagship location will be in Gadsden, which is also the area that we identified for our cultivation, where we have overwhelming support from the mayor and the business development board there. Just to touch on, since we're almost out of time on it, is we will bring over 100 jobs to that community. It is needed in that community. There's a lot of places around this state that could use that, and we have the full support of Gadsden to do so. Our pharmacy will be located within a couple miles of that facility, and then that's in a former bank building, which we have found to work really well for a pharmacy layout. We'll have a sales floor, we'll have order ahead, and we'll have that patient advocacy room where people can have those consultations. Our pharmacies are equipped with a full vault. It's safe, secure. You'll have access, of course, via video with our 2 internet connections. Like when I talk about the rules, like we follow them to a T. The next location that we'll be in is Phoenix City. As I mentioned, we have those military roots, and we feel like it's really important for us to have a location there. We have a location just outside of Birmingham and Fairfield, as well as a location in Montgomery. And then the final location will be in Alexander City. Family Video and us, we're partnering on these, so we have no concerns about getting them operational quickly, because they have the real estate experience and the expertise on the build side. They're also already built locations, so we don't have to wait for construction on them. And because of their partnership, if the state ever decided that there needed to be additional pharmacies to meet patient need in other areas of the state, they're fully prepared to invest heavily in Alabama. This is a state they truly believe in, just like we do.
And so that brings us to finances. That takes care of a big problem facing cannabis companies, is where you're going to get the money to get going. On your market set go, where's the money? Family Video's got the money. They've proved it in prior states, and they are ready. They have LOIs. They are prepared to build and facelift each one of these properties and then lease them back to us. It's a model that's worked for us, and what it's going to allow us to do is get speed to market. If we get this license, Family Video is going to be on let's go, and they're going to buy them, and they're going to renovate them, and we will be ready. And they're also interested in the cultivation. Our company also has relationships with financiers. We are the largest customer of a company called AFC Gamma. They loaned us the money to build New Jersey and Pennsylvania, and we have a good relationship with Altmore as well. They loaned us the money to build Missouri, and they wrote a letter, which is part of our application package, that if this license is granted to us, they're very interested in financing Alabama. And as I mentioned, the company is also owned by successful lawyers that have resources, and we attached to our application proof that, you know, we have deep pockets. So we would hope that you would check us as exceptional on the resources side too, because you do want to pick companies that when they're selected are able to go. And we know that because, you know, in the last 10 years, we have not been perfect always. And, you know, a long time ago, we were slow. We didn't have our financing lined up, and we learned that's not a good model. If you win, you got to go. And that's what the patients need. And we're able to do that. And some other companies might make promises and not be able to deliver. So we do have a couple of minutes left, and we wanted to leave some time for questions. But just to sort of sum up why we hope you will seriously consider us. As I said, the applicants are probably starting to run together on you. Everybody with a little bit of cannabis experience wants to be selling marijuana in Alabama. This is a unique application. Not only are we deep Alabama roots with an unusual, you know, there's not a lot of, when you think about it, not a lot of genuine cannabis entrepreneurs in Alabama because it's illegal. You know, one of the sons of Alabama here has made good. He went to law school and he has made a really impressive business in cannabis. And while he could do it himself, possibly, he said, you know what, I recognize the magnitude of this. I'm going to bring in one of the largest private companies, and he picked us. Our values coincide. We are one of the largest private cannabis companies in the United States. We can do this. And we hope over the last 45 minutes, giving you the sense that we are the right choice. We're the good guys in the industry. We're trying to do things the right way. And we would love nothing more than the opportunity to do it here in Alabama. We did leave a little bit of time at the end if anybody has questions.
Thank you, John. I know we got some questions from commissioners. Anyone want to start? Yes, Judge Price, put that microphone on, please, sir. Good to have you back on the front line.
I'm about to go on Zoom again. But I look at your application. Are you applying for the minority license or just a general license? Which one?
You know, we are majority Black owned.
Well, I understand. Is it designated as the minority? Because under the statute, a fourth or fifth or whatever have to be minority groups. Are you applying for the minority license?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Although we didn't want to be, you know, we want to win on any kind of license. But we are.
I'm all for your approach, and
all right.
I just want to know the status.
Yes. And in fact, we might have even not checked that box, which, you know, we're trying to say, like, pick us on among all the applicants.
Well, I understand.
But we are majority Black owned.
Thank you, Judge Price. Any other commissioner have a question or comment? Yes, sir, Mr. Gamble.
Yeah, just to ask you, what's your projected startup cost to get up and running over the 2 or 3 year period, or 1 year period that it'll take you?
In our experience, it takes about $1 million to get each dispensary going. You know, in our case, we have Family Video defraying a lot of that costs in terms of build out, et cetera. Then when you open up, the first day, 2 people come in, the next day, 4 people come in. So it takes a while to ramp up. So you really got to allocate about $500,000 to $750,000 in burn. So if you multiply that across the dispensaries, you probably would want $6 or $7 or $8 million to be safe to get the dispensary side going. On the cultivation side, a fully built facility could be a $30 million project. We don't plan to build a $30 million project on day one. We learn from experience that that's overkill and that creates problems. So what you do is you build a facility that scales up. And the teams that go too big, too fast distort the market, the pricing gets all screwed up. And Alexander can speak a little bit to the scaled approach.
I can. So the design was engineered with Verve so that it can be operated in stages. So we're able to get the first 2 flower rooms going within about 6 months of construction beginning. And then there's about 12 weeks until the plants are ready on the processing side. So simultaneously, we'll be then continuing to open more and more rooms. And if you look at our plans, it's done in a way where the first complete phase is just over 30,000 square feet of building, but it can be done in sections. So we can do 2 at a time until we're ready to take up that entire 30,000 square feet, with the ability in the coming years to go up to close to 100,000 square feet. And our architects and engineers have experience with this design and being able to implement it not only quickly, but done the right way. Plus, you don't have snow here, so you can actually, do construction during winter.
And doubling back to the question then, call it 7.5 on the dispensary side, 10 to 15 on the cultivation side to get started. And then ideally, we're making money and funding more. But it's a serious enterprise for serious companies.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Alexandra, you seem certainly capable. I know recently who can answer this. Y'all have had a change in CEO in the leadership. Can you address that? Because it kind of happened recently.
It did. In fact, when we applied, Darren Carpenter was our CEO. He was the former ranger I mentioned. We did make a change and decided that new leadership made more sense. He had outlived, I think, as far as he could take us.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. Any other commissioner have a question? Okay, we thank all of you for being here today. Great presentation, great job. Thank you for representing Justice Cannabis, Alabama.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome to.
I know some people are like,
Are our presenters from Medela LLC, are they here yet? Okay, y'all can go ahead and be coming forward if you want to. We'll prepare to hear your presentation. Okay, let's get back to it. We've got our next presenter, Medela and LLC, and I'll ask Mr. Justin Aday to make the appropriate comments pertaining to their application for the benefit of our commission members.
This is applicant number 1700 Medela LLC. You have the complete application, the applicant summary report. There was a pass-fail item noted, and the applicant responded to the pass-fail show cause notice. And you have that response in your materials as well.
Thank you, Justin. Who's Mr. Petway?
I am.
Okay, Mr. Petway, just watch Ms. Peters will put the time allotment on the counter right here. Just keep track of that as y'all progress through your presentation.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Good to have y'all here today. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Bruce Petway, the president of Medela LLC. I want to emphasize to the AMCC, and I want you to know that Medela LLC meet the outlined state requirements, including securing the $2 million bond. We own our farmland. It's our property. We are lifelong residents of the state of Alabama. Our horticulture team of Dr. Savage, who couldn't be here today due to a medical illness, and Dr. Siebert, they have been associated for decades with Alabama A&M University and have been longtime colleagues and bring over 50 years of horticulture experience. I have over 25 years of experience as the president of EBC Brokerage Firm and 3 medical clinics. Delivering the best quality patient care has been our focus. Currently, our mental health and TMS medical clinics operate and treat many of the conditions each day that medical cannabis would treat, such as anxiety, chronic pain, and other approved conditions.
Medela Horticulture and Operation Team with Dr. Savage, Dr. Siebert, and Rick Lambertus is first class. Collectively, we have over 100 years of business experience, over 50 years of horticulture experience, and 10 years of cannabis experience. Rick Lambertus has decades of experience in the medical field and over 5 years as the Chief Operating Officer of a top 10 California cannabis flower brand. Our mission, Medela Therapeutic Wellness will advance medical marijuana healthcare in Alabama with a focus on diversity, natural processes, and quality. As a minority-led company, we commit to provide full-spectrum cannabis products through environmentally sustainable water and ice extractions. Our vision is to deliver effective, pure therapeutic solutions while advocating for the benefits and accessibility of medical marijuana in our community. The saying is flow like water and you will find your way through any rock. Our target market, Medela Therapeutic Wellness, is committed to improve the well-being of Alabama eligible for medical marijuana, focusing on those with chronic pain, severe nausea, seizures, muscle spasms, and other approved conditions. We offer high-quality, full-spectrum, water-extracted cannabis products tailored to meet our patients' diverse therapeutic needs. We provide accessible, educational, and supportive care, helping our patients find a natural path to wellness through responsible use of medical marijuana. I'd like to bring Dr. Siebert up.
Thank you to the commission to be here. I believe the commission probably began to wonder about me because they see me here too many times. But the key factor that we bring into this application is that at Alabama A&M University, we are a land grant institution. We are state funded. We are federally funded. And again, we are lucky to be in the state of Alabama in the sense that Alabama is the only state in the nation with 3 land grant institutions: Alabama A&M University, Tuskegee, Auburn. And although a lot of people may not know it, those 3 universities work hand in hand because every year we send a single report to Congress to make sure that we speak with the same voice in terms of agricultural research, education for the state of Alabama. So therefore, we sort of split the state in the northern, the central, and the Wiregrass region. We in Alabama A&M, we address as much issue as we can within the northern part of the state. So when it came to cannabis, we have been approached by multiple entities to become part of their R&D and educational component. And the formula or the process that we use to make our decision is that the people who are approaching us, who are they? Are they Alabamian, or are the people coming from outside of the state who's trying to see our role in the state and trying to take advantage of it? We refused several other entities for us not to participate with them because they were coming from external places. We did not want to be part of sort of an Amazon monopoly type of approach to medical cannabis. So we only work with in-state people who represent the state of Alabama, because part of our duty is to help meet the needs of citizens of Alabama, because we receive money from right here in the state capital to do such work. So what's our role? Our role is mainly to look into any company's need in terms of workforce development, to train the next generation of individuals to be able to go to a company like Medela and then to carry out their duties. Our other role is we're a research institution. We carry out research where it is needed for the economic benefit of the state and for the benefit of the people of the state of Alabama. How do we do this? Right now at Alabama A&M University, we are the only, well, LSU is also one, but we are the only group here who's working with the USDA, ARS, to test every strain of cannabis for the USDA, because the USDA is trying to replenish its genetics of cannabis. They had to destroy everything that they had. They had, since when the crop became illegal, even the government, the USDA, who maintain genetics and seeds of every crop that we grow, they had to destroy all their cannabis material. Right now, they're trying to rebuild that. And the process of rebuilding that, I personally am the PI who oversees the testing, the growing, and everything that has to do with new strains of genetics that comes from Cornell University. And then we do all this work and then send the information back to Cornell for to put in their database for collection. So therefore, we are at the very entry point of the #1 genetics availability of cannabis in the country. And I'm not afraid to say in the world, because the USDA has one of the greatest collection system of seeds of any kind that we use in this country for our benefit, whether it's for crop food, horticultural food, or other aesthetic type of plants. So when Mr. Bruce Betway came to A&M to speak with leadership and myself, he approached me, of course, knowing the work that I'm doing, and then we sat down and discussed the role that we can play for the technical role that we can play to help his program. Dr. Savage and I have been, friends and research partners for decades. And unfortunately, he could not be here today. He also brings in such deep knowledge in the chemistry and the genetic world to Medela. So again, when it comes to all the technical aspect, the research, the education, the care for people within the state of Alabama, that's what we do here at Alabama A&M University as a land-grant institution. So at this moment, I'll step aside, but if there are any question as to further explanation for our role, I'll definitely will come up again. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Richard Lambertus. Let me just tell you a little bit about me. I've worked for some of the largest acute care medical device manufacturers in the world, a very diverse experience in many different industries, both in corporate America and as an entrepreneur. I was the product risk manager for the largest acute care medical device company in the world, and I made recall decisions. So I did the risk management of products. I understand the regulatory environment. I'm a Lean Six Sigma black belt. That just means that I look at the data and make sure that the data tells us what it is that we need to do. Our project is different than I think anybody that you guys have heard. We're not coming in with big dollars. We have more than enough to sustain what it is that we need to do, but we're going to provide to the state of Alabama a product that is sorely needed in Alabama and all across the United States. And that is solventless, water extracted, whole plant extractions, right? There's a big difference between taking the plant and utilizing chemicals to pull it out and then put it back together and call that full spectrum. When you look at our product compared to other products, you'll see that our product is alive. There's life in it. And that life is going to be given to the customers, okay? So we're looking at doing a phase 1 facility in JOPA. We're going to be doing tablets, capsules, tinctures, topicals, and they'll probably in the beginning utilize third parties for transdermal patches and suppositories. When we look at the market, so we have all these big companies, all these MSOs, people who are leveraging their company in order to be successful. If we look at the marketplace for what we're expecting to see in the next 3 years, the best example is to look at Louisiana. Louisiana had less than 5,000 patients by the end of 18 months. If you look at 5,000 patients and you look at the amount of the maximum number of grams that you're able to give a customer in a month, that's essentially can be produced in one facility that's 20,000 square feet for the first 18 months. The market is small. It's going to be small because Louisiana put in the same restricted disease states and the same restricted amount of products. That's how it started. And the line goes just like this for the first 18 months. Then Louisiana came along and they said, okay, we're going to allow doctors to prescribe for anything that they recommend. And what happened is that line started to go up like this, right? So we expect that based on the types of products, that the maximum amount of patients in Alabama will be somewhere around 25,000 until the state adds additional categories like flour. This market is going to be very small. So those companies that are going to come in and put in millions of dollars into $10 million facilities, and believe me, I know how to run a $10 million facility. I've run 2 of them. I will overproduce for this state if I have just one, because of the amount of grams that this whole state, that's 55,000 grams per month. It's 121 to 200 pounds of flour. My facility in California that I've worked at produces 200 pounds a week. That's a 20,000 square foot facility. Guys, these big MSOs are going to distort your market. And they're going to cause all sorts of problems because the marketplace isn't there. So you have to be like water. You have to build your facility as a size that meets the needs of the customer, that meets the needs of the demand. Otherwise, distortions happen and nobody's successful. Okay. Let me just move on. So one of the things that makes us very, very different, and I'll just read a quote from Sanjay Gupta, CNN reporter. He said, all the components of the cannabis plant likely exert some therapeutic effect, more than any single compound alone. Unlike other drugs that may work as a single compound synthesized in a lab, cannabis may offer its most profound benefits as a whole plant if we let the entourage effect exist. Okay. So the question I have for all these large organizations is how can you use hydrocarbons for extraction and still call it medicine? In the medicine of the way that the plant is intended to be grown. The way that this herb that is given to us is meant to heal us, right? You can't. Because when you put hydrocarbons in, you strip something out. You can strip the hydrocarbons out, but you strip something out and there's some going to be left. When you put it under pressure, you're going to do something to it. And it's no longer going to be natural. So the short answer is you shouldn't. So there'll be no isolate coming out of our facility, no distillate coming out of our facility, no hydrocarbons, no bomb shelters, no off-gassing, no special handling, no single compounds, and no synthesization. We're giving the whole plant the way that it was intended. And the first medicine is water, right? The quality of your water will in many ways dictate your health. Well, we're going to use water to extract it, something the plant's already used to because that's its lifeblood, okay? So full spectrum cannabis, we're going to focus on high quality, full spectrum products derived from plants grown in rock wool or soil, under the sun, without pesticides or chemicals, and it'll all be fresh frozen. We'll create the highest quality and most complex cannabinoid profile, maximizing the therapeutic entourage effect through water-based extractions. All of our ingredients will be sourced from organic whole plant, ice, water, and cold press extractions. And if we have to grow those plants ourselves, we will. If we have to grow the ingredients that go along with it, we will, and we'll extract them ourselves. The whole plant means full spectrum. Anything else isn't full spectrum. When you look at our product, it glows, right? In spectrums you can't see because it is still alive. And that's what people need is live products. We believe that all plants, especially when used in holistic medicine, should be experienced according to their design. Full spectrum, washed in the driving force of all nature, water. The golden rule that we follow is, if I don't want to put it in my body, I'm not giving it to you, right? And I don't want to put any of the products that I've heard come through here into my body, right? We will cleanse the water and we'll restructure the water. We'll add only the cleanest sources of proprietary macro and micronutrients, and we'll give it the perfect environment, and then we'll sprinkle adversity to express the desired epigenetics. There'll be no chemicals, no asides in our facility. There'll be no OMRI listed asides. We'll use natural things that work. We'll create an environment that doesn't create problems. Our environment controls will be coupled with nature's controls. We'll use predator bugs to go after the other bugs. And when we have problems like powdery mildew or botrytis, we'll get to the root cause of it. We'll increase airflow, change the temperature, change the humidity, find out why there's a problem there and fix it. We go to root cause analysis all the time. One of the things we're going to do to make sure that we get up and running fast is we're going to buy a fully outfitted trailer. They're $100,000. And I can have that on my property in 15 to 20 days, hooked up to power in 30 days, and producing product in 5 days after that. That means that I'm going to be in the market with full spectrum product in April, right? So one of the things that we breathe into the entire part of our organization is love, peace, and gratitude. Okay, I take that to heart. We treat our employees like that. We make sure that everybody in our facility like that, and we label all of our plants with that. Because there is information that says that the plant will feel what you write on it. People talk to plants. Why do they talk to plants? Because their plants grow better, because they feel us, they're living. We're living. And so we're creating an environment for our employees to thrive. And when our employees thrive, our plants thrive. And when our plants thrive, our patients thrive. I think that's pretty close to everything I have. I think that, you know, the real way to put this into perspective and why we're different, because I think you guys have a very challenging process, right? It's very rare that a legislature puts in a whole brand new set of regulations. They don't have practice in putting it in, right? It's been a long time since a whole section of code goes into the statutes. And then they create a commission that has to come along and try and decide and figure out processes and procedures to make sure that people are going to be, the right people are selected. So I don't envy your position. But I think what we're trying to say to you is, yeah, we check all the boxes. We have the money. We have the ability. We can get all the retail locations. I personally have done a multi-state retail implementation, growing a business from 5 million to 150 million in 24 months. Okay, we can do that. The question to you is, why are we different, right? You're on 2 days of presentations from large boards, large groups, large committees coming in, lots of money and telling you why it's important. But the truth is, money is not the issue here. It's giving the right product to the customer and doing it in a way that is going to give them the therapeutic benefits that they need. And that's the whole plant. And that's extracting it through nature's first medicine, water. Thank you.
We want to open up if you have any questions.
I know we will, Mr. Petway. So who wants to be first? Go ahead, Dr. Jensen. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Gamble.
Question about what you think it'll cost to get in to start operating, and then where will the funds come from to fund that startup?
Okay. So I can answer the question about what I think it's going to cost to get us started. We think that our capital outlay for the whole business is about $850,000. The run rate to get us through to about 2 years is about $1.3 million. It's conservative. If we need to put more in to keep the business running, we'll do that, right? But we're going to create a system that is sustainable for our customers, and we're not going to saturate the market with our products. Customers will come to us to want our products. That's what happens is we run out of product all the time because customers prefer it, and it's medicine. You can answer the question about where the money is coming from.
Yes, the capital is on hand. We have the cash in the bank. We have secured the bond, which obviously, the carriers would not sign off on that if we did not prove of the evidence that we have the capital on hand. Additionally, we have quite a few people who are interested in joining us as well once and shall we receive a license.
Okay, thank you. So most everyone else that has come in here has said that they're looking at multi-million-dollar plants. And I think you just said that you can rent or purchase a trailer for processing, or is that for cultivation?
So I can purchase a trailer for $100,000, fully outfitted with all of the lights and
That does what? Excuse me.
it'll grow the plant.
Okay.
Yeah. Our entire building, right? So this is just about getting to market, right? That's not our long-term strategy. Our long-term strategy is to build a full-size greenhouse. But why would I do that right now when the market can't sustain it?
Right.
And I know my competitors are going to oversaturate the market with a $10 million facility.
Yeah, I appreciate your honesty on that and helping us understand that part of the process.
Yeah.
And then I guess the follow-up to that is, so $100,000 for a grow trailer, but then how expensive is your water-based process of, taking the oil out of the plant?
My process for that is a lot cheaper. I don't need to purchase a $250,000 CO2 extraction. To begin with, I can use stainless steel and pour cold, clean water and ice on it and extract it just fine. People have been making hash like that for centuries.
Okay.
The black market has been doing it in washing machines. No, we're not going to do that. We'll use chemical grade products and we'll create a nice lab. But I don't need to spend all that money because I won't create anything I won't use. Right? You guys could get flour yourself and go into your home kitchen and make my product. That's how clean and easy it is to do.
Okay. Thank you for helping us understand that. And explain it.
Thank you, Mr. Gamble. That's an excellent point on being honest with us about the upfront investments. Mr. Harwell.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. What about your day-to-day operation? Who would be in charge of that and that process?
Go ahead.
Yes, when I first got on this journey looking to get into the medical cannabis business, we went out and visited the facility out in California and just viewed the operations. And I liked what they told me, how they wanted me to send a team of leadership out there once we were successful in obtaining a license. And that team would train out there and see the growth operations from infancy to the end production. And knowing that that support is there, we have been in business for over 25 years here in Alabama, okay? So we have run medical clinics, we have done benefits consulting and brokers consulting, but we have not done cannabis. So you need people who have the institutional knowledge of what to do and have had the trials and errors and the failures and the successes to know how to be successful. And that's what we have here. Dr. Siebert, if you've ever been to A&M University and he carried you out on the farm, and to see what they're doing out there is very impressive. And also with Rick Burgess and his team. So we will have a operations team, we have them identified to be involved, and they will also be involved in operations, making sure that we're doing the things we need to do to be successful.
Let me answer that question a little more directly. In the beginning, I need 2 full-time employees. I need somebody with cultivation background experience to make sure that my plants are de-leafed, managed, and watered every day. And then when that batch is done, I need somebody to extract it. I can tell you that based on my analysis of the number of patients in Alabama, I can do 1 harvest in 800 square feet and have all of the raw materials I need for the rest of the year. That means if I go out and hire a bunch of people, they're going to be doing this all day long, right? And that doesn't make any sense. So from a standpoint of what Alabama's demands are going to be, it's a very simple business right now, right? People have been growing enough product in homes for what you guys are going to need for our product, for what we're going to deliver to the market, right? So realistically, it's not until some of the things change in the state where this trial run is really done very well, where the companies are struggling but surviving, because that's what we're all going to do. We're all going to struggle and survive, right? Some of them are going to come in with over allocation, and they're going to utilize their assets in other states to sustain operations here, and more power to them. But that's not what we're running. That's not what we're looking to do. We're looking to create a business for Bruce and the investors here in Alabama that will be sustainable long-term, and it'll be product that I hope that you guys will use one day if you ever get sick, because it will heal you. That's what God intended it for. That's what it's there for. And creating it with taking it out as the whole plant is the only way to take it. It's the only way.
Thank you, Mr. Harwell. Anybody else? Dr. Siebert, go ahead and answer whatever.
Yes, to focus on the question as far as the workforce, how many people you need to run an operation like this, what makes it very attractive to us at A&M to work with Medela is that simple extraction process. Because when you extract with CO2, with alcohol, with methanol, with any other thing, you're going to have to remove the very product that you use to do the extraction. That's a chemistry that's very demanding, that has to be sanitized properly. So in this particular process, a sample that is extracted with water, it's almost like, I guess when you're making a whiskey, you just take a swig of it and then you just go test it to see what the alcohol content is. In this particular case, you just take the extract without any further removal or analysis, and the same, you take it to a lab, run it in a GC, run it in a gas chromatography to get the concentration of that particular of all the cannabinoid. And if anything, if you have to dilute it to anything, still it's the water process that you're going to use, not any harsh chemicals. So we like that concept, and definitely we feel that our students that we will bring into the testing of such product are ready. We should be able to do that without any issue.
Any other commission members have a question?
Just one,
Dr. Blakemore.
just one question. With the process that you're outlining, do you feel that will be a good process for a pharmaceutical grade product?
Yeah, I think it's good for a pharmaceutical grade product. It's a more holistic product. When you'd have to give me what you mean by pharmaceutical grade, because that's a pretty broad term. Is it medical grade? Yeah, it's medical grade. Is it going to be GMP certified? Are we going to spend the money to be GMC? Not in the beginning, but I've run GMP before. It's processes and people. When you're looking at the risks to a GMP process, to any process, it's your inputs. It's your inputs and your people. The more inputs you have, the more risk you have, the more supply chain risk you have. We're controlling as much of it as we can. So if I don't input something into my product, then it's not going to come out in the plant, right? I'm going to have a whole extraction. I know what's going in. I know what my inputs are. I know how clean they are, and I know what's coming out. And then all my products are going to be tested. Like I said, I've been in charge of $250 million worth of recalls. I initiated $250 million worth of recalls. I understand the recall process. I understand the risks, and I care a tremendous amount about the patients, right? I think this is the best product, right? Yeah, pharmaceutical definition is a hard one for me because I have a hard time when you're using a hydrocarbon to pull something out and you're not going to get it all out. You may get most of it out, probably get it down to a non-detectable level, but it's still in there. But I think, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Blakemore. Excellent question. Anyone else have a question? Dr. Jensen?
So you're bringing in a trailer to grow it. Where are you going to do the extraction and processing and packaging and?
Sure. So as that trailer is being brought in because we need to start growing, right? The remainder part of the project is to build a large building and to do the extraction in that building as well. You can buy trailers that have everything you need to extract as well. I mean, the industry has changed so much over the last 10 years that you can buy anything and have it delivered to you. That's not our intent, but if that's what's necessary to get product into the
But can you
field.
get it delivered in a timely basis then? I mean, unless you already have some kind of letter of agreement with the suppliers, that would be.
There's used ones out there. There's a whole used market on them. Yeah. I mean, I was looking at one, I gave you the number 100,000 because there's one in Oklahoma available for $100,000 right now.
Okay, so no disrespect to Sanjay Gupta, but what makes him an expert on medical cannabis? No, and that's not what I'm really asking. What I'm asking is, do you say full spectrum is the only way to go? And then we've had numerous presentations where for this condition, CPN or CBN is the best component. Do they need a full spectrum for specific conditions?
Well, I think it's very hard for us to decide exactly what part of that extraction is giving the people the therapeutic benefit because studies really have not been done and have not been completed. When it comes to our dispensaries, we're not going to sell just our product. We're going to leverage the other companies' products as well. We're going to sell their products in our stores. We have to, right? So when it comes to products that have CBN in it, our stores will have CBN in it. Will we be growing cultivars and extracting to get the CBN out? That's that little micro part in there? No, we won't be doing that because that requires hydrocarbons or CO2 extraction. It requires high pressure, but CBN will be in our product.
Okay.
It just won't be the primary expressed cannabinoid.
Okay, and then, well, what do you anticipate the cost will be for 200 milligrams or whatever basis?
So we expect our cost of production per gram to be around $15 to $20. That's our cost. We expect to sell our finished products at probably a 10 to 15% premium over our competitors.
Okay. And then you list 2 dispensing sites. Do you have plans for more or what's the deal there?
Yeah, we have plans to do all 5 dispensing sites. When we did our application, we didn't want to just pick an address and put it down. We had addresses based on the ownership team, and it was very difficult at the time to go to landlords and say, hey, can you hold this property for us? Right? One, we'd have to pay for that. That's not cost effective. That probably would have cost us, let's say, at least $200,000 to hold 5 properties. But yeah, we're going to fully express every dispensary opportunity that we have. We're going to go into markets that I think have the most patients. And if we can find one that's far enough away from another dispensary, then that's what we'll do. You know, spending a lot of time and money and materials on all of these what ifs and could be's is not a prudent use of anybody's time, right? When it's time to hit the road and get running, we will hit the road and get running. I just, from the previous presentation, I understand there's a company out there that'll lend us money to get dispensaries, right? So we can do that as well. We don't have to, we have the money, but we can do that. And we'll find 5 dispensary locations throughout Alabama. And maybe Bruce should speak more on it.
Yes, I would like to say what we place in our application, I mean, is all factual, is all true. When I was going to the market to look for dispensary locations, I was told by many real estate agents that they have talked to other people as well, and they told them that that market was not available because the licenses hadn't gone out from the AMCC. And they were not able to help others. So I'm not sure how everybody got locations, but what we represented in our application is authentic and it's true. However, once we have a license, we would not have a problem getting dispensary locations.
So adding on to that, everybody wants to go to the big markets, and that's something we've tried to look at is, the whole big part of the Black Belt. That's going to be underserved. West Alabama may be underserved. So, I mean, we're looking for people that just don't want to have the easy markets. We want people to also look at the underserved markets.
Well, obviously, I mean, we're a business and we're looking to be successful. So we don't need two McDonald's right next to each other. And where the market is and what the market dictates is where we would look to be.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Petway.
And then one more. So Mr. Willis, you said you've been in, I guess, a lot in California and maybe some other markets with integrators, or what's that kind of background?
Cultivators and finished products goods. So I have some experience in working with a company in Washington and experience in California with 2 large cultivations there. About 100,000 square feet of canopy.
And what type of compliance or regulatory issues might you have had in those?
We haven't had any because, we run a very clean business. The whole the regulatory side is we don't have pesticides. So we just took over, and I'm part of a team that took over a facility in Southern California, consulting on that. They were putting pesticides and using the pesticides. When the pesticide person came in and said, we're done, those are going, they're leaving. And so we removed that regulatory hurdle. We won't be doing pesticides here because they're not necessary. If you grow the plant is the best defense on any type of issues that it's going to have. From a compliance standpoint on managing the product, we've had no recalls. We've had no issues with failed tests, no aspergillus, which is really the biggest one. That's never been a problem because we have clean sanitary solutions for cleaning our equipment, and no heavy metals because we use clean products. So we've never had a failed test.
And so many or all of the other companies have talked about their own in-house quality testing. Where are you going to do that? Or are you outsourcing that somewhere?
We'll do third-party testing. Yeah.
It's all third party.
Yeah. And we'll do some in-house testing on THC levels and that kind of stuff so we can understand what that batch is going to produce.
Okay.
But, yeah.
And then like, who's in charge of compliance? Who's in charge of security? Those kind of key positions.
So the compliance, HR, security, that all rolls up into the chief operating officer. We don't have formal roles yet in the organization, but it's my intention to take over that role. I've managed employees for the last 20 years. When it comes to security, the best defense is a good perimeter. So putting up a really good perimeter is really important, making the place look like Fort Knox, making sure that people don't want to come in. Compliance will end up, when we get fully scaled up, we'll end up having a quality person that'll manage the SOPs and manage all the different types of processes and paperwork and that kind of stuff that needs to be done. So I've run a distribution business. I've run a cultivation.
But do you have people in mind for these positions, or are you just waiting for the license to start that process?
We have people in mind. I think we're mostly waiting for a license, right? You get people excited about things that never happen, and that's a kind of a real downer. We've talked to them about it and talked to people who are interested in doing it. And if and when we get a license, then we'll start that process, right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lambertus. Is that right?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Petway. Dr. Siebert, good to see you again. We appreciate you coming today and representing Medela.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity and want to say thank you to the commission again. And just want to emphasize that we meet the requirements. We secured the $2 million bond. We are residents of the state of Alabama. We have the farm, the land, the property, and we're fully capable. We have a very sharp team and we'll welcome the opportunity to work here.
Thank you, Mr. Petway. We
you.
appreciate your coming before the commission today and sharing your thoughts and ideas in your company.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Got time for a quick bathroom break if we need to before our next presenter, Aspire Medical Products. I suppose you folks are here. Okay, y'all can go ahead and be making your way to the front and we'll get reseated momentarily. Kyle, you ready? You about ready, Kyle?
I'm ready.
Okay, all right, we'll go ahead and call our commission back into session. And before we hear from Aspire Medical Products, I'll ask Mr. Justin Ade to make appropriate comments pertaining to their application. So Justin?
This is applicant number 1702, Aspire Medical Products LLC. You have their complete application and the applicant summary. You also have a written materials that were provided by the applicant, and there were no pass-fail items noted for the application.
Thank you, Justin. Mr. Bridgeforth, I presume you're going to be the lead, or who's going to be the lead speaker?
I'll be the lead speaker, but President Hunter Lake is going to start us off.
Okay, all right. Mr. Lake, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, as just a reminder, as you and the other speakers get up, please identify yourself so that our reporter who is online can keep track of what we're doing here.
We'll do.
So the floor is yours. Watch the time frame up here on the counter. She'll have your time allotment in front of you.
Okay, well, good afternoon, Commission.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, and you guys can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, afternoon, Commission. First, I would like to thank you on your commitment, diligence, dedication to Alabama's cannabis patients to ensure that the most qualified and proven license holders are chosen. I'm Hunter Lake and president of Aspire Medical Partners. I am better known as founder of Avondale Brewing Company and associated Avondale District Redevelopment. I have 13 years of experience in Alabama alcohol regulation within the Alcohol, Tobacco Tax and Trade Bureau, and experience in legislation reform where I helped implement SB 192 Brewery Modernization Act. Avondale was Alabama's first combined tap room and craft brewery. I also have 15 years of experience as an Alabama licensed general contractor. I am here to help navigate Aspire through this new industry as a good quality partner to the AMCC and ensure our part as leader in this industry. I'm extremely humbled and fortunate to be part of such an incredible Alabama-grown team of worldwide leaders located here in this great state. I'm a biology major with a minor in business from the University of Alabama. And these Alabama medical leaders I speak of are Dr. Rick Myers and Dr. Josh Clevenger of Hudson Alpha, Dr. Lloyd Walker from A&M, Dr. Grace Burlow of Southern Research. The mentioned above have already had international success in their respective fields in agriculture, medicine, and bioscience, fueled by Hudson Alpha, A&M, and Southern Research. Dr. Swade and I attend church together, and I approached him to discuss Aspire's vision and innovation in medical cannabis, and he asked a lot of hard and insightful questions. So we set up a field trip to Hudson Alpha. And shortly after, he described medical cannabis in today's market as a best guess approach using trial and error to treat specific ailments, hoping that one would provide patient relief. While Aspire's approach removes the trial and error and targets specific products to specific patient ailments. Again, I'm humbled to not only be in the room with these partners, but having them on speed dial to assemble meetings about medical cannabis and patient health. Alabama is already a nation leader in agricultural and healthcare, has all the tools required to become a world leader in medical cannabis. Cal Bridgeforth is our founder and visionary to bring innovation, R&D, in agricultural, genetics, and pharma to the state of Alabama through medical cannabis. Cal is a fifth-generation Alabama farmer that was just representing everyone in this room as Ag Representative Ambassador for the U.S. And I'm proud to have Cal as our Chief Administration Officer.
Thank you, Hunter. My name is Kyle Bridgeforth. I'm a founder and Chief Administrative Officer for Aspire Medical Partners. And on behalf of myself and the entire Aspire team, I'd like to thank the Commission for the work you've done and for allowing us to present here today and share our goals for the medical cannabis industry here in Alabama. As our president, Mr. Lake, mentioned, I'm a fifth-generation farmer. Innovation has been a key part of our farm from the very beginning. Starting post-slavery, George Bridgeforth Sr., a freed slave, implemented innovation in every aspect of his farming operation, especially when resources were scarce. The second generation of our farm and family applied innovation well beyond the field into academia. My great uncle, George Ruffin Bridgeforth, was the Dean of Agriculture at Tuskegee when George Washington Carver was the lead scientist and Booker T. Washington was the president. Together, the three of them developed innovations that we're still using today. George Washington Carver, here in Alabama, in collaboration with Henry Ford, developed a vehicle built with a soybean byproduct for the body, and it ran off of ethanol. This level of innovation is something that my uncle brought back to the farm in Alabama. The third generation, my grandfather, Darden Bridgeforth, scaled the operation on our family farm from a family operation to a commercial size operation that benefited the whole community. In the 1970s, he was farming 7,000 acres of cotton and was the largest cotton farmer in the state of Alabama. The fourth generation of our farm used that scale to implement bioscience and apply precision agriculture to every acre on our farm. As a member of the fifth generation, I use innovation to enhance sustainability, chemistry, and to sell directly to corporate retailers who proudly sell Alabama-grown cotton and their products across the country. This pursuit of innovation has led me to several like-minded individuals and institutions, many of whom I had a partnership with before medical cannabis was legalized in Alabama. Some of those partners are Hudson Alpha, Alabama A&M, Southern Research, the Drummond family, Taylor Purcell, and Mitch Claiborne of Cornerstone Manufacturing, who introduced me to our president, Hunter Lake, and our chief of staff, Randy Beavers. Innovation is a key part of Aspire, but patient care and patient health will always be our top priority. Often we ask ourselves, how do we achieve patient care? How do we achieve this level and foundation for innovation? And it's through operational excellence. We also ask ourselves, what is operational excellence? We've broken it down into the three pillars that you see on the screen, and it starts with a state-of-the-art facility. That way we can ensure we're creating the most quality medical cannabis products for the patients here in Alabama. Second is patient and physician education. This ensures that not only the patient receives the detailed information about our products, but also physicians know about our products who will be prescribing them to patients. Third is a long-term research and development strategy that enhances efficiency, quality, and reliability, and to ensure that we always have product available for patients that desperately need it. We often take it a step further and ask ourselves, how do we get to the point of achieving operational excellence? It starts with a group of proven in-state leaders with a long history of success. These leaders have world-class acclaim and have dedicated their careers to Alabama and innovation in this state. The experts that we didn't recruit in-state, we ensure we recruited them for medical cannabis experience so there won't be a learning curve when we start introducing products to patients. In addition to having strong, proven in-state leaders and strong, proven in-state experts, we have proven in-state investors to ensure we're well capitalized. As business leaders, we understand the value of a capitalized launch and capitalized scale, and we'll be ready to launch immediately after receiving a license. And we'll be able to start cultivation within 2 weeks of receiving a license. I'd like to introduce our chief of staff and close friend of mine and partner, Randy Beavers, to speak further on some of our core partners and core processes before we show a short video so you can hear from some of our partners that weren't able to be here today.
Thank you, Kyle. I want to say I'm Randy Beavers, Aspire's Chief of Staff. I want to say thank you again to the commission members. We originally planned to have our Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Darren Potter, speak to operations today, but he had an unexpected surgery yesterday. So you guys are stuck with me. And I've got some big shoes to fill. And not only that, I've got a pretty high hurdle to clear for any Auburn fans in the commission this season, because my finance degree is from the University of Alabama. And please don't hold it against me. I've spent the last 15 years in commercial real estate. It's a very complicated business with a lot of moving parts and pieces. 15 years in development, you inherently learn a lot about operations and building teams. I currently serve as the Chief Operating Officer for a multi-state real estate development company. And so while I can't boast the 15 years of experience Mr. Potter has in medical cannabis, I have had the pleasure of doing design and construction and development for medical cannabis facilities for the last 4 years. And it's very different than traditional commercial development because the development is built around the operations. It's not a speculative business, and it requires a ton of integration from design and architecture with the actual operating team. So I've learned a lot from Mr. Potter. And I can definitely tell you it is an extremely complicated business. It's not agriculture. It's not traditional medicine. It's not traditional pharmaceuticals, unfortunately. We plan to take it to that level if given this opportunity. But it is medicine and it is a pharmaceutical. And those things are enabled by agriculture and security and compliance and logistics and manufacturing. And as such, we have to treat it like medicine. And we have to use medical grade care and precision in everything that we do in every aspect of our operations. And I want to thank the AMCC for going through this diligence process to making sure that the right folks are picked to do this job in the state of Alabama, because at the end of the day, we're providing medicine. And the way that we ensure that we are delivering medical grade quality, medical grade reliability, as Kyle mentioned, is through operational excellence. And I want to talk a little bit about what that means. It's a nice way of saying we have all of the requisite capabilities to execute every process and every role from seed to sale. And not only do we possess that, we have proven that operational excellence at every facet in the state of Alabama, aside from medical cannabis, because it hasn't been legal here until now. And I want to talk to you a little bit about our partners. You can see their logos here on the screen, but I want to help you understand how they fit into the processes and how we operate. But I'm going to tell you a little bit about their resume. We have 25 years of experience in design and construction of high security facilities from military installations to maximum security prisons provided by Cornerstone Construction based in Tanner, Alabama. They're the largest contractor of their kind in North America, and they're entrusted with $1 billion prison facility construction project here in the state of Alabama. We have 25 years of pharmaceutical industry experience provided by our head pharmacist, who will oversee all dispensary operations, Mr. Ed Geis. We have 35 years of experience in secure transport provided by Heritage Freight. They will oversee all of our secure transport systems and protocols. The state of Alabama trusts them to ship all election or a lot of election ballots in those election years. They hold contracts to ship and transport regulated tobacco and pharmaceutical products in the state. We have 81 years of agriculture experience, 70 of which are provided by Kyle, his cousin and brother, who are also partners at Aspire. They currently operate 10,000 acres of farming operations in the state of Alabama. They employ 50 Alabamans. And they, as Kyle mentioned, are implementing some really innovative stuff to bring branded commodities to market, as well as bringing, the innovation, the science into the agricultural processes for the state. We have 88 years of plant and genetic science on our team. Dr. Rick Myers, President Emeritus and Chief Scientific Officer, was the #1 contributor to the Human Genome Project when he was operating his lab at Stanford. And essentially, Hudson Alpha was built around his expertise when it was founded. Dr. Josh Clevenger, he is a faculty researcher, plant geneticist at Hudson Alpha. He has developed the world's first and only low-pass 1X genetic mapping technology. There's a lot there, but it's really cool. Dr. Lloyd Walker, who is the Dean of the College of Agriculture, Natural and Life Sciences at Alabama A&M. Dr. Ernest Siebert, here with us today, who is the Director of A&M's Research Station. And then Mr. Taylor Purcell, owner and operator of Purcell Ag Tech. He is also an advisor to Hudson Alpha's Ag Tech Accelerator Program, as well as an advisor to the World Food Program. We have 118 years of combined bioscience and biotech research. Part of that comes from Dr. Randall Meredith. He's a founder and CEO of Serena Therapeutics. He holds 3 patents. One includes a polymer for delivering cannabinoids in a time-release manner for patients who suffer from seizure-based conditions like epilepsy and Parkinson's. Part of that biotech experience is also made up with the A&M and the Hudson Alpha members we described. We also have 150 years of medical experience. A lot of that comes from Dr. Swade. He is one of the top neuro and spine surgeons in the state of Alabama. He is the owner and operator of the Swade Clinic, and he is the current chairman of the state's Certificate of Need Board. Dr. Christopher Leggett, he is a cardiologist. He was part of the team with Dr. Gary Rubin, who developed the first coronary stents at UAB. And again, Dr. Meredith and Dr. Myers. And we combine that proven in-state experience with 73 years of combined experience in medical cannabis operations across the board. During that 73 years of combined operational experience, there are no violations, no recalls, and they had no issues with product walking out the back door of their facility. That experience is made up of Mr. Darren Potter, who I mentioned earlier. He's a 15-year medical cannabis veteran. He's a biologist and horticulturist by education and training. He's operated 4 companies, 4 vertically integrated companies from launch through stabilization and operations. He's consulted in 18 states, won 7 Cannabis Cup awards for cultivation and extract, and he has overseen operations and development of over 2 million square feet of medical cannabis facilities in multiple states. Dr. Mark Scaldone, he's a PhD chemist, holds 37 patents. He has published his work in 16 peer-reviewed journals, and he is a leader nationally for chemistry, extraction, and formulation sciences. Mr. Ron Smalley, he's a 25-year management veteran. 15 of those years were in medical cannabis across 4 states, and he led the state of Maine to opening their first medical dispensaries. And then finally, Mr. Edward Pinsky, who is an 8-year medical cannabis veteran. He's worked for a large MSO, overseeing operations in multiple states, but has gone independent. And what ties those gentlemen together is that they have been there and done that. They have been at big MSOs, they have been at independent companies, they have been operators and consultants, but they share our commitment to innovation and believe, as we do, that that is a major gap in this industry that Alabama has an opportunity to fill. So collectively, our proven team have published 150 articles, overseen staffs of over 200 people, currently in state employing 1,000 Alabamans, and have deployed over $500 million of capital into successful Alabama businesses across a multitude of industries. Our commitment is real. Our strategy is well thought out. It's not just window dressing. And as Hunter mentioned, Dr. Swade, Hudson Alpha, the folks at Southern Research put us through the ringer, and we earned exclusive agreements with Hudson Alpha and Alabama A&M, as well as a commitment from Southern Research to commit to a specific scope of work for a designed process of studies, if you will. And while those folks are out saving the world and couldn't be here with us today, we'd like to show you a video so you can hear it from them directly. Thank you.
I think that we have the opportunity in this industry to be the model that other states look towards when they're looking to provide the best product possible to the most amount of patients as possible.
Besides the big economic impact that this industry is going to bring to Alabama, I want Alabama to be in the forefront of the R&D. We think it's much more than making gummies for people to alleviate small pains and aches. I'm not interested in retailing marijuana, but I am interested in the medical side of it.
I would say what differentiates Aspire from other medicinal cannabis ventures is our R&D component. We are very dedicated to R&D and the potential for ailment-specific strains.
We're going to be teaming with Hudson Alpha, Southern Research, Alabama A&M. We've got a diversified company, and we think we're bringing R&D to this side of the business that the other competitors are overlooking. And we want this to be the research that changes the way other states look at medical cannabis.
Hudson Alpha started 15 years ago because we specialize a lot in human genetics and neurodegenerative diseases and cancer and other things like that, but also in plant genomics and genetics where we try to improve crops. And what we want to do with Aspire is see them be successful in being able to develop strains of cannabis to make compounds that are useful for treating disease. And the problem is the strains that do exist now don't emphasize any particular compound. And that's where genetics and genomics can come in and make a big difference.
When you talk about growing medical cannabis, it's not just like, there's not something that exists that's the perfect medicine already. Those things need to be developed. And not only that, but actually the strains that could be used for actual trials of medicine. So like physicians having controlled type trials of medicines, they don't even have the ability to do that because the genetics are not there for them to say, this has more of this compound, this has less. And so I can test whether it's having a medical effect as a treatment. And so the beneficial medicinal compounds in the plant are not THC, right? And there's a lot of them that we don't know a lot about. And so there really requires that pretty strong emphasis so that we can utilize the plant effectively for medicine. The ability to actually control the medicine and saying, I'm going to grow 15,000 square foot of cannabis. Most of those plants are probably different from each other. And so you're actually not producing the same thing in those flowers across the board. So there needs to be a lot of expertise on genetics, not just on development, but actually controlling the genetics and actually seed control, which most crop systems have really strong abilities to understand how pure the seed is, right? Because if you're growing 50,000 acres of corn and you want this variety, like it better be 50,000 acres of that variety. And cannabis is no different. And especially if it's going to be for medicine. And so it's really important. The research aspect is really important for the health of the medicinal cannabis economy. And Alabama actually has an opportunity to lead the United States with this type of emphasis on research.
Future is very, very bright. In terms of laboratory work that is expected to come from the proposal. We will be doing quite a bit of laboratory work as it relates to the goals and objectives of the Aspire proposal. There are quite a bit of compounds, phytochemicals, we refer to them as, that are found in these, whether it's medical cannabis or hemp. I'm looking forward to that.
Aspire offer to actually infuse funding into our research program as it relates to cannabis, and that funding would help attract new students, strengthen some of our laboratory systems for cannabis research, and it would be almost building capacity to help improve that area of research at Alabama A&M University.
So with Cal Bridgeforth being the ag ambassador of the US, you know, he writes grants, and he's written grants with Hudson Alpha, A&M, Auburn, Tuskegee, and they've all worked together for years. And, you know, when you're building a company where your partnerships have already established, and quite frankly, Aspire Medical Partners has all the components needed to be successful to provide patients of Alabama medical cannabis to target those specific ailments.
Okay. In addition to having a strong group of core partners, as you just saw on the screen, and a strong group of innovators, we also have a strong group of in-state investors committed to this industry in Alabama. Our investors will have active roles. Our investors will have an active role in the operation, and our investors aren't beholden to public stockholders, private equity, and there's no other state markets competing for our resources. 100% of our resources are focused here in Alabama. We'll use our capitalization to fuel an immediate launch. The very same day that we received a license, we'll commence operations. We'll have business meetings set that evening to ensure that we're ready to start immediately once the license is received. We'll commence cultivation within 2 weeks. Our dispensaries will be operational within 60 days. And within 120 days, our dispensaries will be ready to receive product on the shelves. In order to expedite the process to get product to the patients, we have several MOUs with several of the current license award winners from other license classes. 75% of our total budget is dedicated to our facility. And I'd like to invite our Chief of Staff, Randy Beavers, back to the microphone to speak further to the facility and its capabilities, and Hunter Lake to speak more about why we're rooted in Sylacauga and why we're so connected to the people there.
Yeah, this is Hunter Lake. Before we get into all the statistics of our facility, I want to tell you about why we chose Sylacauga. Sylacauga geographically is 45 minutes from Birmingham and on the way to Hudson Alpha. The facility we chose was an economic driver collaboration between Alabama Power and the city of Sylacauga, and we see it as a great fit to implement our goals. Coincidentally, I took on a recently completed and state-funded Talladega Board of Education job for the 32-acre site cleanup of Old Avondale Mills and the future site of East Alabama Rural Training Hub, or EARTH, located in Sylacauga. During that project, I met Margaret Morton, EARTH's leader, and I learned about their strategy to bring new and innovative businesses to the area. As an employer of just over 200 Alabamians, I found in my founded companies in alcohol production, entertainment, manufacturing, construction, development, and transportation, I know how important a quality workforce is for any venture. Because of Sylacauga's alignment with our goals for innovation, economic development, and because of its skilled workforce due to the presence of Purcell Ag Tech being located there, we have identified Sylacauga as a place we can rely on to help us develop the talent needed for a world-class operation. Central Alabama Community College and EARTH will be our workforce development partners to take the best practices of our medical cannabis experts and convert them into curriculum to help Aspire develop strong and consistent workforces that can be shared throughout the state, along with deeper curriculum that will intend to develop the Central Alabama Community College and A&M. Aspire has been 100% well received and locally aligned with Sylacauga Economic Development, Glenn Sisk of Coosa Valley Medical Center, Police Chief, Fire Chief, Emergency Response, City Council, and Mayor Jim Hagel. Randy, you want to?
Before I go through Randy Beavers. Before I go through a bunch of statistics on the facility, and you guys glaze over with that, I think it's more important to tell you why we would invest so much in a facility when there are certainly cheaper ways to produce and cultivate cannabis. And it really comes down to reliability. There are a myriad of variables in the entire process, seed to sale, and a lot of those variables are concentrated in the agricultural portion of the overall process. And if we can't depend on our crop, then we have nothing to bring to market. And if there's nothing on the shelves, that impacts what the consumers are able to access. And if people are depending on our products, our crops need to be extremely reliable. We've got to be as reliable as Advil. That's the way we look at it. If someone's depending on us for quality of life, it has to be there and it has to be consistent. The efficacy, the effects have to be the same every time. You can cultivate quality plants from greenhouses. You can cultivate quality plants from even outdoor grows. Our COO has done that in other states, but quality is only half the equation. Reliability is the other half. And that just flat out comes from your ability to control your growing environment. So Mr. Potter and myself, our architect MJ12, who is the largest cannabis specific architecture company in the world, have designed a medical grade facility for quality and reliability. How do we make up for that massive investment that we're going to make? Yield. In these environments, plants grow bigger, faster, and they typically yield more of the therapeutic compounds in the plant. We can push growth cycles. We can pull growth cycles. It gives us a lot more control over our crop level operations, which really at the end of the day dictate what's coming out on the other side. Our facilities are developed around proven state-of-the-art equipment. It's fully automated. We have designed around CGMP standards. We have an in-house, essentially a building within a building, an in-house R&D component, because if we want to do crossbreeding programs, if we want to implement the genetics discoveries that we are seeking to make, we have to have a place for the hands-on work to happen under a licensed compliant facility. Our timeline, well, we've selected prior construction general contractor in Birmingham, Alabama. I have a 5 or 6 year relationship with them through the development work I've done. But we've chosen them because they brought a CGMP pharmaceutical facility, Avanti, in Alabama online in an extremely fast amount of time. Avanti makes lipids for COVID vaccines. So they were, really under the gun, and prior pulled it off. If we commence full tenant build out in March of 2024, we'll be done in 150 days. But we can bring temporary grow units from a company here in Alabama called ShipShape into our facility to commence our cultivation operations within 2 weeks of a license award. And we can push our genetics validation program, our cloning programs, all the way through flower as we are building out. We are phasing in the lab operations, the extraction and packaging on the front end of the project, so that by the time we have a crop that's ready for harvest, we have that side of the facility with a temporary certificate of occupancy ready to begin production. Our COO and I have done this in other states. Every state has a tight timeline because patients everywhere want this stuff as fast as they can get it. And it just all comes down to phasing and staging and strong construction and development experience. Oh, sorry. There we go. So here come the quick hit on the stats. The facility, we've designed around reliability and quality. Our mechanical units are agronomic IQs. They are purpose-built mechanical units for this purpose. They have onboard integrated humidification and controls. Our water comes from county sources, but we run it through reverse osmosis so that we can filter that before it enters our batch tanks and gets mixed with our fertilizer solutions. Our fertigation system, which delivers the irrigation fertilization, is centralized, and it is built for precision dosing based on the strain, the stage, and the schedule of production. Our lighting does the same. We can tune it to strain, stage, and schedule. It is a full spectrum LED product made by a company called Fos. There are a lot of manufacturers out there, but we have found great success with this particular product because they use a proprietary lens system on top of their LED nodes that penetrates or allows the full spectrum of light to penetrate further through the canopy. That is enabling growth that is over double what most operators underwrite. Most operators underwrite yield at 70 to 75 grams per square foot. We're finding strains that we can generate 140 grams per square foot using this combination of systems. The systems are linked together through GrowLink, and it fully integrates and incorporates all of those environmental controls on a room by room basis. It monitors and alerts us when things go above or below certain parameters so that we have alerts and can get ahead of issues. Nothing's perfect, even though it's an indoor setting. This is the best way to control that environment and make sure that we're getting the same product that we're expecting to get every time we plant a seed, so to speak. Our workforce it's not enough for our proven in-state leaders to have all of the knowledge on how to operate. We've got to train and develop talent. We've got to transfer that knowledge, and we do that through our partnership with Central Alabama Community College, Earth, and A&M. And we make that curriculum available to anyone in the state who is looking for workforce development and training. We are sharing our best practices with our competitors because we believe that that is the best thing to do for the patients we're serving. Our genetics are PhD led. Junk in, junk out. If you're not choosing good plant varieties on the front end, you're not getting what you expect or what you need on the back end from extraction and formulation. Just because you are a cultivator, you can be a hemp producer, but if you don't have existing networks for seed manufacturers, tissue culture providers in medical cannabis with proven genetics, then you are up against the wall. There's a culture in that industry, and they don't just let everybody in. We have procured all of our genetics. In fact, we've begun to ask the state what the approval process for the genetics look like because the statute requires that. And we are ready to go with all of our plant genetics at a moment's notice. We can also test and validate how homogeneous our crop is through what Mr. Clevenger described in the video. He has a proprietary technology that currently we're the only team in the world that has access to for low pass genomics. And that allows us to optimize our cultivation to our extraction goals and our formulation goals. Cultivation is led by award-winning farmers and plant biologists. And those folks, including Mr. Taylor Purcell and Mr. Bridgeforth, have existing relationships with in-state providers for all inputs in our supply chain, from our growing mediums to our fertilizers to our equipment. Extraction is PhD led. We use 100% solventless technology. Our primary methodology is ice water agitation extraction. While the equipment is state-of-the-art, it's a proven methodology. It's been around as long as cannabis extraction has been around. But in the past, it hasn't been as effective and efficient at extraction, but the technology has come around in the last 2 years, and we have gone out, looked at the technology, worked with the technology to know that it works and understand the SOPs associated with it. We also use CO2, but that is more of a focused extraction methodology for isolating and getting terpenes, secondary and tertiary compounds out that help modulate the therapeutic effects so that we can put those things in their purest form back into our formulations. Plus, solventless is just simply safer for workers and safer for patients. I get it, C1D1 labs are built to protect people, but having flammable chemicals when we don't have to just doesn't really make a lot of sense to us. We've done the cost analysis, and we actually understand how we can operate solventless methodologies at a lower cost than hydrocarbon. Plus, it requires less capital expenditure because you don't need a C1D1 lab. Our formulation is PhD led. As I mentioned, Dr. Scaldone. We are targeting to provide formulations for specific relief. Our transportation is our secure transporters are some of the strongest in the state. And then education is really about the patient and physician level. We don't look at our dispensaries as retail locations. We look at them as pharmacies. We look at them as places where tenants can come to educate themselves to understand how to get what they're looking for in the current market of fairly generic products that we hope to shift and change to be more targeted. We want people to come in and have digital terminals to look at materials, educational materials, browse our product line. There will be pharmacists on site at every dispensary so that the patients can actually engage and ask deeper, more thoughtful questions. All of this is encapsulated by the world-class security we've mentioned, and our seed to sale tracking system will be metric. We have used it more than any other system in all the states that we operate and consult in. And the state is using it. It just makes sense to have one-for-one integration. So to sum all this up, the sum of all this is we understand the process from seed to sale. We have the people in place to do it. And the total is really greater than the sum of the parts. And Kyle, if you want to talk a little bit about what that adds up to.
Sure. Thank you, Randy. And Randy's right. Aspire does add up to more than the parts. Patients will immediately find a source of confidence when we provide transparent manufacturing, product information, and we're planning to be very, very open in the public. As the current chairman of the Athens Limestone County Hospital, I'm aware of how beneficial and how necessary these products are for patients. People every day are searching for an alternative and a solution, and medical cannabis in the state of Alabama is just that. As a past chairman of the Economic Development Association, I know the impact that a new company coming into a community can have. Aspire will contribute $56.5 million in capital expenditure over the first 3 years. We'll also contribute 173 direct jobs within the first 3 years. In addition to having goals for immediate impact, we also have a series of long-term goals rooted in research and development and innovation. This is often where the industry falls short, and Aspire plans to fill that gap and be able to provide the solutions that Alabama patients need. It starts in-house in our facility in Sylacauga with our research and development team, identifying our goals and creating our metrics for innovation. Southern Research helps identify the promising compounds within the cannabis plant. Hudson Alpha then optimizes crops and plants to produce those compounds. Then Alabama A&M creates cultivation and agronomic plans to optimize extraction of those compounds out of the plant. And from there, Southern Research helps formulate those compounds to safely and reliably create products for patients. This platform has the ability to create exponential economic impact in Alabama. The seeds and tissue cells can be sold nationally throughout the state. Guidelines can be created to attach specific variants of cannabis to specific ailments, and it puts Alabama in the place to be a leader nationally in the medical cannabis industry. Also, this is a process that's currently being done. This is when the partners listed on the screen already interact with each other. At Bridgeforth Farms, we currently work within this program in a model where Hudson Alpha discovers genetics, Alabama A&M in a field trial setting helps ensure those genetics work. Then Bridgeforth Farms in the commercial setting will make sure those varieties work well in a typical commercial setting. We've created and developed a scientific advisory team to ensure that all of our innovation goals are focused on patient outcome. Aspire is truly a patient-first company. We're focused on patient care, end-to-end patient care, and operational excellence. I've spoken with every member of the Aspire team, both professionally and personally, and we all agree that patient care is absolutely paramount. Every job, every role, despite the discipline, from the top to the bottom, it's important to have operational excellence all the way through to ensure that patients get the best possible products no matter what, consistently, on time, as affordable as possible, and solutions are made for the patients that need it. At Aspire, we plan to focus on a seed to sale level of operational excellence. That's exactly why we're all here. That's why we've gone this far. That's why everyone has dedicated so much work to being at this point now, is so we can provide and use our expertise to benefit patients in Alabama. Aspire has unmatched research and development, and we're in a league of our own when it comes to innovation. And we'd love to use those expertise and will be honored to partner with the state in creating medical cannabis products to help patients in Alabama that so desperately need it. Thank you very much. And please feel free. I'd love to answer any of your questions. Please feel free to reach out to me at any time. And if you want me to elaborate on anything I just presented, I'd be more than happy to do so. Thank
I'm
you
sure
very
we'll
much.
have some questions, Mr. Bridgeforth. Anyone want to go first? Dr. Blakemore.
Feel Very good presentation.
Thank you.
What do you expect your revenues to be for your dispensaries?
Oh, sure. I'll let Randy speak to that. In total for dispensaries or individually?
Individually.
Yeah, I think, I mean, you can look at averages, but the reality is we've selected a flagship dispensary in Birmingham because of its the proximity to all of the major the highest concentration of major hospitals in the state. So I think the dispensaries are going to look different location to location. We have selected all of our markets, but we want to wait to see what the market does because we want to select the right locations in each of those markets, which we will do, between license award and the end of the first year. So in that 12-month period. And so I think it's really hard to say what revenues are going to look like until we see what the market develops. I would like for us to hit our underwriting in terms of revenue. We'd love to see something like $5 million in revenue,
Gotcha.
Per location within the first 2 years. I think that's a really great target when we kind of underwrite market share the way that we do, but it's hard to tell.
Yeah, in general, as a practicing pharmacist running an independent location, I'm happy to hit 25% margins on my gross profit. So I was just wondering some of your benchmarks in the cannabis industry, if those would translate into the state of Alabama.
Yeah, margin will like anything with retail, we set our margin and we hope to achieve it. Typically our markup from wholesale is 15 to 20% dependent upon the product. But that also depends on, again, the location of the dispensary. If it's a rural dispensary, I think our pricing is going to be set, in relation to all of the things that add up to get it from point A to point B. Versus an urban setting. And so I think there's a lot that goes into that in terms of how we set our pricing, but 15 to 20% is definitely an ideal margin. But then there's also, the patient affordability programs, loyalty programs, and things like that, factor in volume and factor in our ability to bring more volume into the door, which if we're able to do that, we can, I think we're okay with a lower margin on a product basis if we're ultimately adding up to a higher margin on the aggregate basis, if that makes sense.
What you're trying to, just more volume. So patient volume goes up, you can reduce price. Is that essentially what you're saying? Yeah.
Exactly. And I think that, again, every dispensary is in its own market and we have to look at that on a case by case basis. But yeah, I mean, benchmarks 15 to 20%, and that range includes affordability programs.
Thank you, Dr. Blakemore. Anybody else got a question? Dr. Jensen?
Yep. I know it's hard. You have a lot of different products, but the price range for whatever you want to use, 200 milligrams, what do you have what did you estimate for your business?
So I think a good benchmark is capsules, edible capsules or lozenges, so we would typically sell those, in 100 milligram units. And if you want to break it down on a per gram basis, it comes out to, $3 to $4 a gram, depending on the product, depending on the strain. And then ultimately on a per milligram basis, we're looking at something, equivalent, somewhere around 4 cents per milligram. And yeah, that's the consumer facing pricing.
Okay. And then you've listed 2 dispensing sites here. What are your plans for additional ones?
It's market rollout. I mean, we want to have the ability we know where we're going initially. There are just some strategic decisions there because of proximity to our cultivation facility, proximity to hospitals. After that, we want to look at what the market is doing. We want to deploy our capital in a smart way. This is a nascent market. The demand is there, but the demand can't buy the product until patients have their cards. There's a process. And so I think we're fully committed to the industrial rollout. We are fully committed to the flagship rollout and the second rollout. And the goal would be to be thoughtful about the subsequent locations to have those open within the first 12 months.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jensen. Anyone else have a question for Aspire Medical Products? Mr. Bridgeforth, Mr. Lake, Mr. Beavers, and Dr. Siebert, can you be spread any thinner? Great presentation today, guys.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to thank the whole commission. Thank you all for the time and the dedication you put so far. Truly appreciate it. Please feel free to reach out anytime if you do have additional questions.
Thank you for coming today and sharing your ideas about Aspire.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate you coming before the commission today. Sure enough. Thank you. As we're waiting for TheraTrue, or are they here today? I think they're in the hallway, so we'll try to get them in here and get going.
Yeah.
Yeah. Enjoy your weekend.
That's what we need.
Yeah, I got nothing there for that one. That'll be all right. All of our commission members in place? All righty. Is Mr. Paul Judge available?
Yes, sir.
Are you Mr. Judge? Okay, you can come on up and we'll get ready to hear from TheraTrue, Alabama. And as you are going through your presentation, Ms. Peters will put the time allotment up here on the counter. So just kind of make note of that as you progress through your presentation. Before you start off, we'll have Mr. Justin Aday make a couple of comments about your application, please. So Justin.
All right, this is applicant number 1704, TheraTrue Alabama LLC. You have the complete application and the applicant summary. There were no pass-fail items noted with the application. You also have a brief submitted by the applicant that was provided to you and provided in your materials today.
Thank you so much, Justin. Okay, Mr. Judge, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Alabama Medical Cannabis Commission. I appreciate the fact that I'm the last presentation standing in between you and the weekend. And I won't lean on the cliche of save the best for last, but we're going to work hard to show you why we would love to be and believe we earned the ability to be entrusted with the responsibility of creating medical cannabis here in Alabama. There's 5 things that you'll hear from us today. One, you hear that we're a top 2 company. And what I mean by that is, our dedication to excellence in this medical cannabis sector was scored by your evaluators twice that had us come in as a top 2 company. But not just that, next door in Georgia, in the vertical medical cannabis, process there, we were also a top 2 scoring company and earned a vertical license. Also, next door in the medical state of Florida, we also scored in the top 2 in the most recent round of vertical medical cannabis. The only company on earth that has earned a license in each of these 3 southeastern states: Florida, Georgia, and thus far early in your process, Alabama. And so we humbly welcome the responsibility to be able to produce medical cannabis for qualified patients here in Alabama. The second thing you're going to see from us today is we are 100% minority owned. 100%. We're certified minority business enterprise with the Alabama Department of Economic and Community Affairs. Our co-owner, Joseph Petway, you'll meet in a moment, has been a farmer here in Alabama for over 30 years. And our goal is to usher in a new era of farming and Black farming with significant investment in our medical cannabis programs right here in the Black Belt. The third thing you're going to see is we're world-class. And what I mean by that is our team has helped build some of the largest cannabis companies in the world. They're ready to answer any questions that you have. There's 160 years of cannabis experience sitting behind me right now. Our dispensary architecture team has built over 500 dispensaries, literally in every legal state in the country. Our security team has designed over 1,000 facilities in over 30 states. Our architecture team has designed over 4 million square feet of cultivation space in over 70 different facilities. We've worked with each of these firms for over 4 years now across multiple states. Our CEO has managed over 200,000 square feet of cultivation, over 20 dispensaries, as he was CEO of a medical vertical operation in Florida. We've produced tens of millions of products for patients. The fourth thing you'll see from us today is that we're ready. We have a facility that was a former food processing facility in Demopolis. It is 35,000 square feet of building that already exists, plus another 5,000 square feet of employee space. We are ready to have it operational within 57 days. You'll see that in that place, we have design already done, security already done, construction docs are done, insurance policies in place for crop failure, for product safety. We even have multiple secure transport vehicles already purchased, already sitting here in the state of Alabama, licensed, and even with the Public Service Commission. And lastly, the fifth thing you'll see from us today is we have the finances to bring all this together. You've seen detailed in our documentation that we have $46 million of cash available, both in Territory, Alabama LLC bank accounts, as well as from our investors. We also have multiple bank accounts right here in Alabama. So in conclusion, you'll see that we're a top 2 vertical cannabis company. We're 100% minority owned. We're world-class. We're ready and well-capitalized. You're also going to see that we aim to make Alabama proud. You'll see a series of support letters from mayors, including right here, Mayor Reed of Montgomery, Mayor Wilson of Birmingham, multiple senators. We've also signed a partnership with Talladega College, where we are doing workforce development and supporting research as part of a profit share program with Talladega. And so with that, I'd like to introduce to you my co-owner, my partner, Alabama resident, longtime farmer, Joseph Petway.
Good afternoon, Commission. I am Joseph Petway Jr., a lifelong farmer and educator with both physical and figurative roots in Alabama. I received my high school diploma and associate degree from Marion Military Institute in Marion, Alabama, prior to embarking on a lifelong journey in education. That is obtained Bachelor's of Science degree in physical education from the University of Alabama, in education from the Alabama State University, as well as receiving master's degrees in physical education and education administration, and an educational specialist degree in instructional leadership from the University of West Alabama. I began my teaching career as a physical educator, teacher, and basketball coach at the Hazen Harrell Middle School in Orrville, Alabama. I went on to work as a basketball coach and eventually head coach at Keith High School, as well as at Wilcox Central High School in Camden, Alabama. For a decade between 2002 2012, I served as both assistant principal and eventually principal at my beloved Keith High School. Then I remained firmly committed to the education of young people, working as the attendance and athletics supervisor for the entire Dallas County school system for another decade through 2022, when I became the administrator of the county's Alternative Learning Center. I'm also currently a member of the Wilcox County Board of Education and have in the past and presently serve as chairman. Apart from education, my lifelong passion is farming and animal husbandry. For 35 years, I have been the proprietor of Pet Waste Place General Store and my family farm, Circle P Cattle Farm in Safford, Boca Chica, and Alberta, Alabama. I have consistently managed day-to-day operations at Circle P, caring for livestock, planting crops, harvesting hay, corn, sugarcane, and vegetables, and mending fences. I raise cattle, horses, chickens, ducks, as well as my beloved competitive hound dogs, with whom I share a passion for night hunting. As part of my community, I worship at Mount Sinai Missionary Baptist Church, where I'm also the chairman of the deacon board and a Sunday school teacher. I'm a member of Omega Psi Phi fraternity, a century-old historically Black fraternity, as well as NAACP, the Phi Theta Kappa Honor Society, and the Alabama Councilman Association. I'm married to Alabama attorney Felicia Ziegler Petway, and the father of 3 children and grandfather of 3 grandchildren. Now, I am proud co-owner of TheraTrue Alabama. The opportunity to apply my agricultural expertise to the field of medical cannabis is something I approach with enthusiasm and a sense of purpose. It is not just about growing crops. It's about being part of something that can truly help people. Partnering with this team means that TheraTrue Alabama is a world-class company. It means we are bringing the best of our farming traditions together with proven experts in medical cannabis with deep resources. And we do this as a 100% minority-owned company. For me, being part of TheraTrue Alabama is about more than just business. It's about bringing a valuable new crop to our fields, one that can offer relief and hope to those in need. It's an opportunity to contribute to an industry that's on the forefront of health and wellness, using the skills and knowledge I've gathered over the lifetime of farming. In closing, I'm excited about what we can achieve together with TheraTrue. We're not just planting seeds in the ground, we're planting seeds for a healthier future right here in Alabama.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Reginald Smith, and I'm from home, sweet home, Alabama here. Grew up in rural Alabama, Marion, Alabama, which is in the heart of the Black Belt, is in Perry County. Graduated from Stillman College in 1992 with a degree in chemistry. And following chemistry, after graduating there, I went on to medical school, South Alabama, and graduated there in 1998. And then I did my residency in internal medicine at University of Tennessee, Chattanooga unit. And following that, I got the privilege of serving in the United States Army, achieved rank of major. And following that, I relocated to Birmingham, Alabama, and I worked as a hospitalist at St. Vincent's Hospital in Birmingham. And after several years doing that, I've opened my current practice now is in pain management, and I do a lot of treatment in opioid addiction as well. I have opened my own clinic in Moody, Alabama in 2014. But like Brother Petway said, one of my passions now is animal husbandry as well. So that's my biggest passion, taking care of my cattle. And I'm just proud to be a beef rancher in Alabama and being a food processor, producer in Alabama. And thank you very much.
I'm thrilled to work alongside these gentlemen, Ms. Petway and Dr. Smith. In addition, Dr. Smith, TheraTrue has a medical advisory board of over 20 healthcare professionals, both physicians and pharmacists, including Dr. Nakia Shaw, Doctor of Pharmacy, who's our head of pharmacy and quality assurance. I'm Paul Judge, or Dr. Paul Judge. I have a PhD in computer science from Georgia Tech. I grew up down the street in Louisiana, went to school in Atlanta, went to Morehouse College undergrad. I earned a master's degree and a PhD from Georgia Tech, and became fascinated with cybersecurity, like how to protect the good people from the bad people on the internet. And I started my first company about 20 years ago, a company called Cipher Trust, where we protected many large companies from cybersecurity, bad actors. And that company has gone on to continue to be a successful publicly traded company. I then co-founded a company called PureWire to protect people's data in the cloud. That company became part of Barracuda Networks and had an IPO. There was a multi-billion-dollar IPO and continues to be an ongoing company. And I'm also a co-founder of a company called Pindrop. We protect most of the banks in the country. We keep people from calling your bank pretending to be you and trying to steal your money. In that company, we've raised over $200 million of investment. We employ hundreds of people. And I've done all this from right here in the South. And it's with that same passion that we approach Theracha. We've been honored by a lot of magazines, Fortune Magazine and Black Enterprise and MIT, but the thing that we're most proud of is solving problems, being innovative, and creating jobs in the communities where we do business. And if I may share a personal story with you. So 8 weeks today, my father passed. I was holding his hand. He was wearing his hat that he liked to wear every day. He was a proud Vietnam veteran. And there's two things to know about my father. He would tell me all the time about his first job. It was in agriculture. He picked sweet potatoes in Louisiana. He'd tell me to go out and pick sweet potatoes and make $1 a day. But he had a friend named Fast Freddie. He said that boy could pick some sweet potatoes. When he and Fast Freddie went out there together, they would make $3. It's that partnership of 1 + 1 = 3. I think a little bit of what you're seeing with me and Joseph working together. But when my dad started hospice a few months ago, they brought all types of medicines, Percocets and morphine and fentanyl even. And he would take those things for his pain. He just wouldn't be cognizant. He couldn't pay attention to me or his wife or his grandkids. And he was never a recreational cannabis user in all of his life. But when he started to use medical cannabis to deal with his pain at the end of life, he was able to be aware, he was able to enjoy the last several months of life. And he was proud of the work that we do at Theracha. He was with me as we watched the announcement of the awards the first time in June here. He was with me. We watched the announcement of awards the second time in August. And so I brought a bit of him with me today as we share with you today. So I want to tell you about a few other people on our team. Victor is by his father's bedside in Dominican Republic right now. He's our CEO. Victor was CEO of Liberty Health Sciences. There, he grew that company. He's the only minority CEO in all of the Florida cannabis industry. He grew that company from 4 dispensaries to 29 under his leadership. He served over 100,000 patients. He produced over 4 million milligrams of medical cannabis oil. He grew that company from $5 million a year to over $50 million a year. He employed 300 employees. He oversaw 200,000 square feet of cultivation space, including 50,000 square feet of processing space. And he left that role to come be CEO of Theracha. And we've been working together for the last 4 years. A couple other people on our board I'll mention quickly. We talk about diversity and minorities. Ambassador Andrew Young was a civil rights legend, worked alongside Martin Luther King. He's proudly on our board of Theracha, where he's been for the last 4 years. He helped draft the U.S. Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, was House of Representative, U.S. Ambassador. Others on our board are people like Mary Rashid, who ran new products and development at Sutera, a multi-state operator. People like Maceo Salone, who is on the board of trustees of TIAA-CREF, that manages 150 million of assets. He's also proudly on the board of Theracha. And so you'll hear more from other of our team members today, but I want to share some backgrounds of some that aren't with us. But first up, we've ordered the presentation similar to the order of the sections in the application, right? So we couldn't read all 1,100 pages of the application today, but we tried to structure it in that order a little bit. And so first up is financial ability. So with that, I'll introduce our CFO, Sheila Bailey.
Good afternoon to you all. I'm Sheila Bailey. And for more than 20 years, I've provided financial and operational leadership to high growth companies to maximize stability and long-term growth and performance. Back in 2018, I founded Headway LLC, and I'm the CFO and managing partner of that company as of today still. And we provide recruiting, finance, accounting, bookkeeping for high growth companies. Previously, I was Vice President of Finance and Accounting for Luma Home Incorporated, and that's an Atlanta-based security technology startup. There, during my tenure there, we raised $22 million from Amazon, Google, and Andreessen Horowitz, just to name a few. Before that, I was Chief Compliance Officer and Vice President of Finance and Operations for Rubicon Global, a fast-growing tech startup with a $1.2 billion valuation. Throughout my career, I have been very fortunate to hold numerous finance and accounting executive positions. I've held several officer and senior management positions ranging from Chief Finance Officer and Chief Compliance and Compensation Officer to Vice President of Finance and Operations, Director of Corporate Development, and Corporate Controller. I hold an MBA from Georgia State University. I have a BS in Biology and Sociology from Emory University, and I have completed studies and coursework at Harvard University and the University of London. My expertise is in streamlining and scaling operational finance for companies to grow to the next level, hence being part of TheraTrue. Moving on, TheraTrue has the financial knowledge and strength to implement its plans. These include its millions of dollars in cash immediately on hand and further financial commitments totaling more than $46 million. This commitment is more than 2.6 times the committed capital necessary to maintain operations for not less than 2 years following the date the application is accepted by the Commission. TheraTrue has developed in-depth budgets for both initial capital expenditures as well as operating expenses. As part of its roughly $16 million budget for capital expenditures, TheraTrue projects it will spend roughly $9.3 million to fully build out its integrated cultivation and extraction facility, in addition to around $3.2 million for cultivation and extraction equipment. In addition, TheraTrue has budgeted over $2.5 million for the build out of its 5 proposed dispensary locations. TheraTrue has also developed a detailed OpEx budget of around $1.5 million annually by the second year of operations. TheraTrue is proud to project paying over $800,000 in salaries annually to help contribute to economic development, particularly in Marengo County, where it will locate its integrated cultivation and production facility. Marengo County is a majority Black county in which more than 25% of the residents live below the federal poverty line, and TheraTrue is well positioned to provide competitive compensation to Marengo County residents while equipping them with an in-demand and transferable set of skills that will serve them well in the nascent medical cannabis industry. TheraTrue is well capitalized to meet and exceed the requirements established by its capital projections. Most prominently, there are three things I'd like to mention. Number one, nearly $4 million in cash, unencumbered, and in the name of TheraTrue Alabama, LLC. Number two, an additional $4 million pledge from Judge Ventures, LLC, which is owned by Dr. Paul Judge. And number three, a total of $38.25 million in committed debt financing from AFC Gamma, which is a well-recognized publicly traded institutional investor. Last but not least, TheraTrue has bank accounts in 2 Alabama-based banks, Trustmark Bank and Commerce One Bank in Birmingham. I'll turn it back over to Paul Judge. Thank you.
The next section in the application ordering is around business management and around authority to do business, engagement with the community. And so first of all, I'd like to welcome up Mayor Pro Tem Charles Jones of Demopolis.
Good afternoon. I don't have a sheet to flip because, as he said, Mayor Pro Tem, our mayor couldn't be here today. And on his behalf, I got called in like a B-team player. But I am a lifelong resident of Demopolis. I'm in my 3rd term as on city council, 2nd term as Mayor Pro Tem. My dad, before me, was on city council for, I call him the Muhammad Ali of city council because he got defeated twice, but over 22 years. So I'm a lifelong resident of Demopolis with the exception of going to the University of Alabama, where I went to school with these two. And I just happened to walk up today and, had a reunion going on. But in that time when Dad was on city council, I did my tutelage
in all of the other roles, Parks and Rec Committee, built the Sportsplex, industrial development. And one of those times when I was on industrial development, Kia was looking to locate on the borders of Alabama because Hyundai owns Kia, but they want to have 2 more senators in their back pockets. So they want to be in a contiguous state. So they brought property on the Sumter County, Mississippi line. And we did all we could to land Kia and couldn't. And the answer they gave us was they were afraid that the workforce wasn't trained enough and there wasn't enough workforce because of Mercedes. I vowed at that time that that wasn't going to be the answer next time when we tried to lure industry, not having a workforce. So I dedicated my life to going into the school system and teaching each one. I was going to make the rubber meet the road and I was going to train our workforce. Now I beat my head in the school system for about 16 years. I'm a 3rd generation contractor. We've been in the construction business since 1928 in Demopolis, Alabama. Now, the housing boom is what really led me into teaching because it went south. Right now, there's a vacuum around Demopolis, Alabama. And if any of you all pull out your maps, you will see that there is nothing. This man's nodding his head. There's nothing but Demopolis, Alabama. So you got to ask yourself, we don't want the 500 and the 300 jobs. Those would be great, but we got to take it cinch by the inch, hard by the yard, 30 to 100 jobs. Someone like TheraTrue located in Demopolis, Alabama would have a great economic impact to our city. I cannot tell you, my other job is I work for the community college system. I'm regional workforce director, and I was speaking to some kids down in Greenville. There's 3 high schools, Georgiana, Greenville, and can't remember the other one. And I asked them all, how many of you all, when you graduate, are going to come back home? I got maybe 3 hands. And it was indicative of what I went through. The only reason I came back home, I was 3rd generation contractor and I had something to do. Everybody else, they're gone. And you know this. How many of you all are back in your hometown? You probably had to leave. If you're back in your hometown, it's because you're retired to go back to your hometown. What the point I'm making here is everything around Demopolis is drying up. We got a hospital, and when it comes to rural hospitals, we're it. Fire departments around us are all volunteer. You can even go 50 miles to the south to Thomasville. It's a volunteer fire department. So when we have a fire in Demopolis, Alabama, we can't get help. We got to rely on our own. So the best thing I can do is try to build Demopolis and make Demopolis what it is. And that's the only way I can get those high schoolers to come back to Demopolis and grow that city. You know, when Kia did locate on the Georgia line, they had Opelika, they had Auburn, they had Lynette. There ain't nothing over there. The point I'm making there is they were close to a mid-sized city. This 100 jobs in West Alabama would be life-changing for us. These 100 jobs would change the economy of West Alabama. Maybe I'll go back to building houses. You guys understand where I'm coming from with the 100 jobs. And I did not even know anything about these guys until last week. And they were located in my backyard because I actually had somebody else that didn't make the cut that, you know, put an option on a piece of property of mine. So this is a better option than I have ever heard for my economy, for my city, so we can actually make West Alabama better. Because if you do your research, University of West Alabama is struggling. All of West Alabama is struggling. This would help West Alabama. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Look, I have a set of letters here. Mayor Reed, Mayor of Montgomery, says, I'm writing today to provide written verification of my support of the application of TheraTrue to operate an integrated facility license. I'm confident that TheraTrue will provide a safe and secure environment for our community. Mayor of Montgomery, Mayor of Birmingham, Mayor Randall Woodfin says, I support and endorse TheraTrue's application for a fully integrated cannabis license. I look forward to welcoming them. Mayor of Gaston, I'm writing to express my support for TheraTrue. You've heard from Demopolis. This is a letter from Mayor Woody Collins. Some letters here from Senator Robert Stewart. I'm writing to wholeheartedly speak to the positive impact of one of my constituents, Joseph Petaway. Senator Kirkpatrick, please accept this letter as expression of my full and exclusive support for Territory, Alabama, and their application for medical cannabis license in the state of Georgia, more specifically for one of the 5 integrated facility licenses. I could go on. There's letters from the still serving veterans that we have a partnership with to help their cause. There is a letter from the president of Talladega College where we have a partnership to do scholarship and workforce development and research. The Parkinson Association of Alabama where we have a partnership. But instead, there's 4 areas I want you to hear from our team on. You're going to hear about manufacturing, you're going to hear about facilities, dispensing, and security in the next 15 minutes as we wrap up. So I'll bring up our, for product manufacturing, Jeff Raber.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Jeffrey Raber and couldn't be more proud to be here today as part of such an amazing team. And like other members of the team, I feel like all of my skills, technical development to this point, coupled with my hard-earned cannabis experience and passion to create medicine, have culminated in an amazing opportunity to bring world-class medical cannabis to the state of Alabama. I've earned a bachelor's degree in biochemistry at Lebanon Valley College in Pennsylvania and subsequently a PhD in chemistry at the University of Southern California. And throughout my 13+ years in the cannabis industry, I've been fortunate enough to be engaged with lawmakers and regulators in multiple states, as well as the regulators in Canada, having been invited to testify at Senate committee hearings and lecture to Health Canada. I actively provide technical support and insights to both lawmakers and regulators in California and abroad as they advance their legislation and regulations around cannabis and hemp. We have over 13 years of cannabis laboratory testing experience and 10 years of cannabis manufacturing experience. We're world-renowned as being scientific thought leaders in the cannabis space. And other members of our team include Sietse Elzinga, who hails from the Netherlands and was involved in the Dutch National Medical Cannabis Program as a member of the Independent Quality Control and Release Lab for the country's 1 licensed medical cannabis producer. He was also involved in GMP manufacturing of a THC-based sublingual product that entered clinical trials and currently sits as a member of the U.S. Pharmacopoeia Expert Committee on Cannabis, where he was recently recognized with an award for his outstanding contributions to a USP standards creation body. Josue Pagan-Marty is our professional engineer who brings equipment installation, qualification, and maintenance expertise to our team. And we bring a wealth of technical cannabis knowledge, sophisticated novel technologies, and valuable formulation expertise, having been involved in over 100,000 cannabis analytical tests of our own and production of tens of millions of units of cannabis products. We've used our technical acumen and creative problem-solving minds to invent solutions to real problems in the cannabis space, and we hold issued patents on multiple cannabis-relevant technologies, including solventless manufacturing methods, novel ingredient isolation methods, and compositions of matters around terpenes and their uses. We have a unique patented process for the isolation of high-purity cannabinoid acids, which will permit new and exciting explorations of these non-psychoactive, highly therapeutic cannabinoids. We've been testing for terpenes since 2011 and are recognized as pioneers in this space. And I was awarded the 2019 Researcher of the Year award from the Americans for Safe Access for our work on terpenes. Today, terpenes are recognized as critically important components of effective cannabis medicine. We've been engaged to help establish and optimize cannabis manufacturing processes in 10 different states, and through that experience have a deep understanding of the plethora of product formats. And this experience will help us enter the Alabama market at full speed and effectively bring medicine to the patients of Alabama as fast as possible. Cannabis is more than just THC and CBD, and we have the ability to manage over 50 different active ingredients in a consistent and scalable manner. And we do this with great economic efficiency. TheraTrue's pricing approach is twofold. Manufacture products across a spectrum of affordability so patients can minimize cost without compromising on quality. And we'll also offer discount programs to veterans and indigent patients seeking to ensure that cost is not a barrier to the receipt of vital care. We utilize our expertise in an intelligent manner to offer the most complex and consistent cannabis products possible that are geared to best meet the needs of the patient population of Alabama. And we can fine-tune and rapidly adapt our formulations to meet these ongoing needs of these patients. And I believe we are the best in the world at doing this with cannabis today. The key to product quality and consistency is found in analytical chemistry and accurate testing. And we are rooted in analytical chemistry, intelligently deploying this established and robust testing methods at proper points across the manufacturing process. And this enables us to operate with maximum accuracy and economic efficiency. We will operate an internal testing lab and use that to help standardize the products, maximize our efficiencies, and mitigate waste and diversion potential through avoiding batches that fall outside of the required specifications for sale. At no time will our internal laboratory be used in place of an external compliance lab. In fact, these two will work closely together to ensure maximum product quality is always delivered to the patients. We believe our experience in cannabis testing will also be exceptionally useful to the state's licensed compliance testing labs, as accurate analytical testing always ensures we can fully track the cannabinoids through all the intended products and their product waste streams, minimizing any potential for diversion. Our rich experience brings mastery to the critical aspects required in the manufacturing of cannabis products, and our robust and well-developed standard operating procedures serve as a solid foundation upon which we can create these world-class, diverse medical cannabis products. We have the experience necessary to effectively and adequately train all personnel properly, and it's always safety first with a mind towards top-tier quality, being coupled to product diversity and formulation flexibility, and this is driven through robust and effective training of all the staff. While we deploy common tools of the industry, how we specifically use them enables us to operate at maximum efficiency in an environment that is safe for every worker. We will initially deploy CO2 extraction for rapidity, flexibility, and output and worker safety considerations, and will implement ethanol extraction upon scaling the operation and expansion of the state's medical cannabis program. Importantly, our biomass grinding rooms will be equipped with dust exhaust systems and filters to reduce particulates in the room and avoid sending them into the exterior, as it recently has unfortunately been shown elsewhere that inhalation of cannabis dust can be lethal. We anticipated this hazard and have taken great pains to mitigate worker exposure to cannabis dust and particulates. We have compiled a list of all the equipment necessary to operate the facility. Me and my team will specifically handle procurement of all the manufacturing equipment and ancillary items, and we've done this many times over through our operating history. We have an optimized workflow throughout the facility, and that enables maximum efficiency across all the operations. We've designed the layout with an eye towards flexibility and adaptability to ensure we can always meet any of the local patient needs as rapidly as possible. And a key to the excellent odor control and mitigation is found through intelligent facility design that incorporates proper scrubbers and ventilation systems. And I'll now hand it over to Emily to talk more about the facility.
Thank you. Got to think taller. Good afternoon. I'm Emily Flournoy. I'm Director of Operations for 2WR in Columbus, Georgia. I'm a registered architect with 15 years of career experience, having graduated from Auburn University with a master's degree in integrated design and construction. My role on this team is as design project manager, leading a squad of over 40 architects, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, civil, structural, and fire protection engineers. Our design company is merged with Urban Grow, which is a leader in controlled environment agriculture solutions, bringing significant experience in designing, equipping, and providing ongoing support for cultivation processes. We have demonstrated expertise in vertically integrated cannabis facility design with over 100 projects and upwards of 4 million square feet designed. We've completed projects that are now in operation in Hawaii, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, Massachusetts, Georgia, West Virginia, Colorado, Oklahoma, Mississippi, and Florida, as well as dozens of projects pending approval in 15 states and the European Union. 2WR has worked with TheraTrue for the past 4 years, since 2019, and this team's efficient facility design for TheraTrue, Alabama optimizes the site and the 38,000 square feet of existing buildings for a phased approach to a fully built state-of-the-art operation. It will be CGMP compliant in adherence with state regulations, meet federal guidelines for controlled substance handling, be OSHA and ANSI A117 compliant, and conform to local building codes. The site for this project is 35 acres, located in the city limits of Demopolis, Alabama. It's zoned light industrial, which is permitted for use as cannabis cultivation, processing, and secure transport. Property is already fenced, has a secure entrance and parking, includes a state licensed on-site wastewater treatment system. 2 existing buildings, the smaller 4,000 square foot employee building and a 35,000 square foot food manufacturing facility, had been operational for 20 years prior to now. And the existing infrastructure of largely open space, 20-foot clear structure, loading dock and overhead doors, food grade insulated wall systems, ample water supply, significant waste system capacity, and large on-site power transformers and switchgear make this an ideal location to rapidly modify for medical cannabis cultivation and processing. TheraTrue's cultivation facility is designed and engineered with security, safety, functionality, and efficiency as the primary drivers. And the schematic plans show functional area authorized, including cultivation, processing, secure transport, and secure storage. The proposed layout maximizes the use of space, allows for an efficient flow of operations, and ensures a secure environment for our employees to work. As mentioned, TheraTrue intends to develop the facility in phases. Phase 1A will renovate the small building in under 60 days to meet the timeline for beginning cultivation operations, and this will include an indoor grow room situated for perpetual harvest and support spaces for sanitary and secure operations. This building is ready to go with power and water and requires only interior modifications. The configuration provides space to attach grow pods to the building for supplemental cultivation space and as a contingency plan to assure timeline adherence. And phase 1B will be a continuation of construction upon completion of the initial building. We'll renovate 27,000 square feet, or about 3/4 of the larger building. It will include vegetation, flower rooms, drying, processing, secure storage and extraction lab, product formulation, packaging, and secure shipping, as well as fertigation systems, waste isolation space, central security monitoring, building automation systems, and employee support spaces. And the small building will convert to serve as the operations for mother and propagation rooms. The permitting, renovation, and certificate of occupancy are anticipated to be complete with Marengo County within 366 days of licensure. And the third phase, dependent on the projected medical cannabis demand in the state, will include expansion of 1 vegetative room, 4 flower rooms, and 1 dry room. And this is anticipated to take an additional 5 months in phase 3 to deliver the entire integrated facility. Ventilation systems, as mentioned, are detailed specific to medical cannabis operations at the Demopolis facility to limit the impact thereto has on its neighbors and community. Odor control. The air control system is designed for purpose-built air handler units, circulating outside and conditioned air, dedicated air systems for each zone of the facility and each individual growing space for fine-tuning of those controls, airtight building envelopes, entrance vestibules, isolated corridors, airlocks, and pressure-regulated spaces, and ionization, air purification, and carbon filtration for any minimally exhausted air. And prior to beginning operations, the installed environmental control systems will be commissioned by a professional engineer to confirm that the design meets specifications. All building support systems are designed with redundancy to maintain operations during routine maintenance, provide safety, optimize control, and mitigate the risk of any system failures. Fully built, the facility will have capacity to grow 51 harvests per year, yielding 4,651 pounds of biomass. It will become 419,000 grams of cannabis oil, which has the potential to serve 35 million 10 milligram doses to serve qualified patients. And to speak about how that dispensing process will happen, here's Mike.
Thank you, Emily. My name is Mike Wilson, founder, CEO of the Temecula Group. We specialize in architecture, design build firm that offers design, build, and installation services for turnkey services with a proven record of success in delivering exquisitely built facilities focused on patient experience. We've been doing retail for over 32 years. We have worked with TheraTrue for 4 years now, since 2019. We have built over 500 cannabis retail dispensaries in almost every legal state. Beyond cannabis, we have built over 7,000 retail stores in almost every shopping mall in America. In that journey, we've done over 1,500 jewelry stores, so we understand safety and security. We did our first 2 cannabis retail dispensary stores in the early 2000s for the California Medical Program, Prop 215. Since then, we've done over 500 cannabis stores. Last year, Temecula was awarded the contract for the state of New York to build a good portion of the 150 social equity stores that are getting done in the state of New York. We also helped the state create the design program guide standards for the dispensary rollout. So let's bring it to TheraTrue, Alabama. TheraTrue has 5 retail locations under contract. They are located in the following cities: Montgomery, 913 Holiday Drive; Birmingham, 1201 2nd Avenue; Gadsden, 401 George Wallace Drive; Mobile, 6353 Cottage Hill Road; Northport, 824 McFarland. They all range between 24 and 4,200 square feet, all with the proper distance requirements, all with the ample parking for patients, all strategically chosen based on proximity to hospitals and patients. Each of these locations is an existing building, so we're ready to move forward. The space design is done for all of these. The security design is done for all of these. We have zoning verification letters on all of them. We have executed exclusive options to lease on each of these. We can start construction within 30 days and be open for patients 60 to 90 days, depending on each location. The exterior of each dispensary is pleasant, as you could see in these renderings. The interior is designed so the patients feel comfortable and welcome in a warm, contemporary environment. So let's talk about customer journey. So when a customer or patient enters a store, they would check the ID and also get the medical card and confirmation. And then the sales associate would welcome them to go to the sales floor. There are two patient experiences that we always consider. There's the first time patient because they're a little nervous, a little intimidated to go into a store. And so we kind of do a white glove service. We want to welcome them, feel safe and not intimidated. There's a consultation room that they can speak to associate, to learn the products and their benefits in a private setting. We also provide interactive screens on the sales floor that can help further educate patients to look at products and learn using technology. Repeat patients, they've already been in there. So we've done is put them through initial patient experience and confident during the repeat visits. There are walk-up screens and then they can reorder and exit. We focus on customer service efficiency and education. Our point of sale, BioTrack is compliant with Alabama regulations and integrated with the track and trace system. As you can see, this is the quality of detail that has served patients in over 500 locations in 30 states. We have brought that same world-class level of detail to the 5 dispensaries that TheraTrue will open in Alabama to serve patients. We will now discuss the security of our entire integrated operations. I'm pleased now to introduce Jeff Bartley of Sapphire Risk, which I've worked with over a couple hundred projects with. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mike. As mentioned, my name is Jeff Bartley, and I'm a senior consultant with Sapphire Risk Advisory Group, whom TheraTrue has contracted with to develop the security program and strategies for each of their facilities. I'm going to go ahead and skip all of our accolades in the entirety that we have been recognized for, only to say that, most recently we were awarded the International Cannabis Consulting Firm of the Year back in 2023. I'm proud to say that any client that has worked with us from inception, as TheraTrue Alabama has never yet had a successful critical incident occur on their property. To prevent offsite impacts to adjoining or near properties, our security plans focus on preventing incidents before they occur. While reactive methods of apprehending criminals are instituted, deterrence is the major focus of all of our security plans. They utilize critical pieces of CPTED or crime prevention through environmental design and innovative uses of current and state-of-the-art equipment to mitigate risks before they ever occur. We will assist TheraTrue with their security master planning, the build out of their security systems, installation, employee training, both online and in-site, tailored SOPs, operational analysis, investigations, security vendor key performance indicators or KPIs, and annual risk assessments. So what I will do right now is I will turn it back over to Mr. Paul Judge.
Thank you, sir. Amazing team that's worked across 30 states, across facilities, across cultivation, across dispensing, across security, as you've seen, and they've all have helped us nail down every detail here to participate in Alabama. And so as I wrap up, hopefully you saw those 5 points that I mentioned at the beginning. We're a top 2 company. We look forward to earning the right to make medical cannabis for patients here in Alabama. We're 100% minority owned. We're world-class and experienced, right? 600 dispensaries. This team has built 1,000 facilities they've designed security for. We're ready. You've seen the facility that exists. It's built, it's designed. Insurance is there, the vehicle's here on the ground. We're ready to serve patients in 57 days. And you've seen the solid financial foundation to do it all. So I thank you for your time, your consideration. We look forward to you for the 3rd time confirming TheraTrue. And we look forward to you entrusting us with responsibility to serve patients here in Alabama. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Judge. Any of our commission members have questions for Dr. Judge or anyone on his team with TheraTrue? Go ahead, Dr. Jensen.
So it's been a long time since you submitted the original application. So could you just revisit the days to commence operation for your dispensing sites? Okay, you have up to a year or more here on some of these.
You said we have up to a year, I'm sorry?
Yeah, so here you listed 516 days. I mean, that's a really long time. So I'm just wondering if you have some revised numbers for those.
Okay. So each one of those sites We have extended our options to lease. So each one of those, we still have full control of that property. And we have been paying rent and paying extension fees throughout this time. They're all current and under our control. We can execute all of those leases immediately upon full license. So Montgomery and Mobile and Gadsden and Northport and all of those sites, they were all existing buildings, right? None of those are new construction. They're all existing buildings. We can start construction within 30 days. We have zoning verification letters from each one of those. We can start construction within 30 days. And in each of those, depending on between 30 and 60 days of construction is what it takes to be open. And we just did this in Ohio and Cleveland. We just opened a dispensary. We did a 60-day construction period and open. So yes, sir, we can do that within 90 days if you think about both of those pieces.
And then just, you said you're in Florida and Georgia and Mississippi, or not Mississippi? I can't remember.
No, sir, just Florida. We have earned a license of vertical integrated license, as well as in Georgia. So in Georgia is one of 6. And as you know, the Georgia program is very similar to the Alabama program in terms of product types and patient use and a number of vertical operations. So we've earned a 1 of 6 vertical license there in Georgia. And then we'd be pleased to serve you here in Alabama.
Okay, I was just confused about Mississippi. Then since you're in those states, have you had any regulatory or compliance issues?
No, sir.
Significant. I know everybody might have, oh, your camera's not pointed right or something like that, but okay. And then I guess finally, can you kind of give me an idea what you think your customer pricing will be?
Yes, sir. There's a number of details depending on the actual product type of Ostringer tincture. But the range, starts as low as $15 and up to $40. If you look at the kind of the recommended use, we look at kind of $2 to $3 per use.
So what is that on milligram basis or something? Can you give me an idea?
Oftentimes a doctor would recommend about a 10 milligram dosage and of THC to the patient. And so depending on the format, whether that's been consumed as a capsule or as a cream or topical, that's how I mentioned that unit based on an average 10 milligram dosage.
So will it be like 30 cents a milligram? I'm trying to compare all these different people and they'll say, so I'm trying to come to a common denominator, if you will.
That's the best way you would want to describe that. 30 cents. Yeah. Here, I can pull up the slide you have.
If it's $2 for 10 milligrams, it'd be like 20 cents.
Yeah, okay.
20, 30 cents. Yeah.
Jeff, you want
Anyone else have a question
to show you
for Dr. Judge or his team?
I have a detailed slide on that. I'm going to pull up here. This 48. You want to speak to this one, Jeff? Sure.
So we do have like a range of products at different prices, right? It can go from 10, 55, definitely. That does depend on per dose though. So I think the idea is as you scale, try to make it cheaper, try to be as efficient as possible and make it as cheap as possible. Cost effectiveness is a huge part of this because it's not reimbursed by healthcare insurance. So trying to get it down to, tens of cents a milligram is definitely the goal, and if not better.
Are the nebulizers the most expensive?
I think so. They're pretty technically challenging to put together. So they're probably a little bit up there.
Okay. Anyone else have a question or comment for TheraTrue?
The only other question, since you're standing there,
Sir, Dr.
what's the
Blackmore.
typical,
I knew I
what's
should have
what's the typical stability of your products? And do you have any pediatric-based products?
Sure, it's pretty good for 12 to 18 months, I think is pretty decent. It does depend on the exact formulation and exactly what you put inside of there. But I think to say these shelf stability products for 12 months is pretty fair.
Anyone else? Dr. Judge, thank you and your team from TheraTrue for coming today and presenting for our commission. We appreciate your time and your presentation.
No, thank you for having us. Thank you for all the effort you put into this process. Again, I won't be long because I know I'm the last thing between you and the weekend. But the 2 weeks you've put in here, listening to presentations, as well as the several years before this, I appreciate it and look forward to talking to y'all soon.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Y'all be careful going home. Just a couple of items I'll mention before we adjourn. Just remind our commission members, those of you here present and maybe online, just reminding you that the previous scoring is no longer a consideration. The exercise that we have just been through for the past 2 weeks of hearing presentations from our applicants is part of the process that we implemented in the new rules, which was voted on and approved by the commission. So just keep that in mind over the weekend as you're considering all that we've heard. We've heard excellent presentations and been a lot of effort on the part of our applicants as well as our commissioners. And I also thank my fellow commissioners and our staff for helping us prepare for the arduous 2 weeks that we've had. But they've been good and they've been productive. Thank all of you for being here. Remember, next Tuesday at December the 12th at 1 p.m., we will be back in this room for our next cannabis committee meeting. So do I have a motion to adjourn? Got a motion from Dr. Blake Moore, a second from Mr. Harwell. All in favor of that motion, say aye. We stand adjourned at 4:29. Thank you. Thank you, Taylor.